Welcome, everybody. Welcome in.
What's up, everyone?
What's going
We're
on?
back. We're back. We're back.
We are a panel of three, possibly four if one more joins. And yeah, we're starting in about 30 minutes for court. So until then, we're just going to hang out. You guys can ask questions, whatever we need to do. I'm going to do a quick intro. This is the YouTube-friendly part of the show. Day 2 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing was all about the timeline, the rooftop video, motive, and DNA. A lot of DNA. Prosecutors showed surveillance footage. They say places Robinson was on the UVU campus before the shooting. He returned in different clothes, accessed the roof. Of course, they had, far zoom outs and some, kind of like you couldn't really tell the face, but they say it's him. And then the defense pushed back really hard, objecting to the video evidence and also questioning whether the state has properly established its foundation in the first place. And then there's also a major debate over whether Kirk's religious and political views are relevant to the motive, basically trying to make it like a hate crime. And then later in the day, DNA evidence became a central issue. And for me personally, even though I couldn't understand the word they were saying, that was the most interesting piece to me. And I think defense was really hammering it, and the judge was getting super irritated.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but he has patience. He has the patience of a god. So good for him. Now, today we're covering day 3. This is day 3 of 5 that's scheduled. And the key thing to watch is whether the state keeps strengthening probable cause or whether the defense starts creating real cracks in the case. Now, typical housekeeping. On the way in, hit that like. Make sure you guys subscribe to all the channels. The huge thing, make sure you are still subscribed if you want to be on all the different creators' channels. Major issues with that. We had people that got kicked out of the stream yesterday and unsubscribed that were moderators.
Yeah.
So double check that.
Damn.
And then, of course, check out my other channel, Off Script. I do long form interviews. Zach Costello's will be dropping probably tomorrow morning. And follow me on Kick as well as Spotify. And there's other ways to support the channel in the description. And same for the other guys. Check their stuff out. They can throw out there whatever they want now. If you guys have something you want to do a shout out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Since our names aren't on the screen, some people may not know who we are. So I would say let's introduce ourselves. So I am Mr. Let Go, aka Aaron, and I have been a part of this case since September, since it actually happened. And I also covered the Diddy case. And that is when I started falling in love with cases like this, because the Diddy case opened up my eyes to how a lot of these things are way more than just the actual case, because it had something to do with the same type of variables that this case has something to do with. So when Charlie Kirk passed away, I jumped into this, and then here I am.
Tell them about your cards real quick.
Oh, and I actually am in a relationship space, so I sell relationship-based cards. I will say family-based cards. So this card game right here is called Like Mother, Like Daughter. There's a card game in here, or a deck for the mother and a deck for the daughter, and a mother and daughter can actually play the game together so they can fix their actual issue if there is one. And if there is an issue, they can actually become even closer by just playing a fun card game for the mother and the daughter. So if you're a mother, get it for your daughter. If you're a daughter, get it for your mother.
I'm Nate, Fall Hall of EFT. Most of you guys already know me. But hey, one thing while we're waiting here, if you guys want, I just dropped my day 2 recap video about 45 minutes ago, hour ago. So if you got, while you're waiting, if you want to get caught up, that's a good place to go check it out. It's over on my channel. And yes, I do have hair. Isn't that blow your mind, guys? I know people are always shocked. They're like, whoa, what? But yeah, so I look more like, I do look a lot like, me and JD look exactly the same without hats on. But yeah. And then, yeah, make sure to subscribe if you haven't. And also, like Matt said, check, because there's a huge issue with YouTube just force unsubscribing people. So,
yep. And we start, like I said, in about 25 minutes. So in the meantime, we'll read super chats. We'll just kind of hang out. There was some very interesting stuff that happened in a space on X last night. And I'm sure a lot of you might have seen it by this time, because I know Zach Costello was just covering it. I think Danks covered it as well. But Blake Neff joined an X Space. He was with Paramount Tactical and a bunch of other people from their side of the, I guess their side of the pond, if you want to say it that way. And it got pretty heated. And Blake Bednaris was in there, Elizabeth Lane, but that is on X, and I believe it was Louisiana Girl. I think it's her name. If you want to, if you want to go check it out. Girl. Yeah.
And I would say it got a little chaotic, but altogether, a lot of people wanted to ask Blake Neff a lot of questions. And one of the things that stuck out with me is Blake does not owe anybody any answers. Like, and we had to look, I was just letting people know, like, we have to look at this as if we wanted Blake to come back or feel comfortable in these environments, we have to facilitate a comfortable environment so he can come back, or so Eric Kirk could come in, or somebody else, Andrew Kovic can come in. But if we're in the spaces and we're argumentative and we're, like just
accusational
and just, you're lying to us, or this person is lying, they're not going to come back because they're coming in to speak to the people, but nobody wants to get beat up when they come in,
Yeah. Even some of the people that I thought was like just kind of chilling would ask questions, they were blowing up. They're like, were you not there on the night of the 5th? And he's like, holy shit, he's like
it was crazy.
Yeah, and I think I think he handled it pretty well. Obviously, it takes a lot of courage for him to come in and be in the gauntlet like that. I think there was 1,500 people.
Yeah.
And they were talking over each other. It was getting kind of crazy, but very interesting, unexpected.
And in the chat, what did you guys get from it if you guys were in it? I would love to hear your opinions. The thing that I got out from this is that they are open to speak to us, and they are no longer putting themselves in a position where nobody has access to them. And I think we are finally moving in a better direction, because at the end of the day, we all want answers. And there's a possibility that some of them want answers, because one thing I brought up to Blake, I said, are you understanding of the thought process that whatever may have happened to Charlie Kirk is well above your pay grade, and you may not even know the actual story? And he said, yeah, you're right, because he kept saying, I only work for the Charlie Kirk show. I'm not in the back in the back office of Turning Point USA. And I'm just like, well, okay, maybe you don't know, just like we don't know. So stop saying Tyler Robinson did it 30 times because you don't know, just like we don't know. Be open.
Well, that's a big problem too, is like, I think most of us, well, some people are like, Tyler Robinson is 100% innocent. I'm not like that. I don't think, from what I've seen, that he's the person who did it, but you got to keep in mind, that's what this trial is for, right? So we should be able to have an open mind, which it seems like their side doesn't have the open mind. To Aaron's point, it's like, nope, he did it, lock him away, give him the death penalty, case is solved, all the evidence is there. And it's like, no, it's not. And there's a lot of issues with this case, and we should be able to all acknowledge that, at least, regardless of what you believe. You can say, man, there's a lot of weird, bizarre stuff in this, at a minimum.
Now, the one thing we can say too is he did answer a few questions, but most of the questions, I think that the way they were framed, whether he was honest or not, he just said, I don't know. And people didn't accept that. They're like, who left when, who was in which vehicle with who, how many planes were there, who was in each plane? And he's like, I don't know.
Was Blake Neff wasn't there for the event, was he?
Yes.
He said, he was there.
He was there. He was one of the people there.
He was standing next to Mikey. So
okay.
Because he told the story that once everything happened, he met Mikey out in a parking lot, and that's when he started saying. And the first thing I seen with Mikey is his lips were quivering, right? And I'm sitting there like, what are you talking about? So I asked him about that, and I said, how is it that you ran off and Mikey walked off, and we are able to see on camera that Mikey walked all the way out in the parking lot
calmly,
and he was by himself, and he walked the whole way on the phone with his book bag. So on camera, you were not near Mikey. So where did you meet up with Mikey? And did you and Mikey drive together to the hospital? And he said, me and Mikey came back after everything was over.
And he said, like, a police officer drove them to the hospital.
Yeah.
Together.
Yeah. And that sounded like a lie.
Well, a police officer? I mean, who knows, right? Like,
one that when he was all, yeah.
What we do know is we can watch, like Aaron just said, some of these things. I can watch Mikey McCoy be on his phone 0.83 seconds after the shots fired, calmly walking away into the parking lot. We can all watch that with our own eyes. So they tried to lie about that up front and explain that away, right? Like Mikey's dad is up there talking about how he's the hero of the day and he was directing traffic and doing all these things. It's like, but we have eyeballs, right? And so that's, I think, where TPUSA, they fall apart too, is like, why were you, there's so many things that you didn't need to lie about early that you lied about, like the surgeon, right? Andrew Colvette's like Superman neck surgeon story. It's very clearly that was fabricated and made up. Why? You know what I mean? Like, why did you do these things early? It just, if it's not nefarious, okay, just explain it to us why you did it then, So
I think one of the most interesting moments was definitely when, was it Blake Bednar's? I can't remember exactly who asked the question, but they basically said, the whole thing with Charlie saying that I have no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause, and I think that they're going to kill me. He straight up asked him, he said, do you think that our greatest ally has anything to do with that? And Blake said, basically he's saying that during the same time period, he said that Charlie told me that the leftists, like the LGBTQ or whatever, was going to, take him out.
Yeah.
And then he said, take your pick.
Oh, what?
So yeah, so well, I'm like, take your pick. So are you admitting that our greatest ally was a threat to Charlie? Or are you just like, or was he just done by that point? I don't know. But I thought it was interesting.
I would say this: when you're famous, and especially on X, out of all places, and you have a voice, you're going to get a certain amount of people that hate you so much, they're going to start saying things. I wish you were blank. You need to blank, right? So a lot of people get those types of threats, right? And
I do. I mean, I don't know if you guys get them yet. I get death threats all the time. I get physical death threats.
Wow.
In the mail. Yeah.
In the mail?
So, I got a physical one the other day. Yeah. Typically they're email, but yeah, we actually got a physical one to my PO box, right? Really shows how well they, really tracked me down. But yeah, I mean, this is not rare. Like, to your point, this is not rare for any creators that, start to have a decent sized platform. But yeah, I mean, that's why, like, when you hear Erica Dohu giant sob story because they got an emailed death threat, it's like, okay. Like, come on, though. You know what I mean? So is 90% of other creators, So, but whatever. Maybe I'm different because if you show up to my house, it's one of the worst possible places you could ever show up to decide to do something like that. Like, you most likely are not leaving. So maybe I have a different frame than someone like Erica Kirk, who that might terrify her based off of what happened, So I don't know. But some of it seems pretty performative too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the point is, in my opinion, yes, Charlie Kirk had all these different people wanting to do something bad to him. And I can easily see Charlie Kirk telling Blake, like, yo, all of these blank people, whatever group, keep sending me these threats, because do you think it's the same type of people sending you the threats?
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. Me and Charlie would be getting death threats from very different groups of people, for sure.
No, I'm just saying, do you think it's from a certain group that is threatening you?
Oh yeah, they tell me who they are. They're the Jewish committee.
That's what I'm saying. So
they say it in the death threats. Yeah.
Yeah. So the group of people will tell you that we are from this group. So I can see him saying, yo, the leftists are actually trying to unalive me, or this group is trying to unalive me. So I can see Blake saying, no, he told me it was the leftists, because they'll tell you, hey, I'm from here and I want you blank. So I can see that, because the thing with me is I'm not mad at Blake because he didn't kill nobody.
But you also have to have a conversation.
But I'm just putting this out there. How do you know that? You don't know.
Blake himself.
You don't know.
We don't know.
You have no idea.
That's true.
You're making a factual statement that you have no idea. So I'm just saying. I'm just pointing out. Like,
okay, I don't think Blake himself did it. I don't think Erica particularly did it herself. So certain people that I don't think did it, and because of that, I'm open to have a conversation with them, because there's a possibility that they are like peons in this organization, and they think Tyler Robinson did it, and because all their people are saying Tyler Robinson did it, and unbeknownst to him, they did it. So I don't know.
Well, remember Brian Harpole also said and reinforced the whole notion that it was the left.
Oh, of course, of course.
During the interview.
But this is important to think about with high-level psychological operations. If you were going to conduct this type of hit, let's say hypothetically a foreign nation decides to do this, right? We're not going to say which one. That is the perfect type of psyop you want to set up. Is who is the most likely to have done this? Well, the left, the deranged left, hates Charlie Kirk. And that's why when you have to be very careful when you watch the entire mainstream media apparatus, TPUSA, every single one of their followers come out immediately and say, this kid did it. He's a deranged furry leftist. Nobody else could have done it. The FBI shuts down, Joe Kent, the National Counterterrorism Center. They shut down the CIA from looking into foreign involvement. You see all those things and you go, why is everything, including the mainstream media, pushing this one specific narrative? Is it because they really think that? Or is it because that is the best way to misdirect if you're going to do a state-sponsored level hit on someone, right? JFK is another example of that. We all know who did it, but that's never been talked about in the mainstream media or by our government ever, right? Of who the most likely culprit is. So you gotta be very, very careful with psychological operations in that. If you're talking high-level stuff, they understand this deeply, right? And so that's immediately why you're going to see the entire apparatus of the media and the government, from the Trump administration, J.D. Vance, everybody weigh in and go, yep, deranged left, deranged left, deranged left, because it's also very politically beneficial to the people who support Charlie Kirk, which is the Trump administration, in trying to push that left versus right narrative as well, right? So not to say we know who did it, but we have to be careful in saying, well, the left hates Charlie Kirk, so it was the left.
Yeah.
Like that's a little too linear of thinking in something like this.
Yeah, and by my statement saying that you don't know if Blake did it, I'm not saying Blake did either. I'm just saying when you say something factual like that and you don't have a way to back it up, that's kind of why both sides are fighting.
Yeah,
they're both making up their own narratives, and they're just saying this is factual, and the other side is saying this is factual, and that's why they're battling. But I do want to cover this one. This is a comment here. This Laser Queen, thanks for the super. High Trigger, I have an FFL. Okay. Sporterized Mauser 98 would be fitted with hex screws for stability. A screwdriver wouldn't work, would need an Allen wrench.
Great point.
Do you know how many, do you know how many screws in location? It sounds like you guys might have one. I'd be interested to know that.
I thought from my buddy who's a competition long gun shooter is like super well versed in these things that the Mauser 98 has a 2 flathead screw take apart, but he didn't actually have one. We were just kind of spitballing. So,
all right, let's hit some of these. Well, we have about 10 minutes until court starts, so we'll do these in the meantime. I think this is.
Sorry, I'm not.
This.
Let me get to where we were because I got all the ones from.
Aaron, did you want to read this one?
Is this yesterday?
Okay. Let's see. In the videos on Tyler, the guy's face is smooth with no pimples, I'm assuming, and Tyler's does, and his mouth is different. And yeah, I actually did a live stream on this yesterday, and from what I see, the two. Yes.
Oh Jesus, there's a ton of these already. That's why I can't find. Sorry.
Yeah, Tyler does have a lot of pimples, and the person in the image, they literally had a smooth face, because I was talking about they had a smooth taper, like they just got a haircut in the back, because you could see their hair, you know, behind under the hat. So yeah, I did see that. I looked at their skin.
I was looking at this again today because I'm just that Dairy Queen photo is really starting to bother me because when I compare that photo to the person walking up the stairs, because you can see him sort of front by front, when he's in Dairy Queen, he looks substantially bigger, body frame wise, bigger than
Interesting.
whoever is in that, whoever that footage of that person walking through the stairwells is. Now it may be just a camera angle thing. Maybe we could find that. Let's see if I can do that.
For anyone that's curious, we have this
Yeah.
poll on the screen, this white box, and basically the number corresponds with your answer. So you just put that in chat. So you put a 1, hit enter, and that'll send a yes. Put a 2, that sends no, and we'll pop these out throughout this trial, these hearings. We'll be popping it up, and you can vote. And you can see it on the screen.
All right, I got it in the back if y'all want to see it.
Yeah, can you share your screen? We can keep going, Matt. I'm caught
Matt,
up here.
You see it in the back? Just bring it up.
You talking about the in shot?
On your StreamYard. Just look.
Yeah,
just,
so I'm looking. Yeah, it says in shot. Is that the correct one? I don't want to just pull random stuff up.
That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we need the Dairy Queen photo. Is what I'm talking about.
Oh. No, I don't have the Dairy Queen photo.
Well,
I thought you were talking about him going up the steps. Okay.
That's why I was like, what are you pulling up, man? What are you pulling up?
Here we go. Here we go.
Now,
this is, I'm telling you, this is bothering me, man. Like his arms, his frame.
You got it?
Yeah. Let me actually pull it up in a new tab here so we can see. Okay. Yeah, I'll present it here. Let's image.
Does
anyone else agree that the body types and stuff look different? Put a 1 in chat if you think the body type looks different.
We can look at him. We can look at him. I mean, he looks substantially big, like his traps, his shoulder frame, his biceps, his arms. And then when you look at the kid walking in, even his legs, right? You look at the kid walking in the all black.
He looks like the guy in all black to me.
Hold on.
I mean, he still looks pretty slender to me.
He is. I'm not saying he's jacked. I'm just saying, hold on when you see this kid. Now look at this. I'm telling you guys. Now look at this one.
Okay.
Look at the left side screen. That dude is emaciatedly tiny. He's got no trap muscles at all. He is so skinny. Let's see if I can zoom this in.
Well, he's also wearing a backpack. I don't know. I see what you're saying, but it's hard to tell.
But that left photo, look how fucking tiny and skinny he is. And then again, if I go right back to maybe not, but I mean, just his frame, his traps are what's bothering me. Like he does have decent, like not huge, but he has a decent V-shaped trap here. His chest actually kind of is there. He's got, he's not the biggest dude ever, but like then I do this, and this guy's just fucking tiny.
I see what you're saying. It's just
it's again, maybe it's not perfect, but I don't know, guys. It looks like two different people to me.
I would say age-wise, this person right here looks older than Tyler.
Also, another big one. It's hard to see. See this right side photo? See his ears. It's hard to tell, but his ears look like they actually connect to the neck because there's two different types of lobes. There's rounded lobes, there's connected lobes, and then if you actually look here, his ears look very, very different too. His head. Yeah, look at the size of his. Look at the size of his head. Look at this on the left, just like this very sort of long, skinny head. And then back to here, his head is just substantially thicker and broader. His jaw is wider. Again, maybe it's the photo, but it does not look like the same person to me.
A lot of people were saying his jaw and his head was more like Cro-Magnon looking.
Yeah,
I
know it's not perfect footage, right, guys? So it's hard to see, but I mean, man, every time I come back and look at these two photos side by side, I'm just like, if you were to, let's just say if we had no idea who these were and you were to just like put two of those photos together and be like, do you think that's the same person? There's no way you would say yes. You'd be like, nah, I don't think so.
So in chat, put a 1 if you think it's the same person, put a 2 if you think it's somebody different.
It just doesn't look like the same. And also, this is his third outfit change of the day. And look at him just like he's just chilling at Dairy. Yeah. This was after he supposedly did this, by the way.
Right. And he's
just hanging out in jeans and a different shirt, like getting Dairy Queen with a chicken strip basket. Like, doesn't look stressed out at all.
And
I don't know,
another
man.
sign of this is in the videos, he was hiding his head from the camera. So he would be looking down in almost every angle. And this one, he's looking up straight at the camera because he didn't do anything, you know. But the other people, whoever those people are, 1 or 2 people, you know, those 2
But
videos.
hold on now. Let me show you one more thing that I think about when I see this. And that is, let's see if I can find the actual photo of Lance Twiggs that I want. Shit, where is it?
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of Lance Twiggs to be able to look and say he is something. I don't
now.
know.
Hold on. When we look at this kid, let me zoom it in. Oops, sorry. That's fucking. Maybe if I can pull this up in a different new tab. Oh, this will be better.
You should pull up the images from Daily Mail when he's at the gas station.
This head is a lot more longer and linear in shape.
Yeah.
He's much, much thinner and skinnier than Tyler is. You can see he's got nothing attached to him. Now, if I look at this kid and then I come back to here, I think this looks more like Lance than it does Tyler.
He just looks older. He looks like he's like 30.
No, I think Lance is more feminine and like smaller frame and just weaker looking than that dude.
Yeah,
I don't think that looks like Lance.
This guy has somewhat of a square, broad shoulder frame versus Lance.
Lance looks soft, but you got to pull up the Daily Mail more recent pictures.
Because I'm looking at the square shoulder.
Gas station.
I haven't seen those. No,
he looks like a different dude, completely different person.
Oh, I bet he does now. I bet he doesn't want to look anything like that. Oh, we're getting started.
Here in a few. They still have the music playing. Anyone that's joining, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure you're still subscribed if you want to be. And this is day 3 of 5. And today's starting a little bit later, but I think we're going to be going for probably good, maybe 5 or 6 hours. So we'll see how long they go for today. I'll see if I can find that Daily Mail image I'm talking about. He looks kind of evil, to be honest.
Well,
walking up the steps.
Well,
yeah.
No, I'm talking about the Daily Mail image. He looks like a totally different human being altogether.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh, here it is. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. See if I can get it going fast enough for this thing over here. All right, let's see. Yeah, so this is.
Yeah, he looks a little psycho.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's him right there, and then look at that face.
Jesus, dude.
Now, does this look more like
God?
He looks like he did it, no matter who he is.
I mean, he just seems like way more like. And now we know there's DNAs on everything too. It's on the screwdriver, it's on the rifle, it's on the towel. It's like, dude, how is this kid not investigated at all?
How is anybody not investigated? It's like
we're really pretending like this kid. I'm not saying he's the shooter, right, or anything like that. I'm just saying the idea that Tyler Robinson is involved, but this kid isn't. That's a tough sell for me.
Trying to find the body cam footage. Let's see. Someone said look at the body cam footage of Tyler Robinson with the cop. Oh, okay, here we go.
Yeah, when he got pulled over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when is that from? Like, is it years prior?
Sure
is it?
I'm not sure.
Let's see. It's just gonna open. Let me mute this.
Yeah, see, he looks skinnier here. But also, when is
yeah,
this
he's
from?
super skinny.
Tell me just really quick what happened.
What's the date?
Coming this way, and he's just passing through, and he.
Oh, that's from 5 years ago.
This driver. You're the driver.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's what 2022.
Can you tell me just really quick what
Does that
happened?
look like the guy on the stairs, though?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
that's
he
when
looks
he was a 17-year-old, about a 16-year-old kid.
From here.
That's not, yeah, dude. The difference between me at 16 and me at 22 was massive,
Totally different. Yeah,
physically. So,
but I
we
would
can't rely on
say
something 5 years ago.
he does look like the guy in the stairs, but like you're saying, Nate, you can't look at that because that's 5 years ago. So I agree with you on that.
It's not like us, right? We're like when we were 35 and when we were 40, we're gonna look pretty similar. Like the difference between a 17-year-old and a 22-year-old, like frame wise, the way you look can be substantially different, right? When I was a sophomore in high school, I did not look the same as when I was going to the bars at 22 in college, you know?
Well, one thing I noticed is a big difference is the bottom of his jaw. He has like it's kind of like round, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like he has like this like little round kind of like chubbiness to like the lower jaw, even when he was skinny. That's the thing that looks different than the guy on the stairs, but everything's like from an up view, it looks like. But if we do DNA again today, I apologize to the audience ahead of time. If that same exact defense dude comes up and
I'll
starts
be
talking
mad.
about, starts talking about DNA
So
again
mad.
I might have to take a lunch break, dude, if he
right away.
Oh
Yeah,
my
just-
god.
I'll be back. That's wild.
We're
Because at
starting here
one
any
point I
minute.
started dozing off. I was like, wait, let
We
me
could
watch
probably
those
hit supers
fucking-
until they start. Who knows how
Yeah.
long it actually takes them. We might as well. I think we already had a lot of people jumping in. I think we got to start further back. We had some this morning too, right?
Nope. I'm starting at the ones I can see. Oh, well, you might have some that I can't see, but
I
it should be
can't
in the
pull
same
them up.
one.
No, we were in the same chat. I have them from yesterday even. Do you?
How do you have supers
No.
from yesterday? How did you do that? That was interesting.
So the first one starts at 7, and it's yours, I think. Starts at 7 o'clock in the morning.
How's that even possible?
Another one
Right.
from Aunt Lang. Is Aunt Lang in the chat?
I
can
wonder
read
if that was carryover from yesterday that's still in the chat for some reason. That's
No,
interesting.
it's 7:01 a.m., 8:54 a.m., 10:55 a.m.
Oh
Do you
yeah, I
see
see the time
JD
now.
delays at 11:18 a.m.?
Nope, I don't see any of those. Interesting.
All right, so let me go to the AM. So I got 10:54 AM.
Hey, okay, I see. Okay,
I was
the
starting
JD's was
from-
right before that. All right, we could just read. I can't pull them up, unfortunately. I guess I could share my screen.
Yeah, but we're
I
gonna
can see 'em, I
here in a
can't pull 'em
second.
up.
Let's not worry about that. I'll just read them, right? I'll just read them.
Yeah.
There's only 4 or 5 of them. So from Aunt Lang, I think this was for Matt, says clearly a discrepancy in Tyler's height. Check out his mugshot where he measures up to the 6-foot mark on the ruler. However, the charge document states 5'10". Important discrepancy for defense to use. Yeah, I agree. I think everything we found so far would lend towards him actually being 5'10". Did he have shoes on? You know, when he got mugshotted? I don't know. And then Paul Pearson says, Matt, check your email if you get the time, please.
Oh, you just reminded me. Let me see if I can sneak this in real quick. Yeah, he did a bunch of super chats yesterday trying to get us to read it once. And since we couldn't get to all of them, he got missed several times. So he sent me an email. And of course, they're starting. We'll get to that, Paul, here in a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
James Robinson. Council, please enter your appearances.
Chad Brumander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill from the state. County
I'm almost out of Visine, man.
Valid-
Fucking allergies out here are brutal.
Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser for Mr. Robinson, who's present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon. And also for the record, the court recognizes the presence of victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good afternoon. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during the proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. And as you note, the microphones on your tables are turned off. So please come to the lectrum when you're addressing the court. Second, the court will address the camera and still photographer, camera operator and still photographer. And if you both could come forward, please, to the lectrum. All right, could you both state your names?
John Wilson, KSL Television.
Tess Crowley, Deseret News.
Good afternoon. Could you state your roles for today's hearing?
Video recording and streaming of the proceedings.
I'm the pool still photographer.
All right. And have you both reviewed the court standing decorum order?
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as they apply to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the order?
No.
Thank you both for your cooperation.
Yeah.
As we begin this afternoon, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless expressly authorized. Any unauthorized possession or use of a cell phone in the courtroom may be addressed by the court. For those individuals who are authorized to have a cell phone, please place your device on silent at this time so that these proceedings may continue without interruption. The court also expects that every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled to. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during their hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or in opposition to any person connected with this case or expressing any position concerning the status of this case as a capital offense. The court appreciates the cooperation of all present in maintaining a courtroom environment that is safe, respectful, orderly, and faithful to the rights and dignity of every person involved. Finally, I wish to note that this preliminary hearing is scheduled to conclude this Friday at 5 p.m. This is simply a reminder for the parties, particularly given that we have now reached the midpoint of this week. I recognize and respect the constitutional rights of all parties. When this preliminary hearing was set, the court allocated a substantial amount of time for both sides to address the matters they consider necessary and appropriate for purposes of this proceeding. The standard at a preliminary hearing is probable cause. And with that in mind, I ask counsel to remain mindful of the time that remains and manage your time appropriately so each of you is able to fulfill your duties to your respective clients within the time frame that has been provided. And with that, I wish to inquire of a brief overview on what is anticipated from each party in order the court has a roadmap on how we are proceeding for the remainder of this preliminary hearing. First, turning to the state, and if you wouldn't mind coming forward, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We anticipate presenting evidence through Agent Brian Davis this afternoon. Sergeant Jennifer Falmina is also present in the courthouse and prepared to testify if we get to her today as well. Following her testimony, which we believe will carry into tomorrow, if we do get to her today, that will close the presentation of the evidence on the part of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander.
What about Lance Twiggs' testimony?
Maybe they feel they don't need it.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Michael Berg for Mr. Robinson. Judge, we have two remaining witnesses, Miss Oliver from the ATF and Miss Carner also from the ATF.
I like that. That's the ballistic experts.
All right, and to
Experts,
both parties, thank you, I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Do both parties anticipate any issues concluding their case? Obviously, there's variables, cross-examination, and kind of the fog of war that happens in court proceedings, but any party anticipate issues concluding at or before Friday at 5 p.m.
Not from the state, Judge.
Just want to highlight one issue for the court because it may be that the court wants to do some time management. The state is going to proffer a video 1102, a video recorded 1102.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yep.
We have provided the state, I want to say about a day and a half ago, with proposed redactions because we believe that portions of it are not admissible, even in a preliminary hearing. And the way we did that is we provided a transcript and then a redacted version of the transcript of the entire video recorded interview. It may be that the court wants to look at the proposed redactions, not while court is in session, but during some other period of time, because the transcript of the video, which we prepared and we provided to the state so the state could raise any concerns about the accuracy of the transcript. That's not an issue. The admissibility of portions of the video or the issue is about 20 pages, maybe 22 pages. So to use court time for the court to look at the proposed redactions may be an inefficient use of the time. I'm not saying when the court should do it. I'm just saying we may not want to do it between 9 and noon and 1 and 5 tomorrow or Friday. But it's going to come up today. And so the question will be, when does the court want to engage in the process of reviewing the 22-page transcript that has proposed redactions? That's all.
I appreciate the heads up. Mr. Gernander, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, the state has received the proposed redactions, and we are prepared to address them when that time comes. However, we do intend on presenting testimony through Mr. Davis, through Agent Davis, and when we get to that point, when it's ripe for discussion, we can address the matter with the court. That would be our preference.
All right. Well,
Sounds like that will be today that we might get.
And to the defense, with the remaining time, do you feel confident that it is sufficient to accomplish your duty?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Does either party require the benefit of the record before we begin? To the state.
Ryan McBride for the state, Your Honor. Just to address an issue that's come up and we expect to come up as we enter the second half of this preliminary hearing regarding the admission of exhibits. Under Rule 104A, the court must decide preliminary questions about whether the witness is qualified or a privilege exists or evidence is admissible. In so deciding, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence, except those on privilege. And I'm bringing this up again because it's likely to come up and it is going to affect the procedures we use as we go forward. The court holds two roles really at this stage. One is a gatekeeper role on admissibility, and the second is the fact finder role as the magistrate. And I know you've referred to those two roles earlier in this proceeding. And the court, Rule 104A means the court can consider evidence even though its admissibility has not yet been determined in its gatekeeper role. And then after it has been admitted, it can determine the admissible qualities of that evidence or that exhibit. And that is especially relevant at a preliminary hearing where foundational evidence is reliable hearsay under 1102B3. Even at trial, State v. Griffin, which is a 2016 UT 33 Utah Supreme Court case, the court has held that rules of evidence do not apply to evidence used to establish foundation for admission of other evidence. It's a quote from paragraph 33. So the point is, foundational rulings on admissibility can consider evidence that is not in and of itself admissible. That's proper. The second point is the courts of appeals recognize a presumption that the court considers, when acting in its fact-finding role, only the admissible evidence and disregards any inadmissible evidence. Most commonly, that comes up in a bench trial type case where prior bad acts evidence is admitted and it can have dual inferences. State v. Adams was one of those cases. That's 2011 UT App 163. And what it means is we know that a fact finder is not tainted by the judge's role as a gatekeeper, even though the judge as a gatekeeper considers potentially inadmissible evidence. It also means that the court doesn't have to distinguish which hat it's wearing as we go through the proceeding. In this circumstance, this hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury. The state has laid and intends to lay and continue to lay foundation in open court. Such foundation sometimes will include discussion of the actual exhibits rather than just proffers, as well as foundation for the exhibits. Now, I don't think that there's any issue between us and the defense in understanding that kind of statement of the law. I think the issue that has come up is under Rule 104B, determinations of admissibility take place outside the presence of the jury. The defense appears to be assuming the jury to be basically the potential jury pool and trying to avoid the potential taint to a jury pool that discussion of evidence, which may or may not be admissible, may cause. I think that's a fair point. I just want to put the court on notice of our view and how we have and intend to proceed as we move forward. Under 104B, that determination takes place outside of the presence of the jury. Under the rules, there's a presumption that these hearings and this hearing is open to the public, including admissibility hearings. Because of that, we intend to move forward and move the admission of evidence and argue the admission of evidence as in open court. Should the court close the hearing, of course, that would change. But that's because that's the presumption in the law, and that's conforms with 104B. That's our intention, unless the court or counsel moves to close, unless the court or counsel moves to close the hearing. So in summary, the court can and often should consider evidence and review the exhibits before admission. 2, the court is not tainted by doing so and can distinguish between admissible evidence and improper evidence. And there's no need for the court to identify which hat it's wearing. And 3, absent closure, we'll move forward with our evidence in open court.
All right. Well, I'll hear from defense if you want to be heard on that issue. I see you. Okay.
Briefly, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have 2 microphones. I'm just trying to be technologically savvy. I think the 104 issue, I agree completely with Mr. McBride on what he's saying. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Archuleta concerning the availability to the public of exhibits from a preliminary hearing, which of course is a fact-specific inquiry by this court, we will continue to raise concerns about our client's right to a fair trial when we think it's appropriate, and the court will make the rulings it makes. That's all I want to say.
All right. All right, to both parties, the standing request remains when you are moving a piece of evidence into to the record, I ask 3 steps: admissibility, to admit it, to be published in the courtroom, and then to be published on that screen. And I'm going to have the screen adjusted slightly because I want, if it's published, I want it to be meaningfully able to be viewed. And I noticed somebody sent me a screenshot that angle creates an interesting angle that kind of distorts it. So in the interest of, if we're going to be transparent, it should be viewable transparent. So we'll adjust that screen briefly, but please address 3 issues. And I understand one side or the other might say, well, we agree or we don't agree, period. But please, I'm trying to make sure that the record before us is a clean and clear record. So if you would do that, the court would appreciate that. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that compliance is adhered to. With that, turning to the state, you may call your next witness. Yes, I mean, I want the press to be able to see it too, but when it's, there is a bit of a distortion when it's at that particular angle. So while the parties are moving forward, go ahead and adjust it. And let's put a sample image of something that has nothing to do with this case on the screen.
Judge, that's another issue. I don't know that it is projecting yet. And I don't know if we need to take a break to make sure that.
Yep, here, technical difficulties.
Is it not projecting on the monitors?
Classic.
Okay. Technology is challenging us again. Well, what's our thought, staff, on projecting? Is this something that's not going to be cured by turning off and turning on, I'm assuming?
It is what it is.
All right, if you all of you, council table, again, I'm trying to do this to get this out of the way so we can move forward cleanly. If you wouldn't mind turning off your monitor and then turning it back on. And if I could borrow somebody to do that to the witness monitor as well, so we all get them in sync. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And for the lectrum as well, let's just see if we can get that up because that could cause a delay. I just want to knock this out first. Yes. Where would that TV go?
You want to hit supers while they figure this out? This might take a while. I don't think
Let's do
they're
it.
even, they're not even projecting it on the TV yet.
Address any security issues. Let's do that. I just want to make it easy. That way that TV
Yeah,
can
hold
be more flat and it's not a distorted view. And then the media can look at that TV.
Now he's a
Again,
media expert.
transparency needs to be viewable. Not just,
Did you finish all the ones that you started?
We had, hold on, couple more. There was Paul Pearson saying to check your email, Matt. Mark Canner says, do you think Trump will be impeached? Love the show. After the midterms, yes. Now, will it go through for a full impeachment? Who knows? But will they try to impeach him? I think absolutely. Mark says, Clue movie Charlie Kirk edition. Was it Tyler Robinson, the furry, the FBI, the grieving widow, paid person by DJT, Turning Point, or our greatest ally? Could be any other above. JD says, first super chat of the day, just here to remind everyone to work out their calves. Thanks, dude. Thanks, JD. That's a slight. All right, now we're good.
Was that directed at you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I do not have, I'm very tall and my calves are genetically not large. Let's just say that. So it's a running joke.
Yeah, my brother is like 6'6", about 300, solid muscle, and my calves are
No
bigger than
calves.
his.
Yeah, there's no calves on tall boys. So not usually. Hello from Utah, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the coverage. My opinion, 2 to 3 of you guys is the perfect amount. Yeah, we talked about that. 6 was definitely a little overwhelming.
And we're actually going to be swapping throughout the week. So me and Nate will be here every day, but we'll be swapping different guest panelists throughout the week.
Been loving the streams. You guys have killed it. Thank you, Andrea.
Excuse me, I almost coughed. Gina P, thanks for the super. Happy Wednesday. Thanks, Matt, Nate, and Mr. Let Go. And also thanks for being a channel member.
All right, GH says, hello. Great work with these last couple of days. Listening at work here. Have you seen the Misfit Patriots recent video where he put a rifle in his pants and walked around? Might need review. Debunk. Thanks again. That dude, there's no point in taking anything that dude does seriously. I've done it myself. If you want to put a full 30-06 with a long gun scope on it and put it down your pants, you could do it yourself at home and see what it looks like.
voice and have a good record.
All right, for everyone that
There we
missed
go.
it, this is Officer Davis, the one the other guy was referring to over and over again.
Yep.
If you could please state your name
Okay.
and spell your last for the record.
Yeah, it's Brian Davis, Davis.
What is your occupation?
I'm an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with, is it fair to call that SBI?
Correct, yes.
How long have you been with the SBI?
A total 18 years.
I want to briefly go over your experience as a law enforcement officer generally. Actually, are you a law enforcement officer in that capacity?
Yes, correct.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Total of 27 years.
You mentioned you were with SBI for 18, is that right?
Correct, yep.
What other agencies were you with prior to SBI?
So Department of Public Safety, I've been a state trooper for 8 years, 18 years with SBI, and 1 year with the Utah Transit Authority Police.
We've heard talk from other officers about POST. What is POST?
That's Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Did you complete that?
I did.
What year did you complete that?
1999.
Is that a type of certification that you hold?
Yeah, it's a statewide certification that any peace officer in the state of Utah, local, state, county, all go through to become a certified peace or police officer.
Has that certification lapsed or been any gaps in that time since you received it in 1999?
Nope, it's been constant since then.
I want to talk about a bit about your training experience within law enforcement. What roles have you had at SBI?
I began as a call enforcement team. We did covert and overt operations. I was assigned to an ATF, the PSN task force, focusing on violent felons with guns and drugs. I was on a FBI task force, Safe Streets. It was a gang violent crime task force. I was on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Apprehension Team task force. I've been on several different OICI protocol teams, Officer Involved Critical Incident teams around the state of Utah and within SBI. I've been on dozens of those scenes. And within major crimes of SBI, I've been, we've worked a variety of cases. I've worked anything from violent crime, homicides, sex crimes, drug crimes, firearm crimes, white collar crime, fraud. I was also on a task force with a FBI public corruptions task force as well.
Was that all on the job training or did you receive specific training or conferences, things like that?
Yeah, throughout the years, various trainings, conferences for in all those capacities over the years.
You mentioned you've been a part of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Can you estimate how many?
My best guess would be 60 plus, where I've had some involvement. I also currently work on a cold case unit within SBI, so we consult with agencies around the state of Utah, and I've probably consulted on over 50 of those as well in various capacities and roles.
Have you received training specific to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
What types of things have you been trained on in that regard?
Just several different times, week-long course training conferences on homicide, from case studies to how to manage a case. Also, I've been on several trainings with like crime scene investigation. I'm a Faro certified. It's a 3D Faro scan of crime scenes.
What's a Faro scan?
It's a 3D laser imaging that's used pretty commonly on crime scenes. It just accurately documents crime scenes. And I've been on, I'm I've been certified as a forensic interview and the forensic interview technique with more child victims. So just various trainings like that.
You mentioned currently you're a part of the cold case team within SBI?
Correct.
Have you been assigned as part of the investigation into the homicide of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And what is your role? Do you have a specific role in that investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to be a case agent along with Agent Dave Hull.
What does it mean to be a case agent?
Essentially, you manage the case, responsible for it. Ultimately, you direct the case as you go along. You make assignments as needed. Ultimately, everything comes back to you, like in the form of reports, evidence, and such. And then ultimately, you screen that case, if applicable, to the appropriate county attorney or DA.
You mentioned that you are a co-case agent or were with Agent Hull. Is it typical to have two case agents on a case?
It can be especially on a large case, yes.
Has this particular case been large?
Yes, it has.
Have other police agencies been involved in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Who has been designated as the primary investigative agency?
The State Bureau of Investigation is the primary investigating agency.
I know there are probably several or dozens, but what other agencies have you been working with?
FBI, ATF as well, several local state agencies, UVU Police, Orem Police, Utah County Sheriff, Washington County Sheriff, St. George PD, most of all the agencies within Utah County and even others outside of the county. So we've worked with a lot of agencies with this case. It was a pretty large scale investigation.
You mentioned ATF. What does that stand for?
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
Right. I know a lot about what we've. So, as a case agent, have you been in court during this preliminary hearing?
Yes.
You've heard prior testimony?
Yes.
We've talked a lot about the events of September 10th of 2025. I want to direct your attention to September 11th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
I do.
What happened on that day in relation to your investigation?
I spent the day at the command post with various assignments. That evening, it was about 8:30 p.m., I believe, of the 11th. I received a phone call from Sergeant Elsholz requesting that I travel to St. George.
Who is Sergeant Elsholz? What agency is Sergeant Elsholz with?
With SBI.
And he requested that you travel to St. George?
Correct.
What was the reason stated for that?
We received information that an individual was turning himself in or was going to turn himself in to police in regard to his involvement with the incident, the shooting on UVU campus.
And I'm sorry, what time did you get that information, that call?
About 8:30 p.m.
Did you travel down to St. George?
I did.
On what day?
Of September 11th.
Did anyone else go with you?
Yes, so we traveled to the Salt Lake City airport to a hangar there, and we were flown down on a fixed-wing aircraft. It was Sergeant Elsholz, was Agent Folger with FBI, Agent Anderson with FBI, Ryan McBride and myself, and the two pilots.
And who is Ryan McBride?
With the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What time did you arrive in St. George?
We landed probably about 11:30 p.m. at the St. George Airport.
And again, this would be the evening of September 11th, 2025?
That's correct.
Where did you go once you landed in St. George?
There we were transported via ground to the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Did you coordinate at that time with any other law enforcement agencies down in southern Utah?
Oh, we did.
You did?
We did, yeah.
What other agencies?
Well, with FBI as we were traveling, and then along with mainly the Washington County Sheriff's Department, we also have agents with an SBI assigned to the southern Utah area. So working with them as well, just making plans and coordinating resources and manpower and personnel.
And you stated you went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
What time did you arrive there?
Probably somewhere close to midnight, maybe just a little bit before midnight of the 11th.
What happened next?
So we met several other investigators, agents, and detectives there, along with some other prosecutors. There were some federal prosecutors as well that were present. And from there, we began kind of making plans, determining how to handle the situation there.
You mentioned the reason you went down there was you had been told that an individual wanted to turn themselves in.
That's correct.
Did you observe that individual?
I did.
And where was that person at the time?
So when we arrived, we went into the room that we were in. It was one of their office, the cubicles there. On the wall, there was a television monitor where I viewed an individual on that screen that was sitting in one of the soft interview rooms. That room was equipped with audio video recording device. And so I observed him on that screen at that time.
Were you aware, or did you become aware what time that individual arrived at Washington County Sheriff's Office?
I was told he arrived there about 9 p.m. that evening.
And was he with anybody else?
He had been, yeah, he'd come there with his parents and a family friend.
Did you speak with this individual that we've been talking about?
Yes, I did.
Did you get his name?
Yes, we obtained his name and date of birth.
What was his name?
Tyler Robinson.
Did he tell you that himself?
He did.
You mentioned other individuals came there with him. And then you also said that you had kind of coordinated with the team of law enforcement officers that were there. Were those other individuals spoken with by law enforcement?
They were.
Let's go through them. Or I guess, how did that happen? Who was spoken to first of the other individuals?
So Tyler's mother was interviewed by SBI agent Holgreen and FBI agent Cox. And then kind of simultaneously, his father was being interviewed by SBI agent Terry and FBI agent Smith. And also at that time, the family friend Mike Mitchell was interviewed by other agents as well.
And you said that these interviews were being conducted simultaneously?
Yes.
Were you part of the interview with either of Tyler's parents?
Yes. Yes, myself and Agent Folger. Did I misspeak earlier? Myself and Agent Folger interviewed the mother.
All right, let's make sure the record's clear on that. So Agent Folger, what agency is he with?
With FBI.
And yourself interviewed Tyler's mother?
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to make sure the record's clear. Who interviewed Tyler's father?
Yeah, I think I might have misspoke. It was Agent Holgreen, Agent Cox that met with his father.
And then who spoke with family friend Mike Mitchell?
Agent Terry, Agent Smith.
Down in St. George, Washington County Sheriff's Office, was Mr. Robinson detained at that time?
Yes, he was.
Was he formally arrested at that time?
Yeah, after all the interviews were completed, when we talked to everybody, he was formally arrested at that time.
And I'm going to come back to that in a second. Excuse me, where did the arrest take place?
At the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
And what date did that happen on?
Would have been September 12th. It was about 4 a.m., I believe, of September 12th.
All right, I want to show just on your screen, not for public yet, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you're able to see that.
Okay, it's there.
Before I ask you about that, did you have an opportunity to, you stated that you observed Mr. Robinson at Washington County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, could I have a moment with Ms. Hunt? May I have a moment with Ms. Hunt?
You may.
You're just going to do the redacted version.
We can hear you, bud.
I was going to say, I heard that.
Whoa. He said something about redacted.
Yeah, they're talking about the transcript that's coming up.
We have. Thank you for the heads up.
At Washington County Sheriff's Office, where you initially observed Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was in a room. Is that room equipped with video recording?
Yes, it is.
Is that standard practice for a facility like that to have video recording in such a room?
Yes, very, very common.
Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And in your review of that video, does it fairly and accurately depict Mr. Robinson at that time?
It does.
You see on your screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the interview room in which Mr. Robinson was seated and waiting.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15.
This is a video they said they lost or
Ms.
didn't
Hunt,
have.
And the other two steps, what's your request?
Interesting.
We would ask to admit it into evidence. We have, defense counsel and I have agreed upon, I guess, redaction of the video. And I would ask to publish it both to the courtroom and to the media.
Mr. Novak?
It's silent, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Hunt is correct. The state had originally proposed a longer image with audio, and we've agreed to a shorter image without audio. And so we're fine with all three steps as to this exhibit.
All right. Does the
Interesting.
review this to make sure that what's queued up comports with what you believe? If not, we can move forward. I just want to allow all parties the opportunity to double check.
Let me just confer with my paralegal.
Why did the sound just get super quiet?
Yeah, it's like it just disappeared.
Everybody's quiet, including the judge.
I'm trying to see if we got any more hot mics.
Yeah, because you can hear.
We got hot mics, y'all.
Well, you can hear the sibilants. You can hear the S's.
Now, it's interesting that both the defense and prosecution are in agreement not to
Has no audio, so
show
we would
this.
like to admit and publish it at this time.
All right. State's Exhibit 15 is admitted pursuant to discussion and may be published in the courtroom and may be recorded or transmitted electronically. Just
And
All right,
Your
here's
Honor,
the
of
video.
course, this is subject to all of the objections which have been previously reserved in writing and
See a blanket?
reiterated over the last couple of days.
What is that, a waiting room?
We need to start over with that today.
Yeah, hold up.
thank you.
Why is it so damn
appreciate
quiet?
that.
I
know
have this turned all the way
standing
up.
Objection by defense as previously made.
They're having audio issues in the
That
courtroom.
objection is overruled and this exhibit is admitted.
And in this case, it wouldn't be the 1102 issues, it would be the electronic media coverage of the proceeding.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. All right, with that, to the media, can you view that screen okay? All right, State's Exhibit 15 may be played.
And Agent
And
Davis,
that
who are
objection
we
is over.
seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with that's like I believe it's like maybe the Hurley symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with no graphics. It's blue jeans and gray and white tennis shoes. I believe they're Converse style tennis shoes.
Did it show his face?
Thank you. Was Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was arrested in the early hours of September 12th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office or was he taken somewhere else?
No, he was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property taken from him, clothing, anything like that?
The only thing that was, so prior to like our arriving to the St. George, to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and taken from his person. But that was the only thing that was taken from him at that time.
After he was transported to Utah County Jail, were any personal items taken from him?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
After a search warrant was granted, his clothing was recovered, along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand. Those are all collected from him.
And sorry, you may have already stated when did he arrive in Utah County?
We arrived at the Utah County Jail about 7 a.m. on the 12th, September 12th, and he was formally booked in at about 8 a.m. of that morning, and then I was the booking officer.
What does it mean to be the booking officer?
I filled out the necessary paperwork essentially with the jail, which gives the individuals personal identification of the charges, the probable cause statement, and then it's signed and submitted to the system.
All right, I want to talk a bit about search warrants, some of the search warrants that were executed in this case. As part of the investigation, were search warrants obtained specifically for areas in southern Utah?
Yes, they were.
And obviously do not give me exact addresses, but generally for what locations?
It was the residence of Tyler Robinson and the residence of his parents.
Were those warrants executed?
They were.
By whom?
The residence of Tyler Robinson was a team led by Sergeant Famawina with SBI, along with the Utah State Crime Lab. And the residence of his parents was a team led by the FBI, their evidence response team.
Are you aware of what date or dates, if applicable, those warrants were executed?
Yeah, September 12th. I believe Tyler's residence, they started the search warrant about 8 o'clock in the morning. And then his parents' residence, they started about 4 p.m. Of September 12th.
So to be clear, you've stated who was involved in executing those warrants. Were you physically present for the execution of either of those warrants?
No, I was not.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Robinson lived with anyone else at that residence at the time?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Lance Twiggs.
And we won't get too into it right now. We'll cover this with Sergeant Faumina, but did you receive information from officers involved in those execution of those warrants about what, if anything, had been found?
Yes, I did.
All right, turning to another area. As part of this investigation, you have previously mentioned that a family friend came in initially with the Robinsons. Who was that family friend?
His name was Mike Mitchell.
And who is he in relation to the Robinsons?
So he's a family friend, a good family friend.
And what was his involvement here?
So he helped facilitate working with Tyler and his parents with the sheriff's department for Tyler to turn himself in.
And I believe you mentioned previously that law enforcement conducted an interview with Mr. Mitchell.
They did.
Remind us when that interview occurred.
So that was the early morning hours of September 12th at the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
And I know you've already stated, but remind me who was present for that interview.
That one was Agent Terry and Agent Smith.
What agencies are they with?
Terry's with SBI and Smith is with FBI.
Are you aware if a second interaction or statement was collected from Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
When did that happen?
It was March 31st of this year.
Who was present at that time?
It was Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, Kimberly Derfler, and Agent Chris Terry with SBI.
You mentioned Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, and Kimberly Derfler. What office do they work for?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
And you mentioned Agent Chris Terry.
Yes.
So you were not present for this collection of this statement?
No, I was not.
Have you communicated with Agent Chris Terry about how this happened?
Yes, I have.
How did this happen?
So all those individuals met with Mike Mitchell at the St. George court office, courthouse there. They met and discussed briefly. I was going to kind of talk generally about the situation. From there, Mr. Mitchell was given a handwritten 1102 paper statement, and he left the room, went into a separate office by himself, was there for about an hour where he hand wrote a statement, filled the statement out. When that was complete, he came back into the room where the others were waiting and provided that 1102 statement to them.
We've heard quite a bit about 1102 statements. Sounds like there's an official form that is used. What's present on that form, if you know?
There's an admission or warning given on those forms that states that the information you're giving is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. That any false statement that is given or may be given would be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor.
Aside from that being written on the form, are you aware if this admonition was discussed with Mr. Mitchell?
It was.
Do you know by whom?
Yeah, Ryan McBride provided that admonition to him.
And you stated that Mr. Mitchell then went into a separate room for about an hour and wrote his statement down?
Correct.
Did anyone, including prosecutors or law enforcement, direct him what to say?
Foundation objection. Personal knowledge.
Would you like to respond, Ms. Hunt?
I can lay a little more foundation.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection for now, and Ms. Hunt is moving forward with laying more foundation.
You discussed with Agent Chris Terry about how this statement was obtained.
Yes.
Did he mention anything to you about anyone directing Mr. Mitchell about what to say or what to include in the form?
No, I spoke to him personally and reviewed his report also.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 14.1. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Okay, I see it.
What is that?
This is the written 1102 statement that was provided by Mr. Mike Mitchell.
Your Honor, may I have a minute with Ms. Hunt? The same purpose.
So, hey, real quick, I've seen a lot of people say this, the timeline here. He talked about 4 a.m. Guys, that's not when he was detained. That's when they said he was formally arrested. So keep in mind, Tyler could have been at that police station for 6-7 hours being interrogated before they decide to make the formal arrest, right? So keep that in mind.
We need to know when they took the cell phone. I didn't catch that piece.
Well, that would have been it would have been when he came into the police department and been
I don't think that's
detained.
what he said. I think it says before they went to Utah County. We'll have to go back and check that.
They definitely just not going to let him just have his cell phone while they're interrogating him. So that would be bizarre. But anyway, he was definitely at the sheriff's department well before 4 a.m. I just want you guys to understand that, right?
Yeah, it says he was at 8:30 p.m. Well, 9 p.m. Sorry. So from 9
Sorry, Judge,
p.m.
if I could
on,
just have
he
a
was
moment.
there.
You may.
Yeah, around 9, I think he said. The actual going into the station.
Yeah, 8:30. He got the message someone was going to turn themselves in, and then around 9 p.m. it looks like it's the time. Just double checking. I took notes.
We also be good to see the video timestamps of that.
Yeah,
to actually show that. Not well, it was around this time. Around this time doesn't mean a whole lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tyler arrived around 9 p.m. that evening with his parents and Mike Mitchell. Tyler was
I
officially
apologize, Your
detained.
Honor. I misspoke. It's not 14.1.
On the 12th at 4
It's just Exhibit 14.
Okay.
So if we can place that again on the screen for the witness only. Yes. And sorry, we had been scrolling through that. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does it depict, is it fair and accurate from what you remember?
Yeah, with the exception of the redactions, yes, it's fair and accurate.
And Judge, I'll make a record. Defense counsel and I have stipulated on the redactions that are present. I would move for its admission, State's Exhibit 14, into evidence, but we do not wish to publish it either to the courtroom gallery
Welcome, Jesse.
or the cameras.
All right.
Thanks,
can I
guys.
give it what
Quite the afternoon.
is the unredacted version. So I want to review it before I make that decision.
All right. Well, while they're reviewing this stuff, you can give us the short version of your afternoon, if you
Oh,
want.
dude, so I met with I met with Pete. Something happened to the stream. It got like zapped. Literally, I'll tell you guys that's offline. Actually, it was like, and then all my internet went down. Whatever. And then anyway, I talked to him. We're gonna finish it tomorrow.
I wonder why.
I showed him a picture of the Clinton painting and asked about it.
What did he say?
I'll tell you guys offline. But
yeah.
yeah, no, like
We can take it offline.
it's gonna be good though. Like it's gonna be really good. We're finishing it tomorrow. But I had like, you know, I have a little bit of time now, and then I got to go meet Alex Jones for the Sean Johnson podcast later. Who I think Sean Johnson's on my team. I think that's why they invited me on there. I'm not 100% sure but that's who I think Alex told me told him he thought it was fake from the beginning. So we'll see.
Hey Jesse, this is the supposedly Tyler Robinson when he turned himself in at Washington County. This is his back right here.
Have they showed him walk?
Yeah, a ton.
How does he
Wait, they show him walk?
like
Yeah. When using the parking structure and stuff, of course.
No, that person versus the other person.
you know, yeah. Like I'm saying, did it look like Tyler was a toe walker?
It's redacted. It's short
we
version.
never really see it yet.
They redacted his toes.
Could we even see his face at all in the footage of the sheriff's department?
Looks like no.
It's like,
because that's the problem. We need
we
something.
ever going to see what he looks like on a security camera?
Noting the standing objections by defense concerning 1102's court
Dude, fix his mic.
accepts into evidence states Exhibit 14 and pursuant to the parties is not published.
The judge is way quieter than everyone else.
Thanks, Judge.
They're all quiet now.
All right, I want to move on to another topic. You've stated that you've been present for the duration as the case agent of the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
We heard testimony yesterday about turning to the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
Here comes the bullshit.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
We need to
How do you
mark that
know
down.
Hold on.
that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Write that down.
Yeah, that's.
Are you
huge.
aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the LOSI building is, it's a building directly kind of south and east of there, from the LOSI.
Southeast from the LOSI building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit.
See this.
East and a little bit south, and mostly east.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben
we'll see
Schneider,
about
was not
that.
a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
There you go, Nate.
What?
That's my theory.
No,
Second shooter with a 223 on a different platform.
Tile and as a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you
That's
No.
literally my theory.
223
Way.
bullet found
Hold
on
up.
top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes,
And how do you know that?
it was still intact. Still had the primer had not been it was not dented up and fired. It still had the bullet projectile in the end, still sealed.
Did you observe this bullet personally, or is this information you're getting from Agent Snyder?
From Agent Ben Schneider.
Dude, I have a
Right,
lot
turning
to
to a
say
different
whenever we hit a
topic.
pause.
And Judge, I'm aware that there are going to be some objections about this that we'll have to address, but I just want to lay a little bit of foundation first before we get there. You've mentioned him already. Are you familiar with an individual named Lance Twiggs?
Yes, I am.
Oh my God.
And who is he in regards to this investigation?
He's the roommate of Tyler Robinson.
Was he interviewed as part of this investigation?
He was
How many times?
2 times.
When was the first time?
The first time was the early morning hours of September 12th, and that occurred at St. George Police Department.
So we've heard of several people coming in and being spoken with at Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Mr. Twiggs was spoken with at St. George PD.
Correct.
Do you know who was present for that interview?
It was FBI agents Larson and Agent Ling.
Are you aware of Mr. Twiggs' buccal swab was taken at that time?
I don't recall happening there. I believe it happened later. I'd have to, but it did occur. That was obtained from him.
Okay. But you're not sure if it happened on the 12th?
I don't recall if it was there or later at his residence. But
Ultimately, a buccal swab was obtained from Mr. Twiggs?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if his phone was taken from him?
It was.
When did that happen?
So it was during that interview with FBI at St. George Police Department. They conducted an interview of him, and then he provided his phone. He did it voluntarily also, provided it to those agents.
And that would have been on September 12th, 2025?
Correct.
You mentioned a second interview of Mr. Twiggs.
There was a second interview, yes.
When did that take place?
April 20th of this year.
Where was that?
Happened at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Who was present at that second interview?
It was Mr. Twiggs with his attorney, Jill Cottrell. It was Lauren Hunt, Sam Peed with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ryan McBride, Sergeant L. Schulz, well, now it's Lieutenant L. Schulz, and myself.
We've talked about two interviews of Mr. Twiggs, one on the morning of September 12th, 2025, second on April 20th, 2026. Are you aware if both of those interviews were recorded?
They were.
Have you reviewed those recordings?
I have.
Before Mr. Twiggs' interview on April 20th, 2026, well, first let me ask you this. Are you aware of what use immunity means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's a letter that the use of immunity is essentially giving the individual during the limited time of their statement, they're given that immunity from statements that are made in regard to an incident. But it does not preclude them from prosecution from evidence that would be known or found then or later outside of that interview. It just gives them that limited immunity during the type of the interview.
Okay, so for any statements made during the interview, they're given immunity for that, but they're not generally prohibited from being potentially prosecuted outside of that interview. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Was Mr. Twiggs given use immunity?
Yes, he was.
By what offices?
The Utah County Attorney's Office, as well as the United States Attorney's Office.
You mentioned that both of Mr. Twiggs' interviews were recorded. Have you reviewed those recordings?
Yes, I have.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
Yes, they do.
We've talked about 1102 statements. We've talked about a form, and you talked about that there's an admonition on there that warns that if false statements are given pursuant to 1102, then that person may be subject to a Class A misdemeanor. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a similar admonition given to Mr. Twiggs during his second or before his second interview on April 20th, 2026?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
By Ryan McBride with the Utah County Attorney's Office.
And again, you were present for that interview?
I was.
Did Mr. Twiggs say that he understood that admonition?
He did, yep. Yes.
Was he told that the April 20th, 2026 interview was being taken in lieu of him having to come and testify at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
All right, Judge, I'm aware that defense counsel has objections to this recorded 1102. I think now is probably a good time to address them. But I do have, I guess, I understand that they are suggesting redactions to the video. I have some procedural objections first. And if Your Honor sustains those, I think it may make the substance of the statements or the objections or the redactions that defense is proposing moot. So I'm wondering if Your Honor will entertain my responses procedurally first before we get into the substance of what defense is objecting to. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if you want to move it, because right now nothing's before me.
Yes. Well, what I want to move, so defense is proposed about a day and a half ago. They created a transcript. Mr. Novak has proffered this earlier to Your Honor. On April, and I'll give you a little more proffer. On April 28th, 2026, the Utah County Attorney's Office provided this recorded 1102 statement of Mr. Twiggs to defense counsel. They have acknowledged the receipt and mentioned the recorded statement at previous hearings. In fact, they even filed a brief that Your Honor has decided about whether 1102 can be applicable to Mr. Twiggs at this hearing, which Your Honor has ruled upon. Monday at about 4 p.m., defense counsel sent us a transcript that was prepared by the defense team, and it had significant redactions that they were suggesting. It was about a 21-page transcript, and their suggested redactions are approximately 11 pages of it. In total, redactions appear on 16 of the 21 pages. My procedural objections to this are that this is essentially by surprise. We were already a day into the preliminary hearing. Defense counsel had been aware since at least April 28th, 2026, when the recorded 1102 of Mr. Twiggs was provided to them, that is how we intended to proceed. And like I said, they had already briefed the 1102 issue as it relates to Mr. Twiggs. At that time, they did not raise any objections to the substance of it or propose any redactions that they wished. And yeah, frankly, it's by surprise, and it's at this point disrupting the hearing. It's not, I did mention that defense prepared a transcript of this recorded interview, how the state intended to present it and how we have given it in discovery to defense it's a video, audio and visual. Making redactions to that is not as simple as a transcript where you can just, block out sections of the text. So it's far more complicated than that to edit or redact portions of the video at this time. So we would object procedurally, basically on the timeliness of it, that they had an opportunity to make these objections if they had them at the time when the 1102 issue in regards to Lance Twiggs was briefed and decided by Your Honor. They did not do that or raise the issue at this time. And so we would object just procedurally on those grounds. Additionally, the remedy requested, which I'm assuming is that we make redactions to the video or present it as a transcript rather than a video, is disproportionate. Even assuming if there are isolated statements that the court would not ultimately consider, again, as Mr. McBride pointed out, and as Your Honor has stated throughout this hearing, this is a preliminary hearing to the court. It's not to the jury. The court is fully capable of disregarding any statement it determines exceeds the proper scope. As Mr. McBride cited this morning, several cases give Your Honor that authority and presumption that judges are able to basically make the difference between what's admissible evidence and disregard what may not be at a preliminary hearing or even at a bench trial. State v. Adams is one of those cases. If Your Honor wants the citation, again, I'm happy to give it. State v. Featherson is another one. That one is 781 P2D 424. State v. Hannigan is another one, 2014 UT App 165. And State v. Rosecrans 2024 UT App 128. And those cases all stand for the notion that essentially judges, and this is to quote from Rosecrans, judges are not subject to many of the same concerns about prejudices and improper influences as jurors. And so again, procedurally, the remedy asking us to now in the middle of a week-long preliminary hearing of which everyone was aware, edit or alter or redact portions of this video recording 1102, that remedy is disproportionate. If there are any potentially objectionable statements within that, Your Honor has the ability to disregard those. And so we would prefer not to get into the substance and argue each statement line by line. And we would prefer to just move for its admission and have the court use its discretion as a judge to take what's proper versus improper, disregard anything the court might find improper. If we would like to move into substantive objections, then we're happy to, but if the court can rule on those procedural objections first, it may make any substantive objections moot.
All right, so you're moving into evidence Stacy Exhibit 16.
Yes.
And as it relates to publication, what is your request?
So, Judge, we believe, and I believe this has been discussed before on the record, that the state is in agreement that the media should not have the ability to handle or replicate certain exhibits. Because it's video, Mr. Twiggs is shown certain exhibits. So we would agree that this should not be captured by cameras and projected by the media outside of the courtroom. But we would like at least the audio and maybe even the video within the courtroom itself to be captured. Is the state?
Why doesn't the prosecution
I
want
want to
that?
make sure I
shown?
understand. So your request is that the video not be projected and captured by the video camera, but the video and audio is played in the courtroom and the audio is able to be transmitted, just not the video via the camera. Is that my understanding?
Why?
Correct. That's the state's position.
All right. And in regards to this exhibit,
Deny it.
is in the, as states Exhibit 16, is there any portion of that recorded statement that occurred before the 1102 warning was given?
No, this is the prosecution, guys. She's part
Not
of the prosecution.
that we are presenting today.
Okay. All right. Turning to the defense, Mr. Novak.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hunt.
Let's see what he says.
So I'm going to address first, Your Honor, what Ms. Hunt describes as the procedural issues with our proposed redactions. Many weeks ago, the state lodged their anticipated exhibits with the court. And then the court said, I'm not going to review them. In fact, I'm returning them. I'm sorry. The court said that the court is returning the exhibits to the state. So there is no moment to make objections to an exhibit which the court is not inclined to entertain until the moment, as the court has said many times, until the exhibit is presented. And so what we have done is we have given the state, it's only a 20-page transcript, excuse me, it's only a 20-page transcript.
His laptop?
We have given the state a transcript we prepared ahead of time so that the state could make sure that the transcript is accurate. The state has never said that the transcript is inaccurate, so I'm going to assume for purposes of the moment that the state doesn't have any dispute that the transcript is an accurate transcription of Mr. Twiggs' recorded 1102 interview. There's no surprise here. there's been all of Monday evening, all of Tuesday, this morning. In fact, the state informed me yesterday morning that they don't agree to the redactions. So there's no surprise here. And we're actually doing exactly what the court signaled should be done, which is at the time an exhibit is proffered, objections shall be made. This wouldn't be as much of a problem if Ms. Hunt had just said to Your Honor, following Archuleta, and in light of the electronic coverage of this proceeding, and in light of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, the court will consider those portions of the exhibit which are admissible, and the court will not consider those portions which it determines are not admissible, but it will not be broadcast either audio or video. So that becomes a problem because the categories of objections that we have to this video recording, I'm going to talk about a little bit so that the court understands why Ms. Hunt's suggestion that the entirety of an exhibit, which may not be admissible under the rules of evidence at a preliminary hearing, be played in open court, and that the audio be captured by electronic media and broadcast. Because of our client's right to a fair trial, that's a problem. And I don't want to sound flippant, but this is actually the Ryan McBride 1102. The vast majority of this video is Mr. McBride testifying and Mr. Twiggs agreeing.
Oh.
If we were in a courtroom, it would be a leading examination, virtually from start to finish. I don't want to say that every single statement by Mr. Twiggs is just an affirmation of what Mr. McBride says. But
so they asked him the questions and he just said yes. So they fed him exactly what they wanted him to agree to.
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Mr. McBride,
oh, they're going to cook him on cross
as to what other exhibits that this court will see say. So there are 2 other exhibits that this court will be asked to receive into evidence today, which are text messages and a group chat. I'm just going to distinguish between the 2. And so this 1102 statement is basically Mr. McBride saying, and then the chat says this, and then the chat says that, and then the chat says this. He's basically testifying as to what the exhibits say.
Ooh,
so
okay,
in some ways, the 1102, those portions of the 1102 violate the best evidence rule, because I have no doubt that those 2 things that I just talked about are going to be presented to the court by the state. There are also portions of this 1102 which are not relevant and really implicate Mr. Twiggs' privacy rights. And I am not Mr. Twiggs' counsel. As Ms. Hunt said, he has counsel. I don't know if he's, well, I don't want to speculate. But it's not relevant. There are portions of it which are not relevant. And there are portions of it which I think, especially to be broadcast, implicate other privacy interests. So I'm not trying to create complications, and I'm definitely not trying to take the state by surprise, because I went to great lengths to provide the state with a transcript, with a proposed redacted transcript. And in fact, today, we prepared to make it easier on the state and actually on Your Honor. Instead of having redactions with big black sections, we highlighted them instead. So if the court wants to look at our proposed redactions, the court can do that without having to compare 2 documents. The other thing I want to say is that if the court did order ultimately that portions of it would be broadcast in any way, in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, we're not trying to change the state's exhibit from a video with audio to a transcript. The transcript is really being used as a tool to address the inadmissible portions of the video, because there's no way to communicate to the court efficiently which portions of a video we think are not admissible. It's much easier to do it on paper. So the transcript is just a tool. We have the ability right here in this courthouse to cut the video into the pieces that the court deems admissible. Mr. Ellis tells me it'll probably take a couple hours at the most. So maybe that's also not a concern. There's no delay associated with this in light of the fact that it's Wednesday and this court is going to conclude this hearing by Friday afternoon. So I've gone beyond the procedural issues. I've addressed that we think portions of it are not admissible. There's no surprise. We've followed exactly what the court has signaled, which is I don't want to hear about exhibits until we're in the middle of the hearing, and I don't want to hear objections about it till we're in the middle of the hearing. The litigation over whether Section 1102 is constitutional under Mr. Robinson's federal due process rights and the other rights that were addressed, that litigation does not mean that we should have brought to the court proposed redactions to an exhibit in a hearing which hasn't started yet, in a hearing in which the state hadn't until 20 minutes ago even proffered an exhibit. So I understand that the state wants to avoid the substance by trying to short circuit this with a procedural argument. And Ms. Hunt is a very excellent advocate for her client. But the reason why the state is going to the procedural issue is because because the exhibit contains significant content that is not admissible, even in a preliminary hearing.
I love when attorneys do that when they're up against
But I do
female
want to
attorneys.
say that if the court concluded that only Your Honor was going to review this exhibit and the Archuleta rule would be extended to this exhibit, including that it's not going to be broadcast, then I think that we have a different path toward the efficient resolution of this issue.
All right.
Does that make sense, Your Honor?
I believe I understand what you're saying. So let me respond to you before I go to Ms. Hunt. So going to your first point in regards to what this court's position and not looking at the exhibits, that doesn't preclude any party from filing a motion in limine, which is anticipated before anything is moved into evidence. Typically, motions in limine are used by either side on anticipated exhibits or that may come into court, and that allows pre-litigation. So I want to clarify that the court statement, like I'm not looking at the exhibits, is far different than what the parties choose to do and file in regards to a motion in limine. But going to I really want to go to what you've talked about. What specific objections are you making? I want to make sure the request is clear so I can rule specifically on that. What exactly, I think I understand some of them, but I wish for you to articulate what are your objections to State's Exhibit 16?
Significant. We could do it line by line or page by page. I know we have had hearings in this matter where the court has wanted to look at transcripts line by line, word by word. We're prepared to do that, but I'm going to give the court categories.
Thank you.
Without referring to specific portions. There are many portions of it which are not the statement of Mr. Twiggs. They're Mr. McBride testifying on video as to what other exhibits say. And Mr. Twiggs is saying, yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
So he read the text messages to him.
Let me interrupt you. I just want to categorize it and put it in a box. So what is the what objection under the rules of evidence is that specifically? What are you boxing that as?
Well, first of all, it's counsel testifying. Second of all, it's hearsay. It's Mr. McBride's out-of-court statements as to what an exhibit says. There's a best evidence rule, which I'm sure the court is familiar with, which is that the best evidence of what an exhibit says is the exhibit. So we may have a little bit of a cart before the horse here,
sure,
because there are two exhibits that I'm very confident are coming. There are portions which are not relevant. There are portions which I believe are inadmissible when the court balances under 403 the probative value versus the prejudicial value, especially in light of the manner in which this hearing is being broadcast. So we have improper testimony by counsel. We have the best evidence rule, which I think also includes hearsay. We have relevance issues, and we have 403 issues. And so, but what I'm saying is that those are all things that this court can manage, as Ms. Hunt and Mr. Bride have taught us today, in terms of the court's preliminary assessments, the court's role as a magistrate, and the Archuleta rules that allow this court to decide certain exhibits will not be viewed or heard by the public because it interferes with Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial.
Thank you.
And I heard exactly what the court said about the in limine situation, but I do want to just say this, and I hope this is taken in the right spirit. If this court had said to us, I'm returning the exhibits, but if any party has any objections to any exhibits, I want to hear about that before the hearing, we certainly would have done so. And I think that it's probably for counsel a suggestion about how future hearings where there are many or complex exhibits, because there will be such hearings, should be handled, which is we can do in limines before the hearing begins so that the court knows these exhibits, there are no disputes. These exhibits, there are disputes. These are the disputes. And we don't have to waste courtroom time bringing the court up to speed on what those concerns are. It can all be briefed ahead of time. And we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Well, going to the last point, let me be clear on the record that I don't intend to interfere with the duties of either party. It is not my job to say, well, here's what you should do, here's what you shouldn't do. I'm independent. I'm not team prosecution, team defense. And so I will not dictate how you run your case. Obviously, if it goes against certain rules, constitutional rights, statutes, case law, I will weigh in, but I never want to put my finger on and say, well, Mr. Novak, here's what I think you should do, or to the state, Mr. McBride, here's what I think you should do. That goes outside my role, and I will not deviate from my role, which is not to interfere with the business of counsel. And I'm fortunate as a district court judge that I have very experienced attorneys who I have watched and have done an excellent job. And your experience, as I stated on I believe in the Pro Hoc Vice, highly experienced attorneys.
Yeah, this lawyer is very good.
Highly experienced attorneys on prosecution. And so I do not want to
And
get
he's
into
fair.
the business of saying, here's what you should do. I hear what you're saying, but I want to be clear from this point on, in case there's any ambiguity, the court does not need to go into the business of dictating what you feel is in the best interest of your client to the state, what is in the best interest of your client. I
guarantee this judge was a phenomenal lawyer before he became a judge.
Clarifies any ambiguity that may exist.
There was no ambiguity. I don't think that what I was conceptualizing puts the court's finger on anybody's scales. I think it's really about case management. And now I think we're moving pretty far away.
He's genuinely listening to everything they say, too.
If it's a 102 statement, and we could have a conversation later if the court wants to, it's up to the court, about case management issues. But as I said before, if I say anything else, I'm going to be repeating myself. So I'm just going to stop.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Appreciate your thoughts. Ms. Hunt.
You guys are right. I didn't even think that judge is a powerhouse for sure.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And as I tried to parse out, obviously we have procedural objections, which may, depending on how the court rules, make the substantive objections moot or unnecessary.
What's her name? Do you guys know her name?
To Mr. Novak's point about this not being by surprise.
Mrs. Hunt.
Yes, to be fair, he did send me a transcript with proposed redactions Monday, I believe at about 4 p.m. it was not accompanied by any objections that he actually had. So we had to compare the transcripts and to our best guess, come up with what the substantive objections may be. I am ready to respond to what I believe they may be. And obviously he's now given categories. But I think we're now at the point where the court needs to exercise its ability and obligation under Rule 104A to decide a preliminary question about whether evidence is admissible. But before we do that, because to argue the substantive objections, I want to actually get into the substance of it. And so I think we need to consider whether this is going to be a closed hearing. And then probably, I don't know, I'm assuming the media attorneys will want to weigh into that, because I do want to quote specific sections to be able to advocate for my position, the state's position on this. I think we will need to get into the meat of what is actually stated here. And so I think the court needs to decide if this is going to be an open or a closed hearing, and hear from the media or any other parties that need to weigh in on that.
Are they actually proposing that the main trial would not be televised, like all of it?
No. That's not what they're saying. They're saying this specific video would be potentially looked at in a closed hearing specific.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I was thinking the same thing.
As your honor knows from conducting jury trials and other types of proceedings, sidebars are not for the public. They're not for the public in real time, and they're not for the public subsequently. It is very standard that sidebar proceedings where information is only to be exchanged between counsel for the parties and the court are conducted at sidebar so that witnesses, jurors, members of the public don't hear about those things. And so we are assuming that if the court wants to do this in what we would call sidebar or in a closed hearing, that the transcript of that is going to remain at least temporarily sealed until these proceedings conclude or the court conducts some closure analysis on a topic by topic basis. So that's what sidebars are about, whether it's done in a closed hearing or in an open hearing through whisper. The public, potential witnesses, jurors, potential jurors don't get to hear what the court decides needs to be addressed in a manner which protects the parties' rights.
All right.
What's he going to decide? Oh, we got to have the media's lawyer.
If I may, Michael Judd on behalf of the media. A request to close a court proceeding isn't a sidebar, and calling it a sidebar doesn't make it one. The court knows the rules at this point. Any attempt to close a hearing requires that the court engage in some sort of hearing about that closure that is open to the public. It can't be done in whisper. That can't be done with the cameras off. There are occasions where a court may find it necessary to put.
Is that Nick Fuentes?
A conversation about whether or not that happens.
He looks like he's about 19 years old.
He's working for us, though.
I don't want to belabor.
It looks like if Fuentes and Ben Shapiro had a kid together.
At issue
he's not
here.
working for us. He's working for mainstream media.
I'd like to find common ground. It appears
he's posing like he's working for us, and he's probably a double agent throwing it on purpose.
Is that everybody seems to believe that the video interview that is at issue here is very important. And that, of course, makes people want to invoke protections, invoke closures. From the media's perspective, from the public's perspective, of course, that pushes the other direction. There may be moments of this preliminary hearing. There may be exhibits that do not present significant pillars of support for the decision that the court will ultimately be called on to make as a gatekeeper and as a magistrate. It seems to me, I haven't seen this video. The public hasn't seen this video. It seems to me that this appears likely to be one of those pillars on which the state intends to base its case and on which the court's ultimate decision will likely rest. That counsels in favor of access, in favor of publication, in favor of allowing the public to see the work that the court is doing and why it's doing it. I recognize Archuleta has been invoked. We respect and understand Archuleta. Respectfully, Archuleta, at least part of its reasoning is based on something very different than putting something on a screen. In Archuleta, there was a request to say, hey, is there a murder weapon? Are there crime scene photos? Can we come handle those, right? Can we look at them? Can we turn them over in our hands? And part of the reasoning in Archuleta was we're worried about that will impact the quality of the evidence and the obligation everybody has to keep that evidence reliable and safe. Putting something on the screen doesn't present any of those sorts of risks. Because this is so important. So this interview appears to be such a critical piece of the case being presented here in this courtroom today. The media's position is that it should be shown on the screen and that the public should be allowed to see it as well. To the extent there's any sort of compromise at all, the one that is presented by the state, which would allow the public to monitor and oversee and understand and comprehend and assist with the work being done by the court, then something like the state has provided, which is we allow the audio to play. If there is some sort of, it sounds to me like what the state is saying is there's some sort of witness privacy issue that would be served by turning that video off.
Okay, I like this guy. I take it back.
Maximalist advocates on behalf of the media would always want that video to be on, but I recognize that may be a reasonable compromise. But the idea of shutting the courtroom down to argue about closure or keeping this recording from the people in the courtroom who are allowed here, the victim representatives, the media representatives, the public itself, is simply a non-starter, I believe, under the rules that govern this proceeding. We ask the court to keep this as open as possible. And if there is any sort of narrowing of the public's right of access here, that it be done only in the narrowest way possible, and that it be based only upon recognized interests. And finally, I would say, Your Honor, to the extent that I hear any sort of real counter interest at all, it continues to be a fair trial interest. Take that important. We recognize that its importance. We take it seriously. The court has also over and over again recognized what the right approach to that is to say there are mechanisms in place under Algier to say we do an expanded voir dire, we do a jury questionnaire. We can handle those counter interests. And on behalf of the media and the public, I'd ask that the court handle this dispute that way.
Thank you. Any further comment?
Actually, he looked like he was about 50 when he turned around.
All right. Mr. Novak.
Only
that was pretty good.
That I want to make an additional assertion about why the court should handle this exhibit pursuant to Archuleta. But I want to make that argument a sidebar because the whole point is to protect my client's right to a fair trial. And by making part of this argument in open court, it's a self-defeating exercise. So when the court resolves whether it will hear from us at sidebar, we're prepared to do that.
All right. The issue is sidebar is public because the transcript's open. So just because the parties request sidebar and the court invokes the white noise, that doesn't make it private. It simply obscures the noise in the courtroom because that goes in the transcript unless it's a closed hearing. So
Then we would like to have a very brief closed hearing to lodge another objection about the publication of this, of any portion of this exhibit, of certain portions of this exhibit beyond Your Honor's eyes. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. All right. Right now, what we're going to go ahead and do, and what I want to do is I want to look at the redactions that you're proposing and take a look at that. And it's also a perfect time to take a break because we need to bring in potentially for future exhibits. So that's going to give 15 minutes. I want to review that so I can be brought up to speed because the
Well,
dude. Okay, first of all,
that guy cooked.
The guy, there's a 223 on another roof.
Mm-hmm. That was literally, I went on, you can go back and check my first episode with Alex Jones on day 3 of this.
Oh, I believe it.
My literal, just before I knew anything, before it was sketchy, was I felt like it was more likely you had a secondary shooter in a different location that actually made the angle of the gunshot work, most likely with an AR-15 style platform that could be easily broken down, put in a backpack, and most likely a 223 or 300 blackout round.
Dude, and you could chop, 300 blackout. I mean, if they would have said 300, it doesn't matter.
That would also make it. That would also make it a 30 caliber round. But yeah, that was my literal theory.
Like one of those stockless fucking 223 round. Like you could make that real small and fit in a backpack potentially.
Yeah. No, that
Dude,
doesn't mean that's what happened, but it's
No.
pretty effing weird that there's a 223 rifle round just chilling on the roof of the computer lab. Like we're going to talk like that's normal.
Right.
Let's look at the geography of that in a second, because what I think,
Yeah, we
like,
gotta see
listen,
the
this is just
building.
where my brain goes. Obviously, you guys know what I think about this entire case. Is I think they got caught for the 30-06. I think they're caught, right? On the 30-06, they're like, there's no way we can actually explain this. So we gotta. And I also said, like, if this thing has been a setup from the beginning, that I've never been able to feel like I could confidently explain what the fuck would be going on with Tyler Robinson. And I was like, the only thing would be if he was like in on it, they're like, do a year. We're gonna blow the case on purpose and you'll get out. And I was like, maybe they would do it with Lance Twigs, whatever. But the fact that now you got DNA from the roommate on everything, they
On
clearly,
everything.
we already know all that. And then now there's a 223 on another rooftop. Like this in 2 days, in 2 days, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we got to do super chats. We gotta do these on these breaks, man, or else we'll never get through.
Yeah,
this.
rock and roll.
We gotta focus on these.
All right, they're officially on recess. They're doing a longer recess, apparently. Like 20, 30 minutes, you said. All right, let's hit some of these supers.
I think we're on Mint Girl.
Mint Girl Freeman, thanks for the super chat. Many thanks to you all for sitting for hours and streaming for us. It's appreciated.
Thank
you know
for
what?
hanging out.
Yeah, this is rough, but we do this partially because we're interested in this topic as well, but also
Yeah.
because we love you guys. So we just talked about it and we're like, you know what? We're just gonna have to suffer through the week. We just gotta make it happen.
It's also a lot more fun. Like I could not sit here and watch 9 hours of this by myself with no chat or no nothing. There's no way I could do that. G'day, guys, from Australia, of course. What do you think about how he changed which leg he's limping on? So a ton of people have commented this to me on yesterday's video that, yes, if you actually go back through and watch, he limps on 2 different legs at 2 different points of that video. So at one point, he's got the limp in the left leg, and a different point of the video, he's got the limp in his right leg. So that is pretty weird. But yeah, you're not wrong.
Whoa.
The Bell says, looking dapper, Mr. Nate.
Thank you.
I think you took the title from Zach Costello from yesterday. Bay's still unrated.
Afternoon, gents. You guys find any ejected rounds from police weapons today? I found at least 5. It also now, because their initial excuse, remember the lead investigator said, "Oh, it was a police's rifle round."
Yeah.
We just eject the rounds and pick them up later. Not out of AR-15 style platforms. They do not do that. If this was some bolt action sniper rifle, maybe still they probably wouldn't do this. Maybe the police officer does that.
What type of bullet it was yesterday.
But now keep in mind, he wasn't in the grass. He wasn't somewhere where that round could have fallen. He ejected it on the top of a white roof.
And it's an unspent round, right?
Yeah, real round. And so he
So,
just
like,
ejected
what
it and was
possible
like,
reason would there
"Nah,
be for
I'm
that?"
good. I'll just leave that there."
And why
Because that's
would a
what cops
police
do.
officer be doing that? He's all, hang on, I'm going to take the
wouldn't.
mag out. I just want to make sure this
He
is
wouldn't.
clear before I walk down in this assassination scenario where
No,
I
he
have it's impossible.
Not true. No police officer would ever do that. So,
Dear Jen, saw that on Mr. Let Go. Thank you, Aaron. I'm not sure what specifically, but we appreciate you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
tell me what you think about Crazy on X last night. I didn't watch it, guys. I went to the gym. Then I took my my nighttime medicine, and then the boys all started like going off about what's going on Twitter, and I was not cognitively there enough to know what the hell was going on. So
they're doing something again tonight.
There was like
Blank
100
Neff.
people with Blank Neff and like all the TPSCA creators and a bunch of other creators like all arguing on Twitter in like some big group thing, I guess.
So it was kind of like us versus them in a Twitter space, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, and they were talking? Dude, I was up at 1 too.
Yeah, Jesse, that would have been perfect for you.
Oh my gosh. That would have been so fun.
dropped it in
Like,
the
Blake,
chat. I was like, hey, everybody
get
come in
Charlie
here.
on here and let's really hash this out.
Yeah, we was going in there. We was in there going crazy.
But sorry,
1 o'clock in the
Trisha, I didn't see it myself. I heard the boys told me about it, but I wasn't there for it.
Yeah, I was.
I also don't have X, so that's kind of a problem too. Thanks
oh, that's what it is.
Thanks for the stream, guys. Excited to hang out for day 3. Still working on ship boxes. Love your coverage. Just remember, Nate, everyone poops. Yeah, we got it. All right. We get the joke. I'll tell you if I need to and I go do it. I promise. I'll let you know.
Oh my God.
He's going to announce his turtle head's poking out.
Yeah. I'll make sure.
Dear Jen. Well said, Aaron.
About Tyler's limping, I think someone primarily trying to avoid biometric detection and comparison gait recognition. Interesting. Which would also make sense if he had a bad leg and 2 different legs at 2 different times, right?
That would certainly escalate who is behind this if someone's doing that.
Somebody who knows what they're doing.
And that might change the shoulders also. You want to walk like this, versus your normal posture also, because that makes sense.
Nate, you had all morning. Okay. I haven't even gone anywhere. Where do you think I'm just, I got a 5-gallon bucket under my chair and I'm just in here? Come on. Jesus. These guys are brutal. I don't even know how this started. This is Matt. Matt said something while I was gone. That's why. Footage of TR, a white SUV crossed behind him in the first camera, and the same SUV follows him when he jumps off the building. Interesting.
Correct. And it seems like his car pulls up too in one weird angle. You kind of see the car pull up in the garage as he's like kind of looking back at it as he's walking. Very strange.
Tyler may be gay, but he's not 4+ outfits a day.
Yeah.
Lance, on the other hand, revolving fabulous outfits each day, sparkling fuzzy outfits. Probably. Nate, sorry to hear about your split with GM. Who's GM?
GM.
Gary Milton.
Oh, Matt. Great work with friends. I mean, look, man, like me and Gary are from the same unit. We're both from 1st Special Forces Group. I don't have anything against him. I mean, I am disappointed in the way he's gone about his coverage, and the dude talks mad shit about me nonstop. So, I mean, I don't know. That's just, I'm not that type of man. I'm not going to do that to a fellow Green Beret. So, is what it is. Non-lawyer here. Will TR be able to testify his side of things, like who contacted him, if anyone to do this, etc., during the trial?
No, I don't think so.
I think the defense could allow him to, but I don't think he's forced to. And typically, most cases, they do not want, whether guilty or innocent, you don't want your client to be testifying.
Yeah. And I mean, in the pre-trial, I don't know if clients do that. But I mean, in the trial, of course, he could choose to testify if they wanted to. I don't know why they would do that, though.
I just don't think he's going to testify.
No, there's a million ways to beat this case. You don't need to put him on the stand.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk.
I think he'll just make it worse because they don't have a case. Him being up there is going to make it worse. They already don't have a case.
And you can, self-incriminate yourself without realizing it too.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because the prosecution is very, very crafty in the way they'll get you to say things. So you just avoid all that by not having to testify.
Yeah, the only time that you would ever really want to is like if you knew it's a blanket rule. You usually don't put them up there unless you know you have someone who is absolutely ice cold and very, very charismatic and is going to make the jurors like them and not fall for any traps. Like you could put Nate up. You could probably get away with me. I could probably do it unless they ask me something about, my theory. And I'm like, fuck you. They're like, guilty. Oh, sorry about the F-bombs.
They'll put that boy through a blender and put him in prison just because of what he said.
All right, Scott Willard, thanks for the super chat. Hello from Yorkton, Virginia. Left leg limp, right leg limp. Time skips in the videos. Yeah, I saw that too from Allie Top Files. Weak DNA case, different backpacks. Yep, different people. Definitely should crush. Danny, thanks for the super. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the coverage. Been hopping between your channels to contribute. We appreciate that. Blake on X, Andrew K crash out is then trying to control the narrative. They've been going hard. They've been going super hard at Candace this week.
They seem panicked.
Everybody's falling apart. Andrew
Everybody seems very, very panicked over there right now.
Yeah.
Panicked or confident?
It's tough when you can't be honest about what you see, man.
Panicked. No, that's not how you act when you're confident. Blake said the mic recording didn't exist. The mic recording?
He was talking about, they was talking about it
in Rode mic
in the X room last night. And they said, well, if the mic blew up, why do you guys care to want it? Oh, so you're saying it blew up? No, I'm not. I'm just saying,
let's not use that language.
Blew up.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
not
You
use that
can't talk
language.
about stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You'll get the entire stream nuked.
The
No,
event
but
that
the bottom
happened.
line is no matter what happened to a device, the recording would be captured elsewhere.
Of course
so like
it would.
If a device broke,
Yeah.
you would still have the recording.
Yeah.
It's like this. If like think about it this way, guys. If my mic were to go boom right now, does that mean all the things we've talked about weren't recorded before?
Right.
Yeah. That computer recording is going through a computer software system, not being lodged in the physical device of the mic.
And so if it doesn't exist, that would indicate there might have been something there that was not actually capturing anything, which you would have to ask what you're doing there.
That is a good point, Jesse. If there's if there was nothing captured beforehand, that would suggest that mic wasn't working at all.
What was it doing there?
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well, the other part of that too is though you have to verify the audio, and the only way to know if it's the audio from that specific mic is if it was a 32-bit float, because it's, almost everything else is 16 or 24-bit, and it's only 32-bit float within that unit itself. So that would have to be a part of it, and that's only if they turn 32-bit on. So it'd be really hard to know if it came from that mic or not.
You're saying like they could pretty easily juke the recording by just showing, like giving people the other one. Yeah, right.
For sure. Yeah. Off the other mic.
Yep. Exactly. Thelma McGahee, hello from Maine. Hello, East Coast. Keats 31, thanks for being a mod, for being a channel member, and for the super. I was thankful he came on and actually stuck around. Mr. Let Go agreed with me last night. He didn't have to. He's the first from TPUSA. Mr. LG. Oh, during the X stream. Okay. From TPUSA to actually come on. Yeah, Mr. Let Go was dropping some knowledge last night. He was playing Grandpa.
Pepin, Wisconsin. Used to live in Oregon City for 5 years. Very cool. My aunt lives in Oregon City. Brian says, VFT sent you some interesting videos about how Argentina. Oh, Jesse would love this. Me and Jesse talk a lot about this, actually. We've been talking a lot about this.
Dude.
And their president with all that. Yeah. Trust me, me and Jesse are tracking. We're just not sure how much we want to talk about that issue.
I mean, I don't know if I agree. I mean, in terms of the FIFA thing, did you guys see that game yesterday, by the way?
No.
Egypt was up 2-0. It was insane. This is one of the craziest games I've ever seen ever. And I don't necessarily think like FIFA, like the game was legit, but yeah, I mean,
oh, I don't know. I don't watch soccer. I was talking about the first part of that.
No, yeah.
Our
The
greatest
stuff that's
allies
going on in
connection to
Argentina
yeah.
I mean, as in the I'll just make it as simple and quick as possible for people who don't know about this. The new leader of the president of Argentina changed a law where national parks and not like land, if it gets burnt, then foreign investors can come in and buy it. And suddenly there started being these gigantic fires in the most natural resource rich areas.
They caught who was lighting them too.
Yeah, and they caught who was lighting them, and you will never guess where they were from.
What country? Red says, "Thank you, gents, for the continued coverage. I'm fascinated, but I couldn't tolerate watching without y'all's discourse. I mean, I couldn't either, brother. So
same.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Peter Thiel just moved his whole operation down to Argentina also.
Sorry, Mr. Let Go. Blake Neff is a documented liar. He's also a documented racist, by the way.
He is a documented racist.
Yeah.
If you put him behind an anonymous profile, he's going to say some nasty words.
He's a real tough. He's a real tough guy once he gets behind an anonymous.
He's probably
profile.
talking about me right now under an anonymous profile.
Yeah.
He's probably Mrs. Legend Bree. Thanks for the super chat.
I call him the little ball.
I think TR was involved as a decoy, but didn't know what he signed up to help do. Yeah, a lot of people think that as well.
Matt, you don't have it pulled up on the screen, buddy. For
really?
Miss Legend.
Yeah.
Oh, the click didn't work. Thanks, StreamYard. All right. I think TR was involved as a decoy, but didn't know what he signed up to help to do. He realized he was being framed and turned himself in to get help, just to realize they're all in on it.
Well, guys, keep in mind, a lot of people, you see TPUSC try to say this, he turned himself in, so that's admitting guilt. No. Once you have technically are being told you have a warrant for your arrest or are going to be arrested, the smart thing to do is to turn yourself in, guilty or innocent. So that's not an admission to anything.
Given the nature of the crime too, you're like, I want to make sure that I don't take 26 rounds to my chest when they come
100%.
to arrest me. I'm coming to you like this.
Yep. That's the smart thing to do.
And did they say that there was a warrant or there wasn't a warrant?
No, but keep in mind the family friend who is a former sheriff,
right,
went to his house and encouraged him to turn himself in to avoid the SWAT team from showing up to doing exactly what Jesse just said.
Okay. And you guys heard that, and Elizabeth Lane, two things about it. So she was at the trial, I don't know, a couple months ago and she actually spoke to his family, and she's the one who had that recording of his family being like, we don't think he did it. They don't on video. And then I talked to her briefly last night, and she said that they're only letting 14 people into the trial each day.
That's what Matt said.
And she's like, we waited from 2 a.m. Bottom line is they're stacking the deck to where I'm pretty sure that they know exactly who those 14 people are, and there's no way around it. Like,
well, they don't want her to get in there and be able to see
Exactly.
the things that aren't being shown to the general audience, because then they can turn around and come say, this is what was shown, or this is what was said.
Yeah.
The first time he enters UVU, he enters without a backpack. He meets with TPUSA, and then he leaves with a blue backpack. Oh,
is that right? I feel like he had a blue backpack when he came out of the car.
No,
I think
I looked at it. It was black, and then it was blue. I got the picture.
No. That's not what she's saying. She's saying his first frame, he gets out, he heads into the courtyard. He doesn't have a backpack at all. Coming back from talking to TPUSA, he has a blue backpack.
So
I don't know if that's true or not. I would have to rewatch the footage. If that's true, that's going to be weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Because that means he got a backpack from somewhere or someone.
Yeah.
And then brought it back to his car. That would be weird.
That would be catastrophic to people who want to say that there's nothing but a loan. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
But I feel like I saw him wearing a backpack in that.
I'll have to go
garage
back
shot,
and watch.
I think.
I'll go back and watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll make sure one way or another.
And just so everyone knows, we have some good news. Brandy and Billy are both in there. They're not together.
They got in?
They came separately. Elizabeth Lane also got in, and so did Teresa of Better Life. All
She
four
told
of them.
me she was going down at 2 a.m. to wait.
Wow. Okay, there we go.
I love
Get
it.
some good stuff from that later.
They got there about 5 or 6, but they still got in. So good news. First day though.
Awesome. Shout out to Brandon and Billy.
Oh, this is Nate, I think.
We did this one already.
Did we? Okay.
Where's the audio from the CK Road mic? Well, we just talked about it.
We
It's
just talked
on
about that, yeah.
TPUSA's computer that they were streaming that to. So ask them.
I think Blake implied that he didn't know. Well, he kept saying he didn't know if they actually were live streaming it somewhere, and then someone brought up that someone else said that they were live streaming it back to Phoenix at to their headquarters.
Yeah.
But he said he couldn't confirm or deny that. He said he had no idea.
Yeah, he kept saying, I'm just the guy that works on the podcast. That's all I know. I'm like, all right, bro.
Miss Bradley, thanks for the super chat. Did y'all see Ian Carroll's video yesterday? The gun stuffed, pant leg changes right then left, and stairwell
talked
footage.
about
Love
that.
y'all.
Talked about that a few times. Yep.
Crochet, crafts, and crime. I just have to get this off my chest. Every time I see TR on the thumbnail, all I can see is handsome Squidward. That's kind of funny. Yeah. Rainy day puddles. Let's send a truckload of glasses and hearing aids to TPUSA and those believing the Fed slop. That'd be mean. We don't want to do mean stuff like that. Philippe Fault is that Mohala. Mohala.
Yeah.
They call you Mohala?
No, but he's talking about me.
Okay.
Nobody calls me that, but that's okay. I
They
don't
might now.
mind. Yeah, it's not bad. Day 3, tuning in. Let's effing go. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you, brother. Glad to have you.
Whitney Merritt, thanks for the super chat. Blake Neff's appearance in X Spaces last night seemed very much more like a coordinated agenda to get a temp check on the public.
That's what
during
you
trial.
That's the
Why
first
now?
thing you guys told me when you were talking about it.
Yeah. I said it was some type of operation, and let's just observe instead of argue.
Smart.
All right, let me see. I promised Paul I would do this for him. Let's see. He's
He said he emailed you earlier.
Yeah, let me see if I can do this quick. So here's his Paul Pearson. It was in the script. All right, let's see. Just to recap, initially I thought it was a Fireball 222. Remember that from yesterday? But since February, I feel like it was all fake. He's combining the prosthetic, the shot into the trunk, and the non-lethal shock. And that's probably why Dan Flood laughed, or he thinks he smiled or something similar. And also explained to no one else's concern with the crime. Why would CK do that to TR? Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Nate. I don't know how this never dawned on me until the last couple of days, but like, if you're on an armed security detail and your principal gets shot in front of everybody, How is it possible that not one of the security guys pulled their firearm?
Not one.
Not one.
No, there
Not
was
one.
one.
I thought about that. Like nobody's looking.
I just thought
to
about it. Like, I don't
return-
know. I never thought about that until 2 days ago.
So-
And I was like, wait a minute. Like,
So
none of those guys pulled their guns.
I did talk about this. I did a 40-minute expose on all the failures of the security detail. That's one of the things I talked about. The very first thing, you don't need 5 people treating a casualty. It's chaotic and everybody's going to get in the way. You need one primary care and then an assistant, right? Typically the person actually with his hands in isn't going to be the actual doctor or primary medic. He's going to be actually helping and coordinating and explaining what to do. Because also in case you get multiple casualties, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Brian Harpool, first one there, he would have been the first one to actually start treating that wound. You'd have someone second help him, hand him gauze, all these different things so he can keep pressure on that arterial wound. Everybody else, every other swinging dick there should have been in full scale trying to either defend the location, find cover, or look for the active shooter, right? As the security detail. 6 people all getting on Charlie while no one did any security in an active shooter scene. Either massive incompetence, which is very
Totally
likely,
possible.
right? These guys obviously had no idea what they're doing, or something more nefarious. But to Jesse's point, absolutely inappropriate. You would never see that done by people like on a special forces ODA. I mean, the very first, and honestly, the very first thing you're going to do is try to course and find the active shooter, right? Because if there's gunshots still flying, it doesn't do me any good to start treating the casualty and then I get shot in the head while I'm doing it, right? So, yeah.
And you
you're
know
right, Jesse.
whoever shot him has line of sight.
Sorry, I
at
shouldn't
that
say
position.
stuff like that on
Sorry.
stream, but no, you're good.
I would
but
say the
yeah, to your
reason why
point,
it is
correct.
I would say the reason why it happened is because they needed to block all avenues of camera. Because whatever they were doing down there, they needed every angle to be blocked. So they needed 6 people to be over him so nobody can see, because people were close enough to see everything, but it was too many people for us to be able to see past.
Agree with
About it.
that. For sure.
For example, I had a guy right next to me get shot in a gunfight, and I did not stop out in the open. I did not stop what I was doing and then get coursed into this. We had to eliminate the threat first, right? Before you even go to treating. Now,
The one place that you know for sure you're not safe is right where you're standing. If you got
right where the person who just got hit is. So what they could have done is move Charlie, which would have been appropriate if they did it immediately and they got him about 10 feet around that brick barrier, the cement barrier. That would have been the appropriate thing to do. They boloed the entire thing, right? They didn't move him to a safe location, but then they also moved him 20 seconds later to a car without holding any pressure on his neck. I mean, the entire thing was an abject disaster from a trauma medicine perspective, for sure.
And then remember, Victor Marks told his own wife, "Hey, they only wanted Charlie. You're safe."
Anyway,
Are we got people
sorry,
in chat
a
asking
little-
when we're
little
starting
long-winded on
again?
that.
We'll be starting again here in a second. It's just a short recess, so they should be back on any minute for the people that are asking. And also, we did not announce this at the beginning. We should have, but based on Nightbot report, you guys are lighting up chat with some things that are going to get this banned. So we're trying to keep it. We're trying to keep the chat as clean as possible. Mods, same thing as yesterday and all week long. If someone is saying things that are going to get us in trouble, just time them out or ban them or whatever you need to do.
Yep. It's nothing personal for us guys, but again, we as the creators can get punished for what goes on in our chats. So we have to do it, right? We got to play by the rules.
One of mine just said that they just watched the video and Tyler does have a backpack on before meeting TPUSA. Just FYI.
All right.
Okay.
Let's keep moving.
Good to know.
Yep.
AJ says Nate used gloves and a full face respirator to open mail like that. I'm tracking, brother. I'm tracking the anthrax threat. Got it.
Moon Goddess, Mr. Let Go want to suggest that if y'all do another space, maybe only give the mic to one person at a time. Y'all aren't talking all over each other. That's the problem with X. They just all talk at the same time, and there's like 10 speakers. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's just the nature of X. It's kind of chaotic.
Just wanted to recognize Aaron's incredible MC search reference yesterday. Makes me laugh for real.
I was embarrassed. I'm like, damn, I can't picture MC search. I'm embarrassed.
I think that was Baze who said that though.
Yeah, it was Baze.
DJT Jr. told me there's a mountain of evidence and it's a slam dunk on Fox News. Yeah, Benny Johnson's also saying that right now. So I say, yeah, do what to TR? Really want it to be TR, but I don't see it.
Did you guys actually see what Blake Neff posted about the DNA, about Lance's DNA being on all the other stuff? Did you guys see that?
No. How did he justify that as a good thing? Because
he posted it where she said that because with Lance's DNA on here, the way we test the odds that the other DNA was not Tyler's was 1 in 1 trillion, whatever. So it was like, it was for sure his and Lance's. But Lance's DNA's on.
Yeah, we don't care. We're all fine with the idea that Tyler's DNA is potentially on something 500 meters away from the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
What the big deal is that there's other people's DNA on all of the unaliving tools,
which means Tyler can't be the only person looked at as the blanker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Bonnie Lynn, Court TV's Vinny Politan show his view was TR is absolutely guilty. I guess, but how can you judge in the jury? How can you be judge and jury and call him guilty already? I couldn't watch it. It makes me angry. He was so positive already. So just really quick on this, like we said on day 1 and 2, there is a chance that he may be guilty of something, and there's a chance that he may have been the one that did it. You have to be open to whatever evidence comes out. You can be skeptical, but you can't be so close-minded that you're not open to new information. So you got to be careful with that.
Yep. But you, to Matt's point, you got to show us the evidence.
Yep, and it better be good.
Yeah, which they have.
Wig. Based on what you know, is it possible Twigs and Tyler were together, one in black and one in purple t-shirts, shorts? Why would the purple shirt guy meet with the TPUSA before the event? That's the question of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Why was that just like mentioned in passing, like Valhalla said? Like,
I know,
and nobody questioned it.
Well, we might get. I'm sure the defense will probably get to that later, but. Or maybe they won't. I don't know. But yeah, that was weird.
I don't think so.
Rainy Day Puddles. Charlie didn't hate the trans community. He disagreed with the lifestyle. He knew Blair White and debated Buck Angel. Yeah, I never watched any of that stuff.
Yeah, me neither. Nate, can you get sleeveless men's shirts with your logo? My husband has sleeveless shirt Fridays at work. No tanks. He's a fan. Wait, sleeveless shirts. So you can have.
I have one of those. I got an American
Whoa.
First tank, dude.
Yeah, I have tanks, but they want a sleeveless shirt Friday. So take a shirt without sleeves.
Just get a t-shirt, cut them off.
Yeah, I've got all my stuff in a regular t-shirt. I can't produce, like something singular like that, but
we call that the Billy Bob.
Yeah, we got really good t-shirts you cut the sleeves off.
The t-shirts fit really well too.
Freeman.
Oh, sorry, that's you.
Yep. Freeman die free. The month prior to CK's murder, that guy admitted to waging an information war in the U.S. and the response to losing influence. Yeah, we know about that. There's actually documentation about that. Shortly after CK was taken out, coup of TPUSA was the end goal.
Shit, or it like if my theory's right, they knew they were gonna whack him out, and that's why they took him off the board. Maybe put him in WITSEC.
Stephen Godwin. Nate, is this case causing your hair to disappear?
Yeah, probably.
Dude, your audience is being mean to you today compared to
Nah. I make jokes about myself. That way, I let them all. I let them know all the jokes they can make about me. So that way, you got to be able to laugh at yourself, man.
For sure.
If you were ever in the military, all we do is just brutally, verbally abuse each other over the way we look, primarily. So yeah.
Somebody said people in this world that we're in, the ones that are destined to keep growing are the ones that are okay with a little bit of self-deprecation. And I actually totally agree with that.
That's how I choose who to be friends with.
So I think it's also like good to be disarming. Like when you're my size and you look like I do, like I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just like a fucking massive man covered in tattoos. When you can be self-deprecating and have humor, it makes people, more comfortable around you. And like if I was just a dickhead all the time, you know what I mean? Like a lot of guys in my space are, but yeah, I've always tried to have a lot of self-deprecating humor.
Someone just said James Lee's live stream was taken down and he can't live stream anymore. Firearms related, be aware.
I told you. Yeah, I've had two of mine hit for that.
Who's did?
Do
James
not
Lee.
show
James Lee.
You cannot show anything, even if it's a clip of someone else. Like, you can't do it. Is that for me? Big Nate, would you debate Andrew Wilson on ballistics, EMT security protocol, crime scene management? I have a feeling he won't talk to you. Well, I would, but honestly, I would tell him up front. The first thing I would ask him is, what's your resume and all these? And he'd be able to say nothing. And I would then say, well, there's really no point for me to even talk to you, because we can't even engage in a real debate about these things with my level of experience and the fact he has none. So I'm not a big fan of debating people on something they know nothing about. It's just kind of silly and wasting my time.
Yeah, I think most debates are theatrical anyway.
That's all it is. It's just entertainment.
Yeah. Danny V777RN, thanks for the super. Blake Neff, in my opinion, is complicit at minimum. How he and AK running CK show into the ground and deleting CK clips, disrespectful. Rename the show already, so wrong. That was brought up last night. What they say about that, Mr. Lego? Didn't they ask him about the show and how he was still using the name or something?
I talk about it all the time.
He didn't really want to answer it, but at the end of the day, it's just like, why don't you just name it something else? It's kind of morbid for you to just be naming it something.
I just call them leeches, dude. They're fucking parasites. Sorry for my language, but that's what they are. Go build your own shit, dude.
They would be more likely to retain more of the audience if they took his name off of it, because then at least the
100%.
audience would be watching and not realize that it's the like transition to Charlie Kirk show. Like,
yeah,
that does not work. You can't go, this is, the show that everybody knows as this, and then you just slip someone else in there. It's you have to rebrand. Have to.
Yep.
If you think about it, it's they took his life, then they took his life, because one person is the CEO of his company, and the other person, or the other two people, took his podcast. So they took his life twice.
It would have been different had they actually moved forward and honored Charlie Kirk's legacy. But that's not what they did. They shit all over it. You know what I mean? So that makes it 10 times worse to me.
I mean, I just can't get over the view change.
Oh, they have no views at all. So
everybody calm down now. Lies because ego defends itself before it defends truth. That's deep.
Stephanie says, love your show, Nate. I'm a wife of a fellow Viking retired combat vet, LEO of 21 years. Why did Tyler Robinson even go along going to the police? Like I said, Stephanie, once he's basically told, and he's told by the family friend, former sheriff, who's going to tell the sheriff's department, I think this is the kid who did this. They're going to get a warrant for his arrest, and they're going to get a SWAT team, and they're going to come, and I've been I've trained in sheriff's departments, and I've been on these raids, and I can promise you, once they decide to raid your home, they're not doing a, hey, knock, 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 here we come. No, they're breaking your windows. They're throwing flashbangs in your living room. They're kicking in your doors. If there's a dog barking, they're going to shoot the dog. So you just got to understand, this is the smart thing to do when you know, potentially, even if you're innocent, if you're going to be arrested, to just peacefully turn yourself in and then let your lawyers do the work.
They don't know who you are. All they know is that you might be a person who has the house rigged to explode with all of that. You know what I mean? They have to go in heavy like that.
Yep.
Thelma McGahee would love to see Baron drop in. Baron, if you're listening, people want to see you. Ray Draper, there are hex fit screwdrivers. Correct. Yep. That's the answer to the earlier question about the Mauser.
Within the circles I have run in with the furries and how small a world it is. Never heard a single furry talk about Lance Twigs ever. As a vet myself, Valhalla, it's about as small of a world. Now, are you in the furry circles? I mean, no judgment. It looks like it based off of your profile picture, but interesting.
I think Jesse should interview you about your lifestyle. That would be hilarious. Julie May, happy Wednesday, gentlemen. Thank you for the long hours of commentary. We are grateful for it. Keep pushing for the truth.
Thanks, Julie. Trisha says CK would have said it. CK would have said it was the left publicly with no fear. Mr. Let Go had no fear there. I have tried to come up with anything other than TPUSA. I don't know if they're involved, but I mean, I just they're just seeing their. I like to watch for people's behavior after things, and that entire organization's behavior after the fact does not smell good.
Nope.
You know? I can't speak. Well, that looks like German, but greetings from Switzerland. What's up? We got viewers from all over the world, which is pretty wild for this. The entire world is interested in this.
Yes.
So someone said, Jesse, tell us about neutrinos and anti-photon faster. I have no idea what that.
Astrophysics.
But if it's a Jesse's crazy joke, I like it.
ask Jesse about MMA instead.
Yeah. that I know. At least I know I'm saying something accurate.
Everyone, real quick, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe to the different channels if you're interested, and you know, we're gonna be starting here in a minute. They said it's gonna be a slightly longer break because they're trying to figure out some of the technical stuff they're gonna do for how they're gonna show this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll be back in here shortly. Wow, Nightbot is going insane in the chat, taking stuff out. I don't know what you guys are saying, but wow.
Cell phone goes in two different pockets in the two clips. Sus, us humans tend to use the same pocket for our items. I haven't thought about that. I don't know if I do or not. I gotta pay attention to that sometime. Stop shitting on Magic the Gathering players. I'm not, guys. I'm a huge nerd. If you don't know about me, I'm obsessed with Lord of the Rings. I played video games as a hobby forever. I'm not. I'm just
Who
saying.
talked about them? I don't even remember.
I'm just saying. Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs' hobbies include Magic the Gathering and video games. That's just a statement. So, I just bought a brand new. Have you ever heard of Heroes Quest? It's like a Dungeon and Dragons style board game. Some of you might not know about it. We just bought it. It was like the one I had as a kid. We just bought it when I was visiting my sister. So I'm not judging. I'm a big nerd too. But
have you ever played Catan with your family?
No.
You should pick that up, dude. Fantastic. It's Catan. It's a little complicated to learn at first, but then it's the best board game ever.
Hey Jesse, someone says you look like you drink raw eggs.
Like I what? Like I eat raw eggs.
That's a compliment.
That sounds like they're saying I have nice skin and I'm yoked. So I'll take it.
Exactly. That's what that means.
They're like, no, actually, we just meant like you're crazy and you don't cook food. I'm like, oh yeah, that too.
Like a Liver King style thing.
Oh my gosh, that guy's.
Yeah. Dear Jen, do a poll of men who own and wear maroon
do
t-shirts.
that.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Yeah, I don't even own a maroon shirt.
I
have
looked
like
yesterday. I don't think I have a single piece of maroon clothing.
I have one that's a Guns N' Roses shirt, and then another one that's just this one except maroon. I think that's it.
Court Dog, do we know if the screwdriver fits the rifle? We don't. And why don't we have pics of the screwdriver? It should have been photoed and logged. Love y'all, CIK. Crisis King. They might be doing that in the actual trial itself.
They do, Court Dog, because they talked a bunch about the screwdriver and why it had an evidence tag on it and why they didn't have photos of just the organic screwdriver before it had been tagged. So that was actually an issue on day one. So we know they have it. They just haven't shown it.
And why Lance Twiggs foot?
Why is his DNA on a screwdriver?
DNA is all over him.
Yeah. And then also he was trying to show the imprint of where the screwdriver was, and there was nothing there, but that's all right. That's a different story.
Hop Whisper says, what cop runs into a search for a shooter with an armed person in plain clothes and never questions who they are and what agency? Also, his body cam was working before he joined that individual. Yeah, that was from day one. Also bizarre because you're in the immediate active shooter situation right then. And the fact that you just see a random dude with a gun and you're like, hey, yeah, let's go. And like, you don't think that could potentially be the shooter? I don't know. That was.
I hope
super
defense
bizarre.
questions who that was.
Yeah.
And if he verified anything about them.
Also, why is there a plain clothes at Fed there at the event?
Just walking around, right?
I'd like to know that too.
Yeah.
Well, remember January 6th?
I know. That's my point. Why were there plain clothes undercover feds at the event? That needs to be explained, I think.
Straight takeoff script. They mentioned the video was blurred, but I don't understand why they would need to blur it unless covering something up, right? Did I miss something? They're talking about blurring people's faces and stuff so they can identify children and things like that. That's mostly what they're doing. It's just to protect people's identities that aren't involved.
Real Talk Seth, we still don't know if TR went to the police station to admit guilt or to clear his name after the troop leader told him to go. He was arrested on the spot. Correct? Yep. Again, that is not an admission of guilt because you turn yourself in.
Philippe says, it is multiple people. None is TR.
I have a video from when he was pulled over. Do you want it? When Tyler was pulled over?
Is that the one where
maybe what we were just watching?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think we just saw that one.
Yeah.
So I think we're good on that one. Thank you. Classic Mauser 98s have 2 flathead action screws. That's what I thought. Modern 98s have 2 Allen head screws. So, but again,
So the modified,
it could have been modified, right? As Matt, you've talked about before.
Well, the officer actually said that when he was testifying.
modified.
He said it was a modified, like sporterized.
Oh, that's right.
Barrel change to a 30-06, all that stuff. So that's confirmed now.
Look at the shoulders and traps from the back stair. Yeah, we looked at.
That's what I did.
Earlier.
Freeman Die Free, thanks for another super chat. Prosecution was pulling surveillance vids of random people with similar build to manufacture evidence of Robinson being present. That's why you can't distinguish any of their faces in anything but DQ.
Interesting.
Let's see. Maroon shirts look like he's trying to not let something fall out of somewhere. Backpack hole, backup shirt, overall uncomfy looking. Maroon shirt stairs. That's when he was in shorts, right?
Yeah.
I'll have to watch that again. I didn't catch that the first time.
That's when he was in a blue backpack.
Moon Goddess, do your physical therapy. Diligent Dennison went to UVU with a tape measure and measured spots where TR was standing to compare the size of the pics. He was posting results today, just FYI. Yeah, I didn't hear about that. I saw those pictures.
That's smart.
Yeah. Yeah, they're on they're not just there hanging out. Like, they're out there doing
that's
work.
a really smart thing to do. I'm a certified specialist in biomechanics and physiology through US ATF. They are built different, one like a sprinter and one is built like a high jumper. That was Jesse's point with the toe walker stuff earlier.
Yeah.
Cole was the guy in the stairs. TR AI confirmed.
Who is Cole? Who is Cole?
I don't know who Cole is.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 2 different people.
It's 2 different people. That's what I said.
Rain says, guys, look at the side-by-side of the back screenshots of TR in maroon, then the black on the stairwell. The hairline on the neck and the shoulder to the shoulder drop is not the same. Yeah, we probably should do that. Like, try to like really look at these. It's just the camera footage is just not, it's just not that good, you know? So it's hard to.
Yeah, my video showed it a little
clip
bit.
that we get where we can see them take 5 consecutive steps so we can compare, because one of those guys is a toe walker. Like that's super unique, super identifiable.
Yeah, most people walk on their heels.
Yeah.
Or midfoot.
There was a woman that was on X who's she's been doing hair for 20 years. And she said there's no way their hairlines are the same.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, that's what Rain was just saying too.
They came out months ago. Yeah.
I looked at the back of their heads and it seemed like their hairlines were the same.
Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention. I'll have to look.
I wouldn't call you a hair expert, Mr. Let Go.
None of us besides Jesse.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm an expert at being able to spot people's hairlines and knowing anything about it.
Yeah, but you have hair.
I do have hair.
At least you have hair, though.
If you guys saw where I got my haircut, you'd laugh so hard, dude. My barber does not speak a lick of English, not a word.
That's the best ones, dude.
Yep.
He's such a boss.
They can't talk
I
your ear
don't
off
think his
while they're cutting
license
your hair.
is. I think he's just completely doing it under another person's name. But man, he can cut hair, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Dama says munchies. I think that's when I was eating at a bar earlier. Yeah, we get hungry out here, just sitting here.
Yeah, I got my lunch. I'm gonna eat it.
I'm about
once
to
we're back
give
on.
me some bananas.
They have they done face recognition? I don't think so.
You can't even see the face because they got a
can't see
hat and then
shit. That's one of the
sunglasses, and
problems.
then they got the hat down. So yeah, whoever the people were, they were trying to avoid the actual cameras. So other than the real Tyler Robinson that was looking straight up at the cameras.
And guys, if you're new, we're just waiting on the recess to end. That's why we're hitting super chats. So stand by with us.
And they're already past time, so it should be any minute.
Yep. Ian pointed out the dude is limping on the wrong leg going downstairs versus going to speak to TPUSA person. Upstairs, limps right. Offstairs, limps left. Yep. I watched his video, and as we've talked about that a bunch today, which makes it. He put the gun in. He's just swapping the barrel around in his pants, guys.
Yeah, and the way that he limped, where his leg is still bending. It just
Yeah,
like,
there's nothing in his pants. Oh, that's not
Light Giver from Canada. Look at the close-up photos of the guy on the stairs side view. The bottom half of his ear is cut off, so you can't compare the lobes with Tyler's. I've heard that too.
Mm-hmm.
Someone said the lobes don't match.
Mm-hmm. Val, I mean, email the side-by-side face of your pick at your media email. Okay, I'll check that out here in a little bit. Thank you, Chris.
Topsy, if the DQ guy is not TR, why wouldn't the DQ guy come out and say, "Hey, that's me"?
Oh, the guy at Dairy Queen's definitely Tyler Robinson. That's the only clear picture we have.
Yeah, that's not even a
But
problem.
the question is, why is he at Dairy Queen minutes after the event in a completely different outfit than the first two outfits?
What time?
Yeah.
I thought the Dairy Queen thing was at like 6 or like, and while we were looking at it was like, why does he look all normal and calm? And there was a Superman. Yeah, it was like 4 months after that movie had been in the theater too. Super weird.
I'm not even, and then, well, I'm not even sure it was from that Dairy Queen because who was it? Who was it that went and checked that Dairy Queen? It was completely empty. I forget what investigator went. And
Didn't they
checked the Dairy
tear
Queen.
down that Dairy Queen?
It was the wrong
nothing
Dairy
ins-
Queen.
Oh, that was another
was
one.
it the wrong one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
Yeah, I
sure?
thought that too
Because he
for a while.
literally like points towards, and you can see like BYU campus from where he's standing, which is right down in Provo.
Yeah, rogue recipe. TR worked up a mean appetite. Yeah, they're like he ate at 3 different fast food restaurants.
Oh wait, no, Ian's in here. Ian's in here. He said, no, that's the wrong Dairy Queen. All right, tracking. Thank you, Ian. Ian said he was
Ian
there.
and Carol, excellent
buddy.
recap, dude. I watched it this morning.
Yeah, we've been talking about your video quite a bit, Ian.
Hey, Ian, if you want to jump on, hit us up, man. Hit one of us up, and we'll throw you on.
Yeah, if you want to
Goddess.
come on, man, I'll text you the link. Let us know.
Matt, bring up pics of Robbie Hill. I emailed you. I won't write the second, but I'll look and see what you have, and I might bring them up. Thanks for sending that out.
Where are we at here? CCW speaks. I am considered indie left and didn't like CK's platform, but I want justice for him and his kids. I hate this left versus right narrative. Appreciate you all reaching all corners of the pod. Yeah, I think the vast majority of people on the left, even if they didn't like Charlie Kirk, don't hate people, didn't want to see this happen, and would like to see justice. Right? There's going to be the fringe insane people, but that's not the majority of people.
Alpha female, bottom right pants plus tile and DQ are AI.
Plus tile.
Looking at it, the foot is a possibility that it may be a distortion near the feet in the tile that makes it look like it may be AI.
Yeah, it could just be compression artifacts or something similar.
Yeah.
Oh, Ian said his studio's torn down right now. Tracking, buddy. Well, glad to have you here anyway. Oh, is this
that's
for facial features are completely different as well. Yeah, again, it's hard to tell because the fidelity of the camera is so bad, but they do not look like the same person to me. I just don't see it. I could be wrong.
Chrissy, I'm willing to bet you don't play pickleball, and thanks for becoming a new channel member. Laser Queen, he's thicker now. Everything
This
is
is
bigger in
Lance
Texas.
Twiggs. Yeah, Lance Twiggs. He has gotten bigger. You could tell by those pictures. He's eating good now, huh? Anyone confirm Tyler has an Audi belly button the size of Jupiter? I haven't seen him shirtless.
How would somebody know that?
I've not seen him shirtless.
Maybe they're in the furry community.
Yeah.
The furry community. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Surrender, thanks for being a member for 3 months. Look up the photo of Ty going upstairs in shorts.
Oh, we saw
I haven't
the
seen
video
that
of
yet.
No, I only saw him going down.
I seen it going upstairs. I have that.
Miss Legend, thanks for the super. Lance was also trying to build his own Faraday cage based on the drawings found at his apartment and the Nikola test books that he wrote in allegedly. Is that part of the Turkey Tom stuff? There's a ton of stuff there. They had a bunch of electronics out on a table and they were working on stuff. It was kind of strange.
Mm-hmm.
Like mad scientists.
Yeah, Lunami and Mine just pointed out, he's like, hey, now that we've seen the video of Tyler Robinson after he turned himself in the maroon shirt, it seems like the only time he wasn't wearing a maroon shirt is when he shot Charlie. It's like, whoa, that's true, man. Because that's supposed to be a different day, right? obviously. Like he turned himself in what?
Yeah, that would have been the next day.
Yeah.
But he's in the same outfit as that he was in the Dairy Queen photo from the day prior. So
pretty weird.
It's weird.
Sherry Freeman's saying that the person we were talking about earlier,
Oh,
that we didn't
Cole.
know who it was.
Cole, yeah.
Yeah, it's Phil Lyman's
Cole.
nephew, apparently.
Got it. Trisha says Lance's hair is cut in I think you mean the no, not in the DW photo. This is Lance has the same lips as the guy in Stairwell. Tyler has more even lips. The DW photo. I don't know.
Daily
the
Wire?
DW photo. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, Daily Wire.
But thank you, Trisha. Can you pull up a video of Brian Harpool when the shot first rang out and watch his reaction? No, we can't. We can't pull that.
I
stuff
agree.
up on
I
the
agree with
screen.
your opinion though on it. I just watched it
Really
this
seems
morning.
like he knew something was coming. I'm not going to disagree with your point here, but we can't pull that up and watch the video.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a long time ago when I seen that.
Sandy, Colorado Life. Can you put Wesley's interview picture next to Lance getting gas? Wesley's interview? I'm not sure what you're referring to. If you want to send me an email or something, I can look into it, but I'm not sure what you're referring to there.
Yeah, not sure. Guy in the black, more gaunt smoker. Lou D. Philish. I don't know what you were saying here, Ben. Sorry, brother.
Amanda Lavender. When will the GSR report on the gun and the towel it was wrapped in be reported?
I want to know if they did a GSR test on his hands when he was
Yes.
arrested. We sure haven't heard about that.
And if they didn't, how could that possibly be explained?
Why not? Right?
Yeah.
Ashley Lalini. Lance backpack at fuel, same BP from stair clips.
Same backpack. Oh, she's saying is the
The
same
gas
backpack
backpack.
he's wearing at the gas station photo the same as
Oh,
the
that's a great point,
kid.
actually. I'm going to screenshot that.
Good one to look at, actually.
Yeah. Very good point. Matt and Pam. What was down his pants? Can see when he puts his phone in his pocket. It looks like a blowgun.
I'm confused because I can see his Samsung Galaxy cell phone in his pocket, but I can't see a 44-inch long gun with a giant scope on it in his jeans. So that's just always been weird to me. Why I can see that, but one but not the other.
Interesting. I know this is taking a while, guys, but we're just waiting on them to come back for court. We have the video right there behind us, so we're just being patient. Make sure you guys hit that like while you're waiting. You guys can check out our descriptions. We have different merch and different things. If you're bored and you want to look around. Tim Hester Trent. Personally, I would love for the commentary to stay supportive of those of us interested in the DNA questioning.
We are. That's for Jesse.
Which one?
Jesse is not a fan of the DNA questioning. I think Jesse was also
yesterday.
Jesse was also very sidetracked with his Palm Beach interview, I think yesterday.
Yeah, the prep. But I mean, I'm very interested in whose DNA is on what. Just like, I mean,
the technical side,
the alleles.
It's a tough listen.
Long.
It was a lot.
Talk.
I was trying not to fall asleep.
Philippe, Erica in the house shooting sparkles. You know it.
Jesse says, could these court sessions either lend credence or disprove the Fort Huachaca theory? Also, don't Mormons just permanently make up the FBI where the FBI conclude? You're not going to hear anything about that from nothing that's related, right? Like that's not going to be discussed in either of these in the actual trial. As for Mormons disproportionately make up the FBI, I don't know. Like I said before, there's a ton in Army Special Forces, like way more than you would expect. So maybe it's a normal thing in law enforcement. I'm not tracking though for the FBI. Chris Biota would be a good person for us to ask on that one, Jesse. He'd probably.
Yeah, I wonder if the fact, because it's the FBI, I'm sorry, the Utah local bureau of the FBI, but I don't know if that matters or if people just get stationed where they get stationed. I'm not sure.
Let's see. Okay. Always watching. I just saw your very, very generous super chat. We will definitely get to that. I can't bring it up from where it is, but I can see it in my other YouTube, but we'll definitely hit that today.
If someone does some huge one, you can pull it up, man. Like
usually it's
I was trying to scroll. I was trying to scroll down.
Oh yeah, I can see it. If you just scroll over, there's two big ones. Wow, that's a super generous one. It's usually good to do those ones once you get them, in case they have to leave. But if you scroll over on your StreamYard map, you can just click them from there. Now you're going to have to go back and find where you were.
And always watch.
Go ahead and do that one, Nate, while we're waiting.
Is this for me?
I don't know. It's for someone.
Okay, well, Tara, who you have donated this to, we can't see it yet. Thank you so much. That's super generous of you. Says, watch Barron's episode number 66 about Zachariah Qureshi, the guy in all black seen on the roof, going hospital to hospital looking for the victim as heard on dispatch. This episode has always stood out to me. Please revisit this episode. It makes sense now.
Episode 66.
All right. I mean, Barron's always got amazing stuff. So episode 66. I'll write that down in my notes and I'll look at it.
I think
tonight.
Barron can make a pencil eraser exciting for an hour.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, I was
sitting here like this.
I was watching his intro a couple days ago on, a lot of you guys probably saw it, on the way the sugar, big sugar, the way they used to manipulate reports to make it to where sugar was actually like healthy in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah. Yeah.
And dude, I was like so captivated by his intro. And then I was at the gym and finally I was like, dude, what am I doing? I'm like, Barron is so good at this, dude.
I was just talking to somebody about this week. I made a point to not eat any sugar over the weekend. And then I trained Monday. I literally cannot possibly exaggerate the impact it had on my cardio, dude. Like, cause that's my only like kind of like dietary, but as I eat a lot of sugar, I had double the cardio, after not eating it for 3 days, dude.
Yeah. Always watching. Thanks for the very, very generous super chat.
Oh, wow.
The BS on X is absolutely crazy. The liberties taken with no concept of law, legal process in general, while making proclamations of guilt, has been overwhelming. They create the environment so in the chance Robinson is not found guilty, the sloppers can claim a tainted jury pool.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
Irony Don Jr. on Fox News.
They're going to blame Candace Owens. They're going to blame Baron Coleman. They're going to blame all of us. It's going to all be all of our faults, and we're the ones who ruined it. It's coming. If he gets found innocent, 100% that's coming.
We got material for days. It's gonna be like, go ahead and walk me through how your star witness having his DNA all over every single piece of evidence is something that should not be considered. Oh yeah, we did that. We put Lance's DNA on every single thing. We put a 223 round on another roof. We did that.
Now, also think about how they may try to use this as, wow, look at what a profound disaster all these independent media creators had on a case like this.
Yep.
Now we have to do what? Limit their free speech, limit their platforms, limit all their things. I could very easily see them use this as a means to start roping in First Amendment rights through social media and things like that.
And
just wait and see, guys.
And if an innocent young man doesn't go to prison for the rest of his life, that's a plus.
Yep, but you just wait and see. They'll use it, and they'll put a lot of blame.
I mean, I've said it a million times. I will say it again. If Tyler Robinson did shoot and kill Charlie, and I contributed 0.1% to him not going down for it, I would feel terrible about that. It's just, I'm not going to pretend I think something I don't.
It's not your fault. You're not the prosecution. It's the prosecution's job to prove that he is guilty. And if they don't do that, that is not Candace Owens' fault. That is not Matt's fault. That's not Jesse's fault. That is the prosecution's fault. So.
Right.
But again, thank you very much for the super chat. WT Nurse knows. Did any of you run these picks through AI? I have not.
I haven't.
Because I've seen so many issues with AI, all the different ones. I've seen so many. I've taken things I know the answer to and fed it to it, and it was wrong. So you got to be careful.
That'll happen with AI quite a bit.
A lot, actually. Yeah.
I say AI is a tool. It should not be your end all be all means for, finding truth.
That's an example of a very good way to use it, though, is to feed it something that you know the answer and then see how it responds, so you can at least gauge the accuracy of what it spits back.
Yep, and sometimes you have to train it before you can actually get something reliable.
That's for sure.
We are back.
Oh, we made it. We're back. Here we go. Are we gonna see the testimony?
And so that was the intent of this court in addressing what is
I'm eating my lunch.
Court. as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. Council, this time I've taken time to look at the video anew, also reviewing what Mr. Novak submitted, the redactions requested, and reviewing all parts of it in great detail. All right, I want to address the objections before me, and starting with Mr. Novak made a hearsay objection as it relates to Mr. McBride, and the court agrees, it is hearsay. At the same time, I'm only going to consider Mr. McBride's statements to provide context for the things that Lance Twiggs says and for their effects on Lance Twiggs. And as such, the hearsay objection as it relates to the statements of Mr. McBride in State's Exhibit 16 is overruled. Turning to relevance as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. And I agree in part and disagree in part as it relates to this objection. So there are portions of the transcript, or I say transcript, but what I really mean is State's Exhibit 16. And I appreciate the transcript. I found that to be helpful. It's a lot faster than trying to scroll. And so I appreciate that being provided. It was helpful to the court. And to be fair, I found it to be a true and accurate representation of the actual recording. So did I listen to every word and compare it? No, but from what I reviewed, I did not find any inconsistencies, just to put it on the record so there's no misunderstanding. But there are portions of the transcript, State's Exhibit 16, which relevance is still not clear to me. However, as the magistrate, I am able to distinguish between what is relevant to a probable cause determination and what is not. And what I take into consideration when I make my ultimate decision about probable cause, I will not take into consideration what is not relevant. So that is a constant balancing and evaluation I'm making throughout this hearing. And after this hearing, my intent is to review everything again, to be thorough. This is not a case where I'm going to be shooting from the hip in making that determination, because this is an important determination. So I will take the necessary time as is required and is as necessary to ensure that the constitutional rights of all parties are upheld. So as I'm making determinations, where I land is pages 19 and 20 of the transcript as it relates to State Exhibit 16 may contain irrelevant information, but I will reserve whether I consider those portions until I've heard the rest of the state's evidence. Therefore, as it relates to relevance, that ruling is reserved. Now, turning to the other objection, which is Rule 403, prejudice. As I am acting as a magistrate, I do not have the same concerns that my decision will be influenced by undue prejudice as that of a jury. Therefore, for purposes of admissibility, the defendant's objection is overruled. Even so, there are portions of this transcript, and again, State's Exhibit 16, that may not be admissible at trial and whose relevance I have not yet determined. In the abundance of caution and to protect the jury pool, the potential jury pool, from hearing potentially inadmissible evidence, I'm ordering that the audio cannot be published in the courtroom or on camera from page 19, timestamp 3255, until timestamp 3548. In other words, the state may publish the audio for all portions of the interview other than that one portion. And when I say audio, I mean audio and video. So both. I recognize there's approximately only 1 minute after 3548. The state can fast forward to that point for it's an approximate 1 minute and 12 seconds, or may take the time to redact the video as they see fit. So where I'm landing today is up until from the beginning. until that page 19, 3255, that portion I am ruling is admissible and may be published. Again, if the state wishes that last minute and 12 seconds to be played, they can either take the time tonight to redact what the court is not going to allow to be published. And I wish to differentiate. I'm considering it all. But for publication purposes, that portion is not going to be permitted to be played in the courtroom.
Your Honor, would you state those times again that you are ordering not to be published? I've got 3255 to 3548.
Right. Those are the two timestamps for that. And I hope that's helpful as both parties are trying to review on the transcript and State's Exhibit 16.
And that's from 3255 to 3548.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Is not publishable in the courtroom or on to be broadcast. Finally, I want to recognize both parties wanted the benefit of the record to be more specific in their arguments concerning their objections. So if those arguments pertain to timestamp 3255 through timestamp 3548, I'm willing to allow you to do that in a closed hearing. Please be mindful of the time and keep your argument succinct. With that in mind, do the parties have any arguments they feel I have not considered in my ruling that require a closed hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. And so I'm just going to tell the court what I think the general nature of that is without getting into the details, because I do think a closed hearing is appropriate. There are, setting aside the 1102 issue and objections, there are statements in this video by Mr. Twiggs attributed to Mr. Robinson. Okay, Mr. Robinson said. There are two other exhibits, which I've said before, I'm confident the state will offer, which Mr. Twiggs says in this video, those are statements by Mr. Robinson. Okay, I will acknowledge that separate and apart from 1102,
so what?
Statements of a party opponent are admissible if relevant. In fact, they're not even hearsay, right? They're excluded from the hearsay rule. But the question is whether statements of Mr. Robinson of the nature that I'm referring to can be published, not considered by the court, but published without violating Mr. Robinson's 14th Amendment due process rights.
Okay, I understand the argument he's making.
Said in our earlier papers that the answer is no.
He's saying that they want to make this part private because Lance is going to say Tyler Robinson said certain things that would be prejudiced. Like
this proceeding is being
speaking for him.
Yeah, would violate Mr. Robinson's due process rights under the 14th Amendment. We previously cited, and the reason why I'm saying this again is
I can make it more
to reiterate
easier to
something,
understand,
just because if you say it twice, it means something different. But because my colleagues have suggested that maybe my argument earlier was not clear enough, and so I want to make sure it is clear so that the court makes a decision based on the arguments of counsel. The United States Supreme Court said in Estes, E-S-T-E-S versus Texas, 381 U.S. 532, the following. In Rideau versus Louisiana, and that's R-I-D-E-A-U, this court constructed a rule that the televising of a defendant in the act of confessing to a crime was inherently invalid under the due process clause of the 14th Amendment, even without a showing of prejudice or a demonstration of the nexus between the televised confession and the trial. I am not calling the statements of Mr. Robinson confessions, but that is what the state will call them. And so there are portions of this exhibit and the other exhibits that I've referred to, which implicate Mr. Robinson's right not to have what the state calls a confession televised. This court has authorized the televising of this proceeding. And there are reporters in this courtroom who will go outside and speak on what we used to call television. That opinion was from the 60s. Now we have other forms of technology, but I'm just going to use what the Supreme Court says.
Yes, sir.
So we are very concerned that the publication beyond this court's eyes of what the state will call confessions at trial violates Mr. Robinson's due process rights right here and now today. And I know that we said that before in the litigation, but now we're exhibit specific. If I haven't been clear about the argument, I want to make sure I'm clear about it, because the court's decision to allow this video to be televised and the other two exhibits to be shown to the camera in the back of the courtroom is exactly what the Supreme Court says violates the 14th Amendment.
So, and I appreciate that clarity, and perhaps, and again, if you want to go into closed hearing, we can do so, or if you want to refer to the pages. So I want to know exactly what you're referring to, whether it's in that 3255 through 3548, which is being excluded, or is it in the
It is not. It is earlier, and it's also the two other anticipated exhibits. So we may as well deal with all of it at the same time. It's probably easier to do it in a closed proceeding because nobody has to be obtuse. I don't have to be obtuse in order to protect my client's rights.
No, I appreciate that. And it actually prompts, in order for me to get to that, I do want to ask the state, are you intending to introduce the text messages as an exhibit in this proceeding, the preliminary hearing?
Yes, Judge, we will be attempting to and moving for the admission of the text thread, the Discord thread, and I think, and the note that is referenced in Mr. Twiggs 1102.
All right, and let me take one step at a time, just for clarity. And again, Mr. Novak, I really do appreciate you being so precise. It's helping me parse it out so we can address it, because it's important. And I recognize that you're advocating for your client. And so I want to give it its due time. The text messages, from my understanding, and either side weigh in, my understanding that those were released to the public months ago in their entirety.
Judge, if I may, they were not released in their entirety. Portions of them were placed into the charging document, the information that supported in part the charges that the state has filed.
Which is
we found
public.
the entirety of them in. And now we wish to publish more of them than were included in the charging document.
I see. For some reason, I thought it was as part of an exhibit for a motion, but Mr. Novak, I'm not sure if that's ringing any bells.
I'm aware of the issue that the court is commenting on. I think the state needs to account for its decision to publish text messages that directly implicate the Supreme Court law that we're talking about. And don't want to pretend that I can anticipate what the court's concerns are, but that doesn't cure republication on television of what the state will call a confession in this proceeding. So in other words, this is not like, oh, the cat's out of the bag or the barn door's open. This is another opportunity to violate Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights. And I'm not at all suggesting that somebody is intending to do that, certainly not the court. And I'm confident that the state's counsel would never intend to do that, but that would be the consequence of further televising what the state refers to as, previously referred to as confessions, and certainly would refer to here in this proceeding as confessions. We are so acknowledging that they are statements of a party. We have not filed anything in this case that publicizes the text messages, the Discord chat, the note which Ms. Hunt is mentioning, and now that Ms. Hunt has said that, yes, we want this note to be presented into evidence, and the court knows what this note is because the court's now watched the video. That's another piece of the same problem. So this is all simplified by the court being extra cautious about Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights, considering these exhibits to the extent the court deems that they're admissible and portions of them are relevant, and not further televising them in this proceeding in a manner which we think is inconsistent with what the Supreme Court said in Estes v. Texas.
All right. I appreciate that, Mr. Novak. Ms. Hunt, would you like to respond? Because I understand what Mr. Novak's saying, and there may be a 403 issue as well as it relates to this. And I'm not going to pretend to read your mind, but because I can't do that. All right, Ms. Hunt.
Just to clarify for the record in the court, the state's position is that we would like the audio played. The audio may be captured by the cameras in the state's position, but we never intended to visually put them on the monitors such that cameras can capture them and pause or get the actual exhibits, substances of the exhibits. I believe that was the media's position, if I remember correctly, is that they want everything audio and visually displayed, but the state's position is we just want the audio played.
Right, but what's so I'm just focused on 16 right now.
Okay, yes, and that's the state's position with regards to Exhibit 16.
So help me understand what's the difference if the audio.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Or the video.
The audio is the point.
On what the court is identifying is, well, first of all, 16 is admitted, so that threshold has been met. But we're dealing with the publication in regards to what is publicized, because this is going to Mr. Novak's argument about publicizing that is different than the court simply reviewing it in its own privacy. I don't want to misstate your argument, but I believe that was one of the distinctions you made.
The distinction that Ms. Hunt is drawing is, I think, what people call a distinction without a difference. It doesn't matter whether it's audio or video, and it doesn't matter whether it's on a television or on the internet or on the radio. It's going to be broadcast. And so it doesn't really matter whether it's audio or video. And it's actually not Mr. Robinson's video, it's Mr. Twig's video. And when the court mentioned 403, yes, I think the court did accurately read my mind, which is fine with me, but it's unfair prejudice of a constitutional dimension, and 403 is a rule of evidence.
All right, so Ms. Hunt, as it relates to that publication, help me understand whether it's audio or video. What's the difference there? Help me understand that.
I disagree that it's a distinction without a difference. As we've discussed prior in this hearing, UCJA Rule 4-202.02 sub 2 sub J states that exhibits are presumed to be public court records, and it does give the court discretion to regulate access when necessary to protect the integrity of the exhibit or ensure a fair trial. So I do want to recognize that. But that discretion should be exercised narrowly, as we've talked about before with publication regarding this case. What the state is proposing, we believe, is a narrowly tailored accommodation. We don't want to display the full exhibits. Obviously, within state's Exhibit 16, the video of Lance Twiggs, he is shown, and it can be seen, exhibits that the state will then in the future move to admit 16.1, 16.2, the text threads, the Discord threads. So we're thinking that if it's displayed visually, what the cameras will be able to do is pause that, duplicate them, replicate them, essentially have access to those exhibits. What we're trying to do, and maybe they can do the same thing with I'm sure Mr. Novak will say they'll do the same thing with the audio. But hearing the tone, the context, all of that. That's why the state chose to do, we could have done a written 1102 statement from Mr. Twiggs. We chose to do, as is allowed by 1102, we chose to do a recording because that's how the state is choosing to present this evidence. We believe that the appearance or the tone, the context, hearing Mr. Twiggs actually talk and talk through these exhibits, talk through his experience is a meaningful way of presenting our evidence. And so that's the difference we're seeing.
I see.
Obviously it's up to the court's discretion on how publication is to be made here. We've made our arguments generally about that issue and we'll submit it to the court. Our prime issue is that the exhibits be admitted into the record, that the court consider them as part of the preliminary hearing standard and bind over, but we'll submit it to the court on publication, but that's the state's position.
All right, Mr. Novak.
I learned a long time ago that when the opposing party says, Your Honor, we're submitting on it, there's a suggestion that maybe the court is going to make a ruling which doesn't require more evidence, more argument from me. But I am going to say that it is fair for Ms. Hunt to say, Your Honor, we wanted the court to see the witness and hear the witness so that the court could make reliability determinations. Because as Your Honor has said, that's really up to you. That's a different issue from the constitutional consequences of electronically publishing what the state will call a confession. Now I've changed the word from television to electronically publishing because I'm trying to be in the 21st century, and the Supreme Court used that word in 1963.
Sure.
Citation to state standards for what is or is not a public document are not the issue. There's a constitutional issue here. And I think that the court has already heard from me at least 3 times about what we think the court should do here. It's a preliminary hearing. It's not a jury trial. There may be a jury trial in the future at which we have to voir dire on yet another issue, which is whether potential jurors were exposed to media replaying of what the state called a confession. That's exactly what was structural error. There was no prejudice question in Rideau versus Louisiana, and that's why in Estes v. Texas, the Supreme Court said, we have a rule. You can't televise what a prosecutor calls a confession before trial. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate both parties advocating and arguing. It's helpful for the court. All right, so in taking in consideration the argument, which again, I appreciate the parties articulating, the further edits that the court is going to require to be redacted, starting on page 8, and I apologize, I don't have a timestamp. Starting on page 8, and sorry, I'm just trying to. Sorry, starting on page 7. right after, is that at 8? Well, let's start. Starting on page 6. Now, let me go back here. Starting on page 6, after 6 minutes and 56 seconds.
Do you recognize who that person is?
It's
Going to 20 minutes and 27 seconds.
morning on September.
For reasons such as 403, under Rule 403. And again, this is simply for publication. This is not taking out what the court will consider. The court is considering the entirety of State's Exhibit 16, but the court is trying to take a narrow approach in recognizing and balancing transparency with constitutional rights, and doing so in such a manner that it is meaningful and doesn't diminish the court's duty as a magistrate under the probable cause determination. All right.
Can you state those times again, Your Honor?
6:56 until right the line before 2027.
That's 16 minutes worth of
Or
interview.
2027, just so until 2027. Is that? And then and then what the court indicated previously.
Unfortunately, this is part of court as well. The administrative pieces.
3255 until 3548.
And I apologize, Judge, just to clarify, these timestamps that you just gave, the 3255 to 3548 and 656 to 2027, those are just not being published, but they have been admitted for Your Honor's consideration.
Right. So kind of going through my 3-step process. Exhibit 16 is an entirety, not the transcript, but because the exhibit is not the transcript. The exhibit is the video. That has been admitted in its entirety for the court's determination as it relates to this case. So what I'm talking about here is this is only what will be published in the courtroom and on and captured by the video is the differentiation. So what's being redacted, for the lack of a better word, or cut out is what's going to be published in the courtroom, not what the court's going to consider. The court's considering it in its entirety. The court's not going to redact anything in here. It's going to make its own determinations in regards to relevance and everything that everything that Mr. Novak noted. I'm taking that in consideration and making those determinations, which the court will do again, because this is not something you do watch once and then make your decision. This requires analysis, and the court is committed to doing that. But hopefully that gives you an idea of where, as it relates to publication.
Yes, thank you.
All right, to the media.
Thank
Your Honor, I know how much time the court's already dedicated to considering this, and I appreciate the additional time being afforded the media. There's just two additional things that I wanted to mention to the court. I do want to reiterate the point that I made before about the fact that if this is, in fact, a key consideration that the court is entering into when trying to make the determination that it is going to make at the conclusion of this hearing, Utah case law, including the Archuleta case, that the defense has referred to over and over again, stresses that the same considerations that urge for access to a preliminary hearing itself, allowing the proceedings to be televised, allowing people to be in the courtroom, also advocate for access to documents on which the court bases its ruling. Disclosing documents used, this is from Archuleta on page 238 to 239. Disclosing documents used by courts in reaching a decision in a preliminary hearing will discourage decisions based on improper means and will promote conscientious performance by all officials involved in the criminal justice system. Therefore, providing a presumptive right of access to documents filed in connection with preliminary hearings can play a significant positive role in the functioning of that process. I want to reiterate the belief that providing access to the documents on which the court bases its decision in this proceeding is critical. Second thing that I do want to mention, because the court referred to it before, is the fact that without going into the content of the interview itself, I understand from the arguments being made today that many of these references are to text messages. Again, the public doesn't yet have access to that. But I do believe that the documents filed in this case, including the information that was filed days after this, contain many, if not all, of the text messages that are now at issue that are going to be kept from the public in this proceeding. I know the court in previous occasions has said, if this information is in the public already, I shouldn't be in the business of trying to now keep that from the public for two reasons. One, it's already out there. Second, it suggests to the public that something else lurks in there. Something else is being kept from them that isn't. And so not only does it run counter to the idea that of transparency generally, but it seems to suggest that there is something embedded in there that the public doesn't already have access to when the court denies access to materials in a proceeding like this that are already public. And so I again, recognizing how much time the court has already invested in this, I believe it's wise, and I believe it would help avoid potentially making a mistake that the court later on then thought, oh, I wish someone had brought that to my attention, to check whether or not any of the materials that are now under consideration to be withheld from the public are actually already in the public's domain because they are part of the information and probable cause statements that were filed at the outset of this case. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Thank you. And all right, counsel, if you would like to state your name.
Your Honor, Jeffrey Nyman on behalf of the Kirk family. I've been very hesitant to speak up at these proceedings. We understand it's the state, the defense, and the judge. You're all doing your job. But I feel as if we need to. I want to be clear as to what the Kirk's family's position is on all of this. The Kirk family believes strongly that if the evidence is being admitted in this preliminary hearing, it should be made public for the world to see. No redactions. This court has tools at its tools at its disposal to make sure the defendant receives a fair trial. You'll use them if you find that you need to. That's it, Your Honor. To not be transparent,
terrible lawyer.
To not be open, to not let the world see what happened, will create doubt and distrust in the judicial system. And that's not what anybody wants. That's not what any of us believe should happen here. And we'd ask the court to consider the position of the family in making its ultimate decision.
Thank you. Anything further before I issue my final ruling to clarify what's been stated, just so it's clear to all parties? Mr. Novak, and your mic's muted.
Yes, we just want to say that we totally respect Ms. Kirk's position in this situation, as well stated by her counsel. Media counsel's suggestion that because the state, in our view, improperly disclosed what the state is going to call a confession in charging documents does not mean that this court can just let it go. This has been the most transparent criminal proceeding I've ever been involved in, and I am sure it will continue to be transparent. But there are some things which the Supreme Court has said the public has to wait for the jury trial in order to hear evidence, because the number one preeminent question is how do we protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial? And with all due respect to the Kirk family, and with all due respect to the media, and with all due respect to the public, the number one concern in this proceeding is Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, which means a jury which has not been exposed before it's in this courtroom, under this court's supervision, with this court's guidance, to pretrial information of this nature.
All right, I do have a follow-up question for you, Mr. Novak, returning to the Estes case. It's an important point. I want to make sure I fully understand it before I issue my final ruling. My understanding is Estes cited to a dissenting opinion in Rideau.
Rideau, yes.
Rideau, my French is bad.
Mine too.
That constructed a rule that publicizing a confession runs afoul of the 14th Amendment. But that didn't appear to be the holding. It was the opinion talked about coerced confessions being put out to the public. Could you cite two Estes that supports?
The portion that the court is looking at is exactly what I would read to the court. It says, we constructed a rule. Now, I understand there's a parentheses there where it refers to a dissenting opinion in Rideau, because I think that was a case where there were multiple opinions. And we all understand how complicated it is to figure out what comes out of a Supreme Court opinion when there are multiple concurring and dissenting opinions.
Mm-hmm.
But what the court says in Estes is that televising, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, televising what the prosecution calls a confession de facto violates a defendant's 14th Amendment right to due process without a prejudice analysis, without even looking at what happened in the trial vis-a-vis that earlier televised analysis. So yes, we could go down what lawyers like to do. We could go down the rabbit hole of what were all the different opinions in Rideau and why is Estes citing to a dissenting justice. But what Estes said is we constructed a rule. It's not a reference to a dissenting opinion. And I think when the Supreme Court says we have a rule, we should just take it at face value that that's the rule. I understand what's in parentheses there is a little confusing, but what the Supreme Court is saying in Estes is we have a rule. And if I may have one moment. The Estes opinion was written by Justice Clark. There was a concurrence by Chief Justice Warren, Mr. Justice Douglas, Mr. Justice Goldberg, and then there were dissents by Justices Stewart, Black, Brennan, and White. So we could spend some time deconstructing that, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what rule they adopted in Rideau versus Louisiana. It's a 5-4 opinion. And I would have to sit down with the cases, just like Your Honor probably is wishing it had time to do right now. The court had time to do right now, but it's a 5-4 opinion of the United States Supreme Court saying what the holding in Rideau is.
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that guidance, Mr. Novak. So taking into consideration all the factors.
You're going to say yes or no?
It's starting at I believe I said starting at 6 minutes and 56 seconds. going to $20 and 27 seconds. Does that comport what I previously said?
Yes.
All right. And then the other edit is
My poll is 50 and 50.
Yeah, I don't know how he's going to go on this.
from 32:55 until 35:48. Does that comport with what I previously said?
Yes.
All right. And then from 35:48 to the remainder 37 can be included. So there is that gap, but that can be included. And part of the reason in responding to the media, and it's an important point, and to the representative for victim representative Erica Kirk, is I recognize the importance of transparency. I also recognize the importance of balancing constitutional rights, and it is a fine line. One of the reasons why for these edits includes under my analysis under 403, going to the last part, needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. And based off the representation of the state that the text messages may be introduced, the court is ruling that this may be revisited in case that doesn't happen. But to throw back the curtain, much of this is the text messages, to be clear. And again, all of this is going to be considered by the court. I'm balancing all these competing rules, constitutional rights, as well as transparency. And sometimes it is an imperfect balancing act, but I'm trying to act in the interest of justice in making this balancing act and for transparency to actually be transparent. And so that is the ruling of the court as it relates to State's Exhibit 16. Turning to the state, do you wish to make the edits as identified by the court and play it tomorrow to publish it, or do you wish to go a different route?
I think just to make sure that we are completely in line with the court's ruling, I think we would like to take the evening to make sure the edits are all correct and start out tomorrow by playing it.
And if you wouldn't mind, when you have that final copy, if you could send it to defense to review to us to form, just to make sure it comports with the timestamps that the court has identified. And I know this has been a long conversation, but I just want to make sure everyone understands, okay, this is what the court said, and we're all on the same page, that what is before that's being presented reflects that. So not downing the state, simply allowing everyone to review it before it is introduced into court.
Absolutely, we will do that.
All right. On this issue, anything further?
As to this exhibit, no.
All right.
Yeah, that was all day just to get to that point of
So redacted.
you can't show it. Jesus.
You indicated that you're going to prepare this for tomorrow. How would we like to proceed for the remainder of our time together?
Yeah, just a moment.
Of course.
So the main things we got today was Officer Davis and the timelines for when he was supposedly arrested and all that.
Really
So
nothing.
what else we're gonna get?
That was it. Well,
That's-
they might do text messages and
I know the state's engaged.
Discord
but if someone
messages.
could send a copy of that to the court after it's been reviewed by counsel, so the court can review it to double check that it comports with what I said, to make sure that it reflects what I was intending to reflect. That way we can save time as well. Thank you.
Looks like he's ready to go home.
Judge, it's the state's position that we close for today, come back once those edits have been made. We can start tomorrow with that and proceed from there.
Wow.
All right. Any opposition from defense?
Look how happy he got.
No, Your Honor. I do want to point out that there is one additional exhibit which we think the state will offer through Mr. Davis. I'm sorry, Agent Davis. Agent Davis, as to which we proposed redactions. It's 5 screenshots of Mr. Twiggs's phone. It's not a 25-page transcript. I'm not suggesting that we should argue about that now, but I'm just making the court aware of that. It's a much simpler exercise. It's not nearly as complicated. I think that's the only one where we proposed other redactions. But the publication question still remains as to all of the asserted statements by Mr. Robinson. So it's according to Mr. Twiggs, according to the text messages, according to the Discord and the note. All of that is part of the SD's issue. And I just want the court to be aware of that. And I understand it's hard because the court doesn't have all those exhibits in front of it. But I just want the court to understand. I think that all of the argument that we've had with respect to the transcript sort of lays the foundation for the legal issues, but it's going to come up with respect to those exhibits as well. And the comments that the court made about 403, I understand it with respect to relevance and admissibility, but I'm not sure how 403 applies to the televising of statements that the prosecution will call confessions. So maybe that's something.
It was a different prong that I was addressing.
Good. Okay.
The duplicative part or cumulative part as it relates to the text messages. And that's why I reserved that if it doesn't come in, then it can be revisited to the redactions that's made public.
For evidentiary purposes as opposed to for publication purposes.
Right.
Understood.
Right.
But if the court wants to recess, we have no problem with that.
And so just going to your point and again, trying to maximize our efficiency, given your arguments, which you articulated well, would you mind perhaps preparing a memorandum or a short brief that can help us move forward? Because I want to look at in detail what you're citing to. It's difficult on the fly to jump into SDs and go to a portion, and I want to give your argument full consideration. It's a suggestion if you can. I know you're extremely busy, but it may be helpful if you choose to. If you choose not to, I will certainly allow the time for it to argument. I just want to make sure I'm fully up to speed as opposed to trying to shoot from the hip there.
When the court says, I'd like to know which exhibits and what the legal issues are ahead of time so that at 9 a.m. the court has already had an opportunity to understand what's coming, we're happy to do that. And I'll try to get something to the court by 8 a.m.
I appreciate that. Thank
No
you,
problem.
Mr. Novak. And if you would mind, obviously, sending a copy to the state as well.
Of
so
course,
it's not
of course.
ex parte. All right.
So, is the court referring to a formal filing?
No, just if
A
you
bench
want
memo.
a bench memo, and that all sides can have take a look at, just to prepare, again, in light of efficiency and trying to maximize our time and give as much weight and time to addressing these issues fully, as opposed to trying to hit them at the moment and doing a deep dive when it's a little bit more difficult. So
happy to do so.
If you'd like to, I would entertain that to the state. If you want to confer and talk to see where you are and want to do the same, certainly you are entitled to do so as well.
I think we plan on doing that. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right. Is there anything else for this afternoon? All right. To defense.
No, thank you very much for your time, Your Honor.
All right. Court will be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Adjourned.
Did not get much done today, huh?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, I think they got more information from Davis than they got most of yesterday from multiple people.
I mean, the stuff with there was definitely some interesting stuff. Obviously, the rifle round found on another roof.
Yeah.
That's bizarre. I think the times of when he was supposedly detained and arrested are interesting.
Yeah, I was trying to go back through my notes on that. Let's see. Excuse me. And like you said, I mean, the verbiage is important. That verbiage matters. So it looks like.
So it doesn't sound like we're going to get much out of Lance's testimony.
Mm-mm.
It's not going to be shown to us.
Nope.
It sounds like the reason why is it doesn't sound like much of a testimony. It sounds like somebody just read him back messages and he just said, yes, yes, yes. I saw those messages. Maybe it's something along those lines. But is also very interesting. Why, like, I'm still trying to figure out why the prosecution did not want the video to be played. Why would the prosecution not want the video of Lance being played?
Because it's damning to them trying to get Tyler only. They're going after Tyler Robinson, and it might make it look like it's Twigs instead of Tyler. That messes up their case.
Or
But
either
it
it looks
says,
like Twigs is lying.
Yeah, it says September 11th at 8:30 p.m. That's when he was supposedly in contact with Washington County to turn himself in. At 9 p.m., he arrived with his parents and Mike Mitchell. And then it says he was not officially detained until September 12th, the next early morning at 4 a.m. That's what's on record.
Well, that'd have been officially arrested. You got to be very clear. Detained and arrested are not the same word. They mean very, very different things when it comes to law enforcement. You can be detained without being arrested.
Yeah, then it says he arrived September 12th at 8 a.m. He was officially booked in Utah County September 12th at 8 a.m. So he was detained at 4 a.m., traveled, and then was booked.
No, he was placed under arrest at 4 a.m., according to the officer.
Well, this is his words. I typed exactly what he said.
Well, so when was he arrested?
He never says arrest. He says booked, and he says detained. That's the two words he uses. So, I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like the timeline's a little wonky there. Pretty sure he said he was arrested. He said he was formally arrested at 4 a.m. He did say that today. Because I talked about it immediately after he said it.
Huh. All right. Well, let's go ahead and do we have any like debrief, anything we want to talk about? There wasn't a ton there. We've talked about the biggest part of it.
I mean, the biggest stuff was the obviously bullet on the roof of the computer science building. I don't know if we could figure out where that is.
Yeah, we can look into that. And I'm
that
gonna
would
look
be
up
important.
that Barron episode 66. So I'm gonna look up that also. That's gonna give us some more information.
But I mean, that was really it, right? And then they had the long recess and nothing after that. The entire thing they did was try to decide whether or not they were going to show Twiggs' testimony or not.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
All right. What was the name of the building? Do you remember?
He said the computer science lab or the computer science building, I believe. Chat, is that right? He said computer lab, computer science building, something
computer
like that.
lab.
Let's see. And you said it was, let's see, where's the, do we have
I
north
think
on here?
I think he said it was east of the Losi Center, or was it east of
computer science
courtyard?
building.
Environmental technology. That's Sorensen. So it's not that.
What is the name of the computer science building on UVU campus?
Computer science classes at UVU are located in two main buildings. They are the Scott M. Smith Engineering Building and the Computer Sciences Building.
Okay, computer
The
science.
computer
building.
sciences building is probably
Computer science building is the computer sciences building.
apparently there is. Yeah,
that was very informative. Let me I'm gonna pull up their map. Give me a second here.
Yeah.
You guys want to kill some
I mean,
time real quick?
no matter what building, the fact that there's a 226 rifle round laying on top of a building in this courtyard area, that's, I mean, we're just going to glaze over that. Like,
But it's important to know where this building is compared to where Charlie Kirk was. That'll give us good information, because if it's way on the other side, now it doesn't matter.
Well, I'd say it still matters because someone was on a roof with a rifle round ejected onto the roof in this area, found. So I think it's relevant no matter what, because that means there was someone with an AR-15 style platform weapon on a roof in the area.
At a school.
At a school.
Yeah.
So it's relevant. I would, but I mean, if it's in a place where it's like, yeah, I don't know. We have to wait and see. Somebody said it was 150 yards behind Tyler.
Behind
so is it further
Tyler?
back, further east.
Behind the roof, not Tyler, because Tyler wasn't up there.
Well, I mean, whoever was up there. Is it that building behind there?
Looks like that right there.
I'm trying to look at man. Their maps suck for campus.
It would be further. Like, go past the parking lot.
Somebody's at UVU.
What's this building?
Can you guys put it in chat if you know what this is?
There's
if
a
you're
few
in
people
Utah.
that we know that are now at UVU. We can at least go. We can get them to go check.
People are saying this is it. Now, this is very, very interesting because this building is where we assume the potential shot may have been coming from ahead of time, because 139 yards is so close. This would be about 300 yards, which you can 100% make that 300 yards as a normal shot for a good shooter. But is there line of sight is the question.
I see 0 line of sight, and I can just
you need to shift to the left.
Yeah,
there's
but
another portion of that building. Oh no, it looks to me like there's potential line of sight.
I want to say Gary covered this with his fancy 3D thing, and he said there was a shot from this building. He said he thought it was from like over here or something.
But also think about this. Now we know there was someone up on the roof of that building with a rifle, and that building is connected to the Losi Center. You can walk straight across. See that?
Yep.
So why was somebody up on that building with a rifle? That's pretty close to the building that supposedly Tyler. It's the next building over, right? It's not like this building is somewhere else on campus. That's if that's the building. I mean, I don't know for sure if that's the building or not, but
yeah, they say this is where Tyler was right here, and this one's right.
Yeah, I mean, that's you just walk straight across. You walk straight across that building to that building. It's very close, actually.
Again, assuming it's the right one.
Yeah, assuming that's the right building.
Huh. All right.
Now, this doesn't necessarily mean this is where the shot came from, but what it does mean is there was someone with a lower caliber rifle on this building, right next to the building the shot was supposedly taken from. Doesn't mean that he potentially lost this round right there, but I mean, again, he obviously was on. Somebody was on the building, that building, with a rifle, with an AR-15 style rifle.
And if you can walk over to the other building, you did say that, right?
You can see it right there.
Yeah, you can walk over to the other building. Maybe somebody started off over there
That's
to
what I
get
mean.
everything ready, and then they walked over and got ready here.
That's what I mean.
And this is where he jumped off, supposedly, over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close.
Yeah.
It's one building over. That makes it a lot weirder. The fact that it's the building right next to it that has a platform that connects the two roofs. Like, look at that. That walkway connects those two roofs.
Right.
You can walk straight across there to exactly where the other person was. That's wild.
What are those tan beams between like the little walkway. Can you go a little closer to that? Right there. Okay. There's no beams. I was just checking. Yeah. There's no problem. He can just walk over there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he was probably loading up or getting ready, and then he walked over.
We don't know, but I mean, that's not the fact. The fact they found that building relevant to go and do crime scene analysis on, and found a rifle round up there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty weird. Pretty weird.
But yeah, that's really all we got today.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So we appreciate everyone being here. Today was a short day. It's a little bit different, but tomorrow and Friday are going to be back to an entire day starting at 9:30 Central, and it's going to go all day long. So it'll be just like Monday and Tuesday, tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be doing the panel again. We'll have different people each day, along with me and Nate. And obviously, we have supers and that kind of stuff. So stick around if you want to hang out for that portion of it. But we appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, and check out the different channels.
And that Twitter space, if anybody's interested, I believe she's going to start another Twitter space this evening, and her name was Louisiana Girl. So I'm not sure exactly what time, but for anybody watching, if you're interested, look for Louisiana Girl on X, or either look for me, Mr. Let Go 45 on X, and I probably would be in that room with her.
Now that doesn't mean that Blake's going to be there again.
Yeah, right. We're just I just said I'll go, so I'll go check it out. I'm trying to get
I think he just showed up. I don't think she pre-planned any of that.
Yeah, he just showed up. I'm just trying to get a little bit more active on X because I'm never on X.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I'm
so
not
toxic.
either, man, so.
It's so toxic.
It is. That's the toxic cesspool. But all right, yeah, let's hit the super chats. Let's do it. Is that for me? Oh, sorry. Hello, fellow veterans. I enjoy watching you guys. We must keep our brotherhood strong together. Take care and stay safe to you all and all vets. Thank you, brother.
Big Daddy Waller. Do you guys think the guy with the badge who went with the witness to the roof could have had a device that turned off the body cam? I believe most body cams beep when the battery is low, and it acted like he didn't know it died.
I think that's true. I think that's true.
I think it's
heard that
far-reaching.
before.
Yeah.
They definitely get notified when their body cameras turn off.
Yeah,
for sure.
I remember hearing that somewhere.
As for something to turn it off, I don't know. Who knows?
You want to turn it off on demand?
Yeah, probably not.
Because whatever device would turn it off would also mess up the cell phones and stuff too, most likely. You'd have to mess with all the electronics in the
I think
area.
it's more likely that he turned his body camera footage off. Honey Badger, thank you.
Erica France v. Kirk. She says the pyrotechnics failed to ignite when the judge announced my presence.
Yeah, she's not used to those walk-ins. Usually they're a little bit more theatric for her.
Honey Badger Girl, thanks for becoming a new channel member. Dear Jen, not supposed with the phone, but EK lawyer requested permission. Was it his phone who rang yesterday and judge amended his statements? He did mention today that some people do have permission to have cell phones. But in general, everyone else can't. I heard that today too.
That was probably for Mr. Let Go or Jesse.
Thank you, Honey Badger girl. She's becoming a member on all our channels probably.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Walking tall. It's odd how these shooters are always spotted at a fast food restaurant, like the Parkland shooter.
It just works up an appetite, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Freeman die free. Objection. ATF aren't firearms experts as they've proven recently. Yes.
According to the government, they are. Not according to me, but according to the government, they are.
State your case. Thanks for becoming a new channel member. Julia Strucking, Cafe Truck News Hour. Interesting. When the judge is listening to any of the attorneys, he just stares without blinking, kind of creepy, like he is zoning out.
He's definitely listening, though, because he'll repeat back like very specific things that they say even on long rants.
Mm-hmm.
Brian says, is it me or these prosecutors shouldn't be speaking to the judge? I literally talked to JD DeLay about this earlier in text messages on how the proceedings should be played out or in the role of the court. Obviously, JD is very aware of the court system because he's got like 56 felonies. He said the judge knows how public this trial is, and he's treading very carefully and erring on the side of caution when responding. He said normal cases, the judge would be cussing that prosecutor out. So.
Diane, thanks for covering this, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. Lisa Edenborough, thanks to all of my favorites. Well, minus Baron Coleman. I can't wait to hear us take on everything so far. Again, we appreciate your time. Love hearing all the different opinions.
Yeah, I'm going to be Baron's on tonight, right? In about 45 minutes, I think.
About an hour, yeah.
I'm definitely going to watch his show at the gym tonight. Check email, side-by-side pics, suspect and TR.
There's one going around on X, but it's the one on the stairs is AI enhanced, so there's no way to know if that's accurate at all.
I see what you're saying,
and people are calling it out pretty hard.
Yeah, I see.
Dr. Tetanus,
I'll look at him.
More like fist fit patriot.
That dude is such a fucking dork.
Never heard of him.
Misfit Patriot. He's got way too much eyeliner on. He's I can't stand that dude.
Blessed to be true. Last 2 days will be the crescendo.
Yeah, let's hope so. They got a lot to get through, I feel like, in 2 days now.
Yeah, I don't see them getting it done in 2 days.
Well, he said that it's over at Friday at 5 regardless. So, you know.
Well, Baron was saying if they need more time, they just schedule it for later on, and usually it's a couple weeks or a month out or whatever.
I think he's just going to determine there's going to be a trial Friday at 5.
Yeah. And for anyone that's watching, we'll be live all week. We'll be here tomorrow and Friday. So if you're looking for a place and you want to watch it, just come back here and we'll be here.
So just a question, just for clarity. If he looks at everything and says, okay, we don't have anything here, what exactly happens next?
Tyler goes home.
Tyler goes home the same day. Does he do this? Does he do that?
He's released from custody.
And that's
the
it?
Judges determined there's not enough evidence to take him to trial.
Okay.
Now, again, according to Barron, as he explained it, the bar is extremely low for what they need to get a trial for this. So there's going to be a trial.
Okay. I was just checking. I just wanted to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm trying to find that picture that everyone's talking about, but all right.
Oh, I got a wild picture. Do you want to see how the mainstream media is covering this right now? JD sent me this. Check this out. Let me pull this up. So check this out. I got it pulled up. You just got to add it. So this is how the mainstream media is covering the case from the Daily Mail right now. All the Charlie Kirk assassination conspiracy theories have been debunked during the court hearing. Did you guys know that?
You have to remember too, Daily Mail has been the mouthpiece for everything they've released.
It's debunked.
So like the AI video conspiracy was Daily Mail. The Lance Twiggs in Texas was Daily Mail. There was something else like
It's
audio
not just
or something.
them. Go look at Megyn Kelly's show. Go look at Officer Tatum's show, Benny Johnson's show, Fox News. Everywhere you look, you're going to see this exact same thing.
It's all over X. I mean, it's been like that since Monday, since the first trial.
Open and shut case, according to them.
Yep.
Wild.
This is you.
Has the transmission? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, the transmission.
No. That's what they were spending a long time today to see if they were going to accept it or not. We'll find out tomorrow. When you ignore your neighbors and ignore your government's tyranny, then your military oath has expired. Wish they showed this much effort towards the Big E files. Yeah, that'd been nice, huh?
Sid Camry, did they ever cross-examine the lady yesterday who didn't know anything about guns? The one still under oath when she left right before DNA lady. Christ is king.
No, she was up there very short. She was up there for like 10 minutes.
I don't even remember her.
No, they didn't cross-examine her at all. They brought up the FBI witness or the FBI DNA lady. Nate, any chance you, JD, can shout out Oshala Farms? Their business was hit by the fire in Oregon. Well, shout out to Oshala Farms of Oregon. Yeah, this is a big problem in Oregon summers, guys. Oregon burns down every year. So sorry to hear it. Sorry to hear it,
Really?
guys. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, we get terrible forest fires here. Nate, your FB DM sent you some info. Send it to me on Instagram, brother. I don't check Facebook very often, or email. Those are the two best ways to get a hold of me. Anna says, I love that you're all covering this together. This circus is crazy to watch, but you guys can make it entertaining. Thank you from Iceland. Well, thank you, Anna. Appreciate you.
Philip Foltz, sorry, but if my children told me this much BS, they would not leave the rooms for weeks. He seems to have an addiction, or is it just something in the mouth?
Oh, the first guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was smacking. He was smacking them lips. The whole thing is a psyop. That's probably for Aaron or Jesse.
Oh, shout out to George Martinez. What's the caliber of the new round that was found? And it was 223. 223. Yeah.
Which is, for you guys who aren't, gun buffs or whatever, that's what an AR-15. An AR-15 platform shoots 3 main rounds.
Mhm.
A 223 or /556. You can think they're not necessarily interchangeable, but they're both pretty much interchangeable in AR-15. And then you have what's called 300 Blackout.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit more powerful round than the other ones. The Losi building.
Oh,
did we get that one? I don't think we got that one yet. The Losi building roof is split between gravel and rubber. The roof measurement is about 200 feet. The front half is rubber, not gravel. How was the shooter spot imprinted in gravel while laying prone? Maybe that section's gravel, I would assume.
Yeah, I think there's gravel where they say he was, supposedly.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the top of the building.
Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it is.
Yeah. Riley Guy, what's up, brother? Says, is there some type of unwritten rule that if you're testifying, you have to speak in a lower register and sound like Batman, or the Jocko? Good.
Or like Victor Marks. Hey, young lady. Like it said to Candace.
Yeah. Waiting for the day when the president gives himself a Medal of Honor for surviving that. Well, he talked about it. He talks about it all the time, wanting to give it to himself and his 2 beautiful sons. Oh, Barron's Miranda date was wrong then. Not necessarily, because we didn't get any real confirmation on timestamps on this guy. Remember, he said at about or around 8, a call was made at around 9. Supposedly he came in. So what does that actually mean? Right. But now, if Barron's got actual arrest records, that means somebody's not telling the truth. I mean, it's obviously not Barron lying about that, but I would want to know, hey, why is this guy saying it was 9 p.m., but the documents say 6:30 p.m.?
Yeah. And it could be a case too that the information just wasn't out correctly either. Less likely, but it's possible.
Show it. I got it. Show us Tyler S-ing Charlie at the exact time. Oh, wait, you can't. 1,000 cameras on campus and not one shows anything substantial. It's funny how that is working out, isn't it? The most important thing we need to see just happens to be the one thing they don't have. When do we hear about the exploding mic? I don't know. She, it's Nestor, right? Nestor?
Yep, Kathy.
She mentioned that are you aware of a bunch of other theories, right? So who knows? Maybe we'll get something in the real trial about it.
Wouldn't that be crazy if that came up in trial?
Yes, that'd be absolutely crazy.
It would be crazy.
Truth for gangsters. Why was the FBI, ATF, and federal prosecutors involved when it's not a federal case? Questionable evidentiary chain of custody. Allegedly, Christ is king. And remember, the gun too was also Quantico for a long time, and defense didn't even see it yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little strange too.
They're saying because the FBI assisted with the case, but not with the prosecution. Not to say that that's correct way to do it. I'm just saying that's what they said. That's why the FBI was involved.
Well, if you listen close to every interview that was done with Lance Twigg, Mike Mitchell, not Lance Twiggs, Lance Twiggs too, actually, and Tyler's parents, all of them had one SBI and one FBI.
Yeah, they have been saying that.
Yep.
Can't get my calves bigger either. Don't worry, bro. I know there's that problem for a lot of us.
Let's see. No timestamps on that video turning himself in.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Don't you think there would be,
for,
like, for security cameras typically have timestamps with them, so that's weird.
And Nate,
Especially
you
in
can
a
get
sheriff's office.
You get a calf BBL.
Yeah, we talk about that on the show all the time. I'm going to sell out to our greatest ally and have them pay for it. Where's the date timestamp on the video? Lauren, there was none. There was none. I love how Baker answered the question of when TR turned himself in. He said, I was told around 9 p.m. You're right. And that's why I'm not taking it that seriously as a official timestamp, because it was a hearsay about a time. So who knows what that actually means. What's up, Blue-Eyed Hillbilly? She says, I've been on time the last 2 days, but I'm late today. That's all right. These are long streams. TR has a sunroof. Baron covered it. Enjoy the coverage.
Yep.
Panel. Thank you.
I've heard people say that yesterday too. I don't know if it's that he said there was a sunroof, or if the car that he thought at one point on satellite imagery was possibly his car, but because it had a sunroof, it wasn't his car. We'd have to confirm that, but I keep hearing that over and over again.
Yeah. I talked about that a little bit last night.
Lauren says, have tried to find the video of Lance pumping gas, but it's pulled from somewhere. I swear he had a limp. Interesting. I've seen a picture of him pumping gas. I haven't seen a video of it though.
I didn't know there was a video.
Yeah.
Interesting.
If you can find it, send it to us for sure.
Trista Victory said they turned himself in at 9 p.m. and took his phone then, but RBP has a arrest record saying 6:25 on 9/11, so I need to verify that. Yeah, I think Baron's going to cover that tonight.
Yeah, I think he said in the chat he's going to cover the timeline.
Yeah. And after this, we're going to go probably until like another half an hour or so, until 6:30, and then Baron's going to go. So make sure you guys just slide on over there and just follow him.
Why don't we just dump our audiences there?
Yeah.
Ask Baron if he has it turned on. I'll ask Baron if he has it turned on.
Keep going. Something new.
He has to turn it on and not us, right?
Yeah.
He has to turn it on and we have to redirect. Yep.
Okay. Oh, it has to be on both sides?
Yeah. And then also late tonight, Baze is going live. I might be there for a little bit. He's going live like after Baron, and it's with Brandy Siciliani and Teresa from A Better Life. They're actually in the courtroom. So you're going to hear what people saw, what Erica was doing, all those kind of things. So check that out too. That's real Baze. Miss Chrissy to you. And the Oscar goes to Utah Police Department and SBI for their amazing performance. Another one from Miss Chrissy. And the Oscar, yep, that's 2 in a row. They're the same. Thanks for both. I'm not sure why there's 2 of them there. Cat Wileying out. Thanks for the super sticker.
Up with BM. That's my people. Was that Tyler in the same clothes? That actually was. That actually was. If y'all think about that, the video that we just seen today, that was him in the same exact clothes. So I thought he changed 3 times, complete 180 walking in. Was that him? What the F? Yeah, that was the same clothes. I looked at it. I looked at my video, the same clothes.
Paul Pearson.
Looking at stuff.
Thanks for the super. Ian Carroll made a nice AI tool for transcribing. I've not seen that yet. Miss Chrissy to you. Thanks for another super. And another super saying, sup, Jesse. I see a lot of people saying, I'm Jesse's girl, but we love you guys. Philippe Folt. Nate knows his Mossad covert ops.
This was, I saw him send that right when we heard about the 223 round on a different building.
That's a little crazy.
Yeah. I don't know who this for. Maybe for Jesse. Shauna, thank you. If that's for Jesse.
Sado, Matt, you need Baron and gas sound effect. Yeah, actually, that would. I'm gonna get him. Let's see if I get it tonight.
That is a good one.
If we can't get him, that's the next best thing.
My wife has a crush on Bays, more of a Jesse type myself. What is the name of his channel so I can rest from hunting his channel down? P.S. Mr. Let Go did an amazing job questioning Blake. That was sick. At Real Bays. Real Bays. And he spelled
And Bays-
Bayes, right?
Yep, correct.
All right, Baron's going to turn his redirect on, so we should be able to just
Okay.
send the audience straight there.
All right, cool.
If I can remember how to do it.
Police your brass. Yes.
Police your brass.
Truth for Gangsters. Thanks for becoming a new
Police your
channel member.
brass is right. For sure. All right, sorry. Let me get caught up. Oh, that's not mine.
Nobody caught this on your video. This just changed everything. Start 11 o'clock. The agent, or 11 minutes. The agent is says suppose, and then corrects himself. We talked about that a second ago.
Mm-hmm.
Truth for Gangsters. Thanks for the super chat. True story. My grandma committed the largest ransom kidnapping in U.S. history and unalived my entire family. Book My Story by Jason Rosenquist.
Jesus. Well,
I'm sorry to
glad
hear
you
that.
made
but
it.
Congratulations on the book.
Yeah.
Golly.
Day 2 discussion of cropping roof vid was interesting. Baird covered this early on. It appears to largely crop out a white SUV, and a lot of that races out and track suspect. I expect Baron to bring it up. Yeah, he was telling us he's going to definitely cover the timeline and the movements and stuff like that tonight. Which, by the way, guys, when we're stick with us for the super chats, and then if you're going to watch Baron's stream, what we'll do is we'll just end the stream, and well, I'll end mine first, and then that way it'll send all my viewers right to his channel, and then Matt can do that as well. So then we can all just go over there together, and we can raid him,
and we'll meet you over there.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Baron provided documents that Tyler was in the station at 6:30 and was Mirandized. Can't wait for Baron after this. And no way he had his phone for the Discord messages. Yeah, this is going to be really cool to see him cover that.
Well, I know some people were saying they thought that maybe Lance Twiggs did something too during that time period. Like maybe he was using Tyler's phone or something. So we know that's not true, apparently, if he had his own phone with him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it could be like an iPad or something too, like just some other device that's his. Just logged in. I don't know. Chevy twice. Comp side building literally connects to the Losi. Yeah, we did find that eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
All right, sorry. I'm trying to look this up. These aren't mine. Oh, but thank you. Oh, there are mine. Thank you. Thank you, Deadly Game.
I don't think Baron's got it set up yet.
He did. I just talked to him. Just texted him. He turned it on. Or he said he's turning it on. He's turning it on.
Well, you could tell. You could tell.
It'll pop up when you go to put his channel in. Yeah. What does the foldable AR-15 use that was stolen? I don't know about a rifle that was stolen.
I thought he said it was a 308 Corby Hall.
Yeah. YouTube Studio settings, community, live redirects. Okay. Here we go. That's not mine. That's what you're looking at. I don't think.
Peter Go Hawks. When is the defense going to submit Jesse and Country's 30-06 video for evidence? How crazy would that be? Killer coverage, boys. Let's effing go. Yeah. That's the video that Candace shared the other night.
Yep.
Peter Go Hawks. Wouldn't there be a muzzle blast or a dust plume if in the roof video? I don't think so. When he supposed to takes a shot and then runs across the roof. I don't think so. What do y'all think?
I mean, if there's dust and stuff there, depending on the muzzle break and that kind of stuff for what he had, it could be some. I mean, I don't know if it'd be like a big drastic cloud, but yeah.
But wouldn't the muzzle part be like off the roof?
Dude, Matt, real quick, where the hell is this to put your redirect in?
You go to edit it, and then you go to your customization on the left.
Oh, wait, edit. Not details. And there's details, analytics, monetization, control room, and options.
Go to you in customize, right?
Oh, customization.
Customization, yeah. When you go in customization, it's like right up under
redirect
live chat.
So customization.
But it's still not turned on yet. All right, let's do this. Peter, go Hawks.
Shorty 9381. No face was shown in the jail. He looked down. I know. I wish they would have timestamped that. So, but that wasn't on there either. Go figure. Each time he's looking down, and that's the freaking problem. We can't see his face.
All right. Oh, shit. No.
Did you get it?
No, I mean, I like you go to the video, the live stream, right? That you're on.
Yeah.
And then I have details and options. I don't have edit.
Huh.
Oh, wait. I go into it, right? Wait, I'd have no edit.
Oh, let me go on mine. I can kind of like show you what it looks like.
I've done this before. I used to do this with Ian all the time, but
let's see.
Is it in settings?
So you go to the actual video.
I'm there.
Okay, so you go to the actual video. So I'm just
going to click on customization on the left.
Okay.
Customization.
Got it.
And then it's
okay. I was at the customization on the general.
Yeah.
The general settings. Got it.
yeah.
Okay, I got it now.
It says stream customization. Okay.
Got it. I'm good. I'm tracking now.
Gotcha.
All right. I think this one's you, Nate.
We're
doing
this
the big
at?
ones. Make sure we don't miss them.
Oh, Deadly Gizmos, $100. Thank you very much. Nothing about this case makes sense. 10 years, United States Marine Corps, Semper Fi. Every combat veteran, hunter, law enforcement officer I know all thinks the same thing, brother. It just none of it makes sense. And that's why it's, I think, so frustrating. But thank you, homie. Thank you. Very generous of you.
And I'm just scrolling through really quick to make sure because I saw, yep, we got a bunch of 49s coming through. Rhonda McKellen, thanks for the super chat. Watching from Arkansas. Thank you all for sitting through this. Y'all make it much less boring. I have a buddy that lives out in Arkansas, and his family bought some land way back in the day, and they bought it for $30,000 like 35 years ago. And someone just bought the property from them for like $5 million. It was like right on the edge of a river.
Good for them.
$30,000 to $5 million. That's not bad.
Thick twice. Thank you for that generous donation. No comment, but thank you very much. That's very, very nice of you. Appreciate it. We'll come back. We'll just make sure we get the top ones first here, guys, and then we'll track back and get as many as we can.
That's actually another one.
Oh,
that's a
thank
second
you.
one.
If you're trying to figure out how to leave the comment, I appreciate it. We'll look for it. But thank you very much.
They did think twice.
I know. Yeah. Paid twice.
It's hard for me to keep track of who's here. Okay. Nurse Chaos, thank you so much. You guys have been very generous today. Thank you for sifting through all the BS. My bandwidth for Fed slop is completely done. You earned my subscription for enduring this cluster F. Keep calling them out. By the way, for doing 3+ hour lives, can we get back to having a little ETOH with slop? Makes it more palatable. ETOH. What's that mean? You guys know?
I have no idea.
Nurse, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what ETOH is. I'm missing the acronym on that. But I'll try. Thank you, Spuds.
I am just making sure I don't miss any of these.
I think we probably go back and hit yellows.
Now we go back
above.
up. Yeah, give me just a second to get my spot. This window's tiny on StreamYard.
Again, also, guys, we didn't expect this to get cut so short today. So
You doing 20s or just 50s?
No, do 10s and above.
Yeah, we're just doing them. Let's see. I think it's Jesse.
I think you're on. Yeah. Here we go.
I think we're caught up right here now. Okay.
Yep.
Ray Draper told myself I wasn't going to spend money today, but Novak is solid and he has his nads. Oh, you like the defense, huh? Yeah. He does have his nads.
Oh, Baron's got to actually set his. He's got to actually start a stream. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Did it work?
Yeah, I've got it logged in now to redirect to him when we're done. Cool. All right. Okay. Oh, not mine.
Mine didn't.
Jesse's.
Roosevelt Media. Roosevelt Media News. It is fantastic that there's a media attorney there. Yeah, he actually killed it a couple times.
Yeah,
and that the judge is giving that attorney a voice. We all benefit.
True. Not mine. Jesse's maybe.
Let me see. Oh, that's mine right there. I don't think we know what time Tyler arrived and was Mirandized in Washington County yet.
Oh.
Davis just said, Davis? Who was Davis? Who was Davis? All right.
That's
Davis, huh?
Davis
Davis-
is the guy. He's the officer that was
Oh,
that
okay.
met him down there.
Davis just said he got the call at 8:30 to go. The lost footage was camera in main areas, not the interrogation rooms.
So I just learned ETOH is an acronym for alcohol. So she's talking about
Alcohol.
drinking.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
drinking anymore, guys. You know that. That's why I've lost so much weight.
And
But
shout out to Renee. Thank you.
but I also would be I'd be trashed after 9 hours straight of drinking in a court trial, guys. It's too boring.
Exactly. You'll be on the floor.
Yeah.
And I don't drink either, so I feel your pain.
I don't
Reveal
drink
Mock.
either. I just drink water.
Reveal Moke.
Big super
Thanks for the
sticker.
super sticker. Let's see. We hit that one already.
Yeah, we'll hit yellows, guys. We'll hit yellows and above, guys, and then we, like me and Matt do, if we have time, we'll come back through and we'll work on greens. But we want to make sure we don't miss the people who donated. Not mine either. Could be Jesse's. Welcome to the world of LawTube, fellas. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, this is LawTube. It's outside my normal stuff. Comrade Kim says, so he got on the roof at 12:22, put the rifle together and got into a good position, then took the shot, took the rifle apart, put it in his pants, and texted his lover in less than 1 minute. In 30 seconds, according to the lead investigator. Yesterday, was it, Matt, that he said that? Or 15 seconds in the prone.
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's fast. Boy's fast.
Which mean, well, we can talk about this on Friday when we do like a recap or something. But did he have a chance to practice before? Was it the first time he'd ever been on that building and ever shot? You know what I mean? Like, that, I kind of want to know that too, if it's possible.
Yeah, I would not like to know that too, because he's too young to just be able to.
Yeah, if he had
pull that
never
off.
been in that building before and he knew exactly where to go straight to that spot, pulled all that off in 30 seconds, that's going to be a nah, dog, from me.
But think about this too. If he went up there for the first time ever and he didn't know exactly where the tent, he knew the tent area, but to get an actual clear shot, he would have to move around and find that spot.
Yeah,
that takes time.
Yeah.
Yep. But he knew exactly where it was, apparently.
That
Let's
just
see.
makes no sense.
Stephanie Stringer, Nate is blowing my mind. I'm a new subscriber, but definitely shook with him calling the 223 round. He did. Now I'm going to have to go bench his stuff since day one. Much love to all of y'all.
Yeah, definitely. That was my theory from day one, literally day one. Not to mean that it's going to pan out to be true, but it's interesting that we have that now.
Robert Lambert, NH. The attorney for the media seemed to put the defense into buffer mode. It sounded like he was reading from a script, but he was off top of his head. Like he seems like he knows his stuff.
So keep in mind, guys, you see this in the attorneys. A lot of times you'll see them take long pauses, and on both sides, you'll see all attorneys do this. It's very important. Like words and the way they speak in legal jargon is super important. So what they're doing is making sure they're structuring what they're about to say completely right, so they don't get hit with an objection or anything like that. It's not that like they don't know what they're talking about. They're just making sure they're prepping exactly the right way to say something.
That makes sense. Because the judge was just sitting there staring for like, I'm just like, hello? I thought the screen just stopped.
That was, for a minute, it did look like they both were like,
yeah. I'm like, what the hell are they doing?
All right, so I'm still trying to work on the Baron thing. It's not letting me add it for some reason.
type in Baron Space Coleman, and you'll see his actual episode, not his
I
channel.
see it, but it's grayed out.
Really? Okay, I got it. Maybe if you get it refreshed or something. I got mine connected.
All right, shout out to Renee. I don't know about Utah, but typically if the defendant does not testify, he can never testify in appeals, but I do agree he should not.
Yeah, it's usually not beneficial. Tony Michelle says, is there any scenario that makes sense of CK security on the phone to Shapiro's security giving updates en route to the hospital? Ben Shapiro? I don't think
Candace brought
so.
it up.
Why in the hell would you be calling Ben Shapiro on the way to the hospital? They hated each other. For those of you guys don't know, Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro hated each other. So I don't know. That's weird.
All right, I got mine set up. Just heads up.
Nice.
See if I can do it.
Not for me. Maybe Jesse or Mr. Lego.
Oh, whatever. I just seen Officer Tatum at the UVU about 2 hours ago. He was with a reporter, and the reporter something in front of that. And I said all blank.
Yeah, typically anything that comes out of that dude's mouth is. So
yeah.
I don't even need to hear it to know it was probably BS.
Whitney Hilliard, thoughts that the 223 was actually a secondary plan or practice stage prior to the actual date happened.
I don't know. I wouldn't expect if Tyler was there or whoever the shooter was there ahead of time, why they would be there with a weapon. Definitely wouldn't be, because you might be at scene, or why you'd have rounds with you. So I would assume it's from the day of. Whether it really was the most incompetent police officer ever, or whether it was something more nefarious, I don't know, but I'm going to assume it was from the same day.
Paul Pearson, thanks for the super chat, and thanks. And I appreciate you reaching out to me. I'm sorry that we missed some of yours before. It's really hard to organize with so many people.
Nate, I agree with the 223 analysis from way back, but how do you explain the round left on the roof? How would that happen? Again, I don't know. Fell out of a pocket. If you were taking a shot, potentially the weapon jammed. Clear the round quick.
That was my first thought. Yeah.
Clear the round quick, put a new round in and lace the shot. And then you get up and run. That would be, but I don't know if he could take a shot.
That means he was on on top of the other building taking a shot, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. It could be something like, hey, something like that happened. He threw a round in his pocket and he takes off running to bail out and it falls out of his pocket. I don't know. I can't tell you how or why. There's different reasons why that round might be out of the pocket, but I do not believe the law enforcement's excuse for why, which is that on the top of that white building, he decided to clear his weapon and then just leave a rifle round on the ground, which he would have been able to see on the ground. And he's a cop. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Right.
Who's this? Is this me? I missed where we were at. Okay. Mike says the defense should ask why the police did not perform GSR residue. You know what's crazy, Mike? My wife, she doesn't follow. She follows a little bit because it's through me. I was talking to her about it last night when I got into the live stream. The first thing she asked me, she was like, "Did they test his hands for gunshot residue?" That's like, I thought that would be assumed that they would do that, right? But yeah, the reason that was they did not know they know he didn't fire a weapon allegedly. Tyler proves he had no GSR, no case. I don't know. I would assuming they haven't mentioned it at all. Prosecution hasn't mentioned it. That would be a key piece of evidence you would want, right? Like, hey, we apprehended him, we GSR'd his hands, and there was residue on his hands, but we haven't heard anything about that. Catherine says there's a guy that shows up in the reflection of a window wearing jeans, maroon shirt, black cap, built just like Tyler, but not Tyler. I have a feeling there were more like him that day. Catherine, to your point, guys, how many 5'10", slender, 160-pound white 20-year-olds do you think were there at that event that day at UVU campus?
100 at least.
Like 60% of the men there fit that exact.
Yep.
Fit that exact.
When you're a teenager,
bill.
you look like that.
5'10", 160-pound 20-year-old on Utah UVU's campus. I mean,
every white male looked like them.
Come on, dude. You know,
and they dress like they all looking like
all of them.
Yeah.
That the dude in the stairwell and the dude on the roof could be one of 500 kids that were there, to be honest, Keep up the good work from Silverton, Oregon. Yeah, we're real close actually in Silverton from where I'm at.
Carolina Lady Lucy. Love you, Jesse, but you forgot you had a freak out over an invisible dot of spaghetti sauce on your shirt a few weeks ago. Between that and Nate having one touch of cotton, I'm dead. Thanks for this combo and commentary.
He went crazy over what his kid did to him. He was like, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed."
I love Jesse, dude. He'll spiral, man.
He is hilarious.
Charlie says, "Did y'all see Candace Owens' story about Ben? I'm assuming Shapiro. Sorry if it was discussed as I joined the show late. I would need to know the story, but any
I think it's what we just talked about.
Any story Candace has about Ben, I'm always interested
always
in. As
hilarious.
you guys know, I do a lot of comedic shit talking about Ben Shapiro on the show. So let me know where that is so I can get a hold of it. Not mine.
I'll read it. Red and white in truth. There is reasonable doubt and all over this effing case. I don't see how uncorrupt judicial system can find a reason to send this patsy to trial.
Well, like Barron said, the bar is very low in an evidence trial. They basically just need to show that Tyler Robinson was in the area.
Are they going to show that though? I mean, think they can show that.
The DNA evidence on, even though that rifle and towel are found 400 meters away, like that's probably going to be enough by itself.
But could somebody
Lance Twiggs' text messages would probably be enough by themselves for them to say, it's good enough for a trial. This doesn't mean the judge thinks he's guilty. They're just saying it's good enough for the state to proceed forward with a trial.
Yeah.
We have about 5 minutes and then we're going to have to redirect people. So let's knock some of these out real quick.
Okay.
Lauren Not Loomer, thanks for the super chat.
Well, we gotta wait till he actually starts, by the way.
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Yeah, so we got time. We got about 10 minutes.
Okay. As our show, BH said someone got Brian Harple says someone got GPS going in the car, but they knew the route because they drove it already. Do securities typically route out hospitals? Sorry if dumb. Thanks for all you do.
They should. Yes. We pre-plan exactly where all the hospitals are and what levels of trauma center they are before we go into an area. So he should have, they should have done this. But did they? I don't know. But yeah, this is a pre-planning, pre-coordination thing that you would have planned ahead of time if you're even decent at this at all.
I thought in the interview he said he did do that. They had a checklist and they did all that stuff ahead of time, supposedly.
I hope so, or you shouldn't be running a security company.
BBK or BKB, bald guy and 3 others in the suspected vehicle. Scene prosecutors did not know, with his death stare to his team right after that disclosure, rushing and making mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. He's jumping around all over the place. TR maroon shirt when meeting with TPUSA. Maroon shirts seen all over the event. CO thinks it's sketchy. They're all in on it, or TR told to meet up with them, maybe.
Or Mormons love maroon. I don't know, but that many men wearing maroon shirts is pretty bizarre, and it's not.
Candace debunked that. It's
What's
not
that?
a maroon thing going on over there. That's what.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, I don't know why you would have that many grown men in maroon. It's bizarre.
It's not the school colors, and it's not a military thing, and there's not a thing about Mormons with maroon.
Remember when the FBI started a can't say that word? That guy joined and planned the you know what, and the FBI agent put a contract on the UC ATF agent that was investigating that word. Yeah. Sorry, there's not things that we can say online.
That is the most censored comment in the history of YouTube.
Exactly.
East Coast says, who thinks this trial will be ran by the FBI and federal government and we will never get the truth because of our friends? I don't believe we're going to get the truth in this case. We're going to get the slop that we get, and we'll find out if he gets convicted with it or not, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing so far. If you know what a menorah is, how does the overview compare at the CK event? Something to think about. Well, I know what the physical object is, and that's actually the same shape as the courtyard, but I don't know if you need something beyond that. Not mine. Oh, that's Jesse's. Jesse, love the show, bro. Sorry, but Jesse's gone. Spoke to a director of big films regarding the juke theory, pressure of having one try, and the movements that are involuntary or impossible. Trained actors look fake live.
Renee, thanks for the super. Superman was up because it was premiering on HBO at the Dairy Queen. Yeah, I remember that.
Gabby says Twig's mom and her coworker look more like the dude in the stairwell with a cap than Tyler does. Twigs looks like stairwell dude now that his hair is his natural color. Twig's dad's first name is Tyler. Interesting.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm assuming. I'll believe that. That doesn't seem like a crazy thing to.
Well, it is a bunch of Tylers in this whole situation.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Boyer is the guy that filmed with Erica Kirk in that music video. His name was Tyler. So yeah, it's a lot of Tylers.
Not mine.
Okay. I don't know if it's mine or not. LTTR Turning Point USA all in on one on the roof, one in the front, and Turning Point USA strap the mic on him. Roof was a decoy. The mic, I'm not gonna say that. And blank was fired from the front from a small caliber SD card. Has the shooter?
Be honest, I can't. I'm not tracking that one. Appreciate you though.
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
But thanks for the super chat.
Yes.
Thank you.
Joe Daddy says, aren't you the Star Trek fan? I'm very disappointed that, yeah, I knew it based off your profile picture. Only one of you have favorite Star Trek series. Very disappointed, especially because I paid $50 for that. But the guy who said Next Gen, what is your favorite episode of Next Gen? Was that you, Matt? Do you know Star Trek?
I just like Picard. Like he was like the smoothest, coolest, most laid back ever. So he's the one that sold it for me,
brother. I'm not a Star Trek guy. Tara, Kreshi's dad's company got over $7 million in defense contracts in June of 2025. His business partner's son, C. Henderson, looks eerily similar to Tyler. Worked in the ER where they took Charlie. Again, Baron's episode. Yeah, I think we're all going to take a look at this, Tara, at this episode after. So appreciate it. Thank you very much. Brian, what's up, buddy? Says, I have a feeling when the camera timeline is discredited, they're going to use it as an argument for a better surveillance system and use it to push flock AI cameras. That I would not be surprised to see something like that happen, bro. That is
would be absolutely terrible.
That is a good take.
If we had more cameras, this wouldn't happen. That's some bullshit.
Not mine, but didn't EK get her own lawyer onto the prosecution team? If so, are they present in the court today? Well, we saw her lawyer is present. Yeah. If so, which one? Thanks for streaming all this. He was the one at one point stepped up to try to get the Lance's testimony pushed forward as being released by, which is odd because the prosecution didn't want the video released. So that was a weird, you think the prosecution and Erica's lawyer would be on the same page, and the fact they weren't there, that seemed pretty theatrical and performative by him as well. He was very emotional. He was very dramatic, which is not what lawyers are supposed to be doing. It felt very for
especially
TV.
When there's not a jury in front of them.
Right. It felt very for TV. Right.
Yeah,
So they can clip that and use it later.
Because you get like that with a jury, but there's no jury.
Right.
Like, why are you acting like that?
There's no reason to be emotional.
The same thing.
Yeah. TR's defense team making arguments about presenting the text discourse message in open court, but doesn't seem to have expressed any concerns about the authenticity. What do you make of that? Well, we didn't really hear yet. We haven't really heard. The defense really hasn't argued the authenticity of it yet. They've just talked about why it violates his 14th Amendment rights by showing it. So maybe we'll get more on that tomorrow.
Kathy Friends, thanks for the super. I emailed Baron on 4/8. Suspect has umbilical hernia Audi, which is why they're asking about that Audi thing. Baron, I don't know what that means. One stairwell suspect does not. Easy to tell apart. Defense, show your client's belly.
I have one. I've got an umbilical hernia, so I know what they look like.
Show your belly is crazy.
It's an open and shut on appeal. No debate to be had. 100% mistrial if you let the testimony in. Well, it sounds like they're not going to let the testimony in its current form, Loki. So they're going to probably avoid that. Chop says, I'll give this judge credit. He seems to be trying his best to balance all legit arguments while being as open and accommodating as possible, all while not being pompous, self-righteous jerk. I think the judge has been great. I think he's been very fair. There's been times I've disagreed, but also I'm not a judge. But I think he has been very fair to both sides from what I've seen. I don't know what you guys think about that.
And very patient, too.
Kirk's lawyer adding that statement was wild. Absolutely. Rewatching it was very dramatic. And guys, Baron's going to start in a minute. If you want to stick with us for a couple more minutes to finish these, and then when we close down the streams, we're all going to go. It'll port you over there automatically, right? You don't even have to go look for it or go to it. Nate, could that rifle round be something that could hit Charlie behind the right ear and exit through his chest if shot from the crevice up behind the upper deck? It could, but it looks like that's not where the rounds were found, right? It looks like they're actually on the opposite side of where we would expect. So that I was interested in that, because if the computer lab would have been up in the back right area where that round would have been found, that would have been real sketch. Oh, what's up, buddy? Says, love these guys. This will be my last super chat for a while. You're good, homie. You never have to super chat. I saw your comment earlier on YouTube, though. My newest video is 1 minute long, compares how attractive Mr. Let Go is to Valhalla. 1 minute synopsis with proof. I mean, we're kind of me and Mr. Let Go are kind of like the black and white versions of each other.
Right. Give me that a big beard.
If you actually look at us, we're like this. We actually are kind of like the black and white version of each other.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Look at
that. Y'all are hilarious.
Yeah.
He actually has. Let me show this here real quick before we raid. So he has this bad news to Trigger Smart. And he has Zach Costello looks maxing.
That's funny.
Different angles.
What in the world? Why is your face on there?
That's funny. All right, let's bang these last couple big ones out so we don't miss them. Then we'll drop over to Baron.
Zach, I would get security.
I think we got like,
if you don't have it,
maybe 10 more. Okay, go ahead.
This is mine. Shout out to Robert. The prosecution trying to use the real or fake text messages as an admittance to guilt by Tyler Robinson. Can you imagine X?
Oh yeah,
they would
have been a disaster.
Published during the trial. Yes.
Yep.
X it went crazy.
All right, we're gonna pump these ones out. Cryptic says the 223 round is a rabbit hole. They are trying to throw you down. It's the mic. How else would he create the reaction? Did with the shirt and break the necklace. That's fair too. That's fair. Thank you for covering this phase of the trial. The panel's insights have been very informative. Well, thank you, Robert. Appreciate you, brother. Glad you're here. Nate Lee, please look at the video I sent you. I've got them all in the emails, guys. I'll be looking at them. Make sure you email them to me. All right. That's the easiest way for me to find them. This is a man coming out of a crevice and running to the upper deck through yellow tape and went to the back, probably in a white vehicle. Okay. I'll take a look at it. Thank you. Comrade says the reason she said she wanted just the audio and not the video to make it seem like she was satisfying the rule of law, or the rule the other lawyer is referring to, it was a tactic. Interesting.
Serena Warrior Woman. It's also weird that they say the bullet belonged to an officer, but the officer didn't see Tyler Robinson walking all over the building right in front of
that's such
sight.
BS, dude. It's BS. Watch Baron tonight. He has the booking and arrest documents and has shown them timelines do not match and prove the Discord messages. Yep, we're going to do that here in a minute. Descendant says, did the 223 guys miss causing him to run across the roof? Ooh, interesting.
No.
I don't think so, though.
Kyle, that's just who I am. Can't hang too long, but wanted to say you can absolutely take control of someone's body cam using a flipper device. Yeah, I knew about that. Or a Raspberry Li equivalent. I am no smart man when it comes to this tech, but I know it's doable.
Somebody else can take control of somebody's body cam?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. You can do it with computer and a cell phone, so I'm sure you can do it with the body cam.
Wow.
Yep.
If you have the spy tech for it. Michelle says, I think it may be the route the actual shooter took, and TR was a decoy meant to take attention away from the shooter, just like the old pervert. Lost his pants, old George Zen. Looks like the two buildings are connected. Do y'all think someone could run across the rooftops?
Yeah.
Binyana, if you didn't see, we pulled the actual Google Earth imagery up, and yes, you can literally walk right across that building to where the potential shooter was.
Blessed one. If I were Candace, I would be backing up my phone and emails to an unknown number that can't be traced and only to a trusted person. the only trust person can get to, I would
I'm sure
actually
she
back it
has.
up. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure all this.
I'm
stuff's been
sure she
taken care of.
has. Yeah. Hypothetical for Nate, in your expert opinion, if that shot was recreated 100 times from, say, 350 yards with a 223 AK platform. So, well, those aren't the same thing, right? 223 or like AK-47, do you mean? Oh, AR platform. I see you misspelled it.
AR.
How many times would there not be an exit? 100 times from 350 yards, which would have been a little bit more elevated with a 223 from 350 yards. I would say you would likely see, I can't give you a definite, but it would be pretty likely there would be no exit woman. By likely, I mean maybe in like the 10 to 20% chance from 350 yards with a 223, because that's lost a ton of its terminal velocity by that point, right? Whereas compared to like a 30-06 is still blowing straight through that neck at 350 yards, 100 out of 100 times. But when you drop that power of that round way down in the weight of the round as well, it would be possible. It'd be far more possible, right? If you told me that that's what the shot was, a 223 round from 350 yards, and I would have just from the beginning, if you would have told me that, I would have said, yeah, okay, that's
because it would have died by the time it got to his neck. That
seems
makes sense.
plausible.
Yeah.
Tough shot though. 350 yards with an AR-15 platform on a moving target and something this big.
Yeah,
that's an insane shot. Insane.
Well,
shot.
223 is a tiny projectile. It's a 22, basically. I mean, it's yeah. There's no weight to it.
Yep. Stacy, what building was the guy on that was caught on video before the event started? Candace spoke to the guy who took the video. Can you see which building that was? I don't know. I don't know what building that is. That is interesting, though, because of what we know now with the round. Chevy says, for Nate, and your we did this one. We just wait. When we just did this one, right?
Yeah, but it's rewritten. It's the same thing
rewritten?
written differently.
Oh
It
yeah,
says
yeah,
AR.
it's the same one. Yeah, like I said, it wouldn't be 10 out of 10 times. You would see no exit wound maybe 2 or 3 times, probably out of 10 from 350 yards or meters, probably. Oh, not for me.
Watching from South Bend, Indiana, and this is my first super chat ever. Thank you all for covering this. God bless. Shout out to you. Speak. Oh, go ahead.
My bad.
That's very cool. Captain says, we're assuming a rifle had a scope. Look up a K98 folding stock. Not likely, but in my opinion, possibility barreled action with no scope would be easier to hide in the pants. Just something to think. It would be easier. It's still a really large weapon. Oh, Chris, thank you to end the stream here. Funny that EK and her lawyer are both performative. Of course they are. They have to be. All right. Thank you guys so much. What I'm going to do first is let me go ahead and leave the stream first here, and then all my viewers, you're going to get dumped straight to Baron. Is Baron live? Can we check and make sure so I don't do this early? And guys, everybody, as you get dumped there, I want you to give him a Munchkin raid. All right, Munchkin's in the chat.
He's live.
He's
All
live.
right,
He's live.
so I'm gonna leave. I'll see you guys all over there.
Make sure you
Get
guys
that
come back tomorrow on Friday as well.
Yep. And then we'll dump you all over there, and then spam Munchkins in the chat for Baron. So thank you guys so much, and we will be back. And Matt will give his exit, Mr. Let Go, but I'll leave first so I can get my stream over there. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. Love you guys. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Let's go get Baron. All right, see you guys.
All right, have a good one.